The Interviews. Conversations from Behind the Page, the Eli Marks podcast. Part 3, Growing Up in Magic. Julie Eng.
The shop was this magical place. Like as soon as you came in, we had it ready for you. That is to say, there were exploding pens, disappearing ink, spiders that came out of nowhere on top of you. I mean, that was part of our fun. And it was the mischievousness of my father, who I think was just born with little horns coming out of his. He was a mischief maker, and he was very well suited for this kind of ambassador hospitality role. I mean, he was always in hospitality. So when the shop comes along, we're right downtown in the harbor part of Victoria, very big tourist area. It just became something that we did. Like this is our gig. We ran a hospitality, emporium.
It sounds like it was a bit of a show when people came in.
Totally. And then that's the thing. Like part of it was, I was thinking a lot about this. We had this mandate to sell, like it's a retail store, but there was sort of this responsibility to be kind of, ambassador to Victoria. My dad was always about good hospitality, fine showmanship, and the shop was this natural extension of that persona, that mandate that he had himself. He was he's always been in hospitality. He used to be a bartender in Victoria, where he ran like the drummers lounge at the Red Lion Inn. And that's where that skill set came from. That's where that whole, hey, have you, John, have you met my daughter Julie? Like he was always about introducing people, connecting people, bringing people together. So the shop was just another bar in many ways, except it was a different kind of public. So
Didn't he run a bartending school at one point?
He ran a bartending school too, yes. So when he was at the Drummers Lounge, he was very successful, very popular as the bartender and bar manager, because my father didn't drink. So he was the perfect kind of bar manager. And the neat part was he really built a skill set of managerial skills that he was able to consolidate, turn into the premier school of bartending. Unfortunately, my dad had an asthma problem as a kid. And then when we were doing a show, he was still performing while being a bartender. And so the shows were a big demand, and there was a little bit of stress, with the holiday season, especially. So he was doing the shows, he was working at night and back and forth. And there was a little bit of an incident where he had an illusion where he'd finish it off, and there was a big puff of smoke, literally a big puff of smoke. And he just caught, like, just bad circumstance. He caught a really bad inhale, and it collapsed one of his lungs. Oh, wow. So this is a time when smoking was prevalent in the bar, and he just could not be in that environment anymore. So he changed gears. He said, okay, we're going to not maybe be in front of the patrons this way, but I'll teach people how to be behind the bar. And that was another, learning lesson of sales for me as a kid. And that all those skills, believe it or not, John, you can take those and put them behind the counter of a trick and joke shop and still be quite successful.
I imagine. So you're a teenager when you start doing this?
Yeah, the shop really came about, I'm just thinking back now, I couldn't drive yet. And I remember taking the bus down to the store. It was like, I've got to go to the shop after school. Like it's like this chore, you got to do your chores. And everyone's like, you get to work in a trick and joke shop? Like, who's complaining here?
It sounds like a pretty good gig.
It was a really good gig. And you can only say that now. You try and convince a 13, 14-year-old, you got to go work.
So this was not voluntary, I guess.
So, but it was, it's family business, right? So this is how I've been raised in family businesses right from the get-go. My dad had that show at the beginning when I was born. He was performing. He had me on stage very early on. My mother was always assisting him. My mom went along with all of his crazy ideas, every single one, including the shop, because the bartending school was doing really well. It was a very successful endeavor, something my father could really grow and even, retire with as a successful entity. But he always wanted a shop. So they sold the school to open the store. It's kind of like, not like the natural progression of building a business and building your retirement.
No.
But he did thrive. And I think one of the cool things about the shop is that it has a front and it has a back. And behind the shop, behind the scenes, behind the counter, behind, the back room, there's always like these areas. And that's where all the magic lessons were, and visiting magicians would want to come in and hang out. There's a place for them to sit and, chit chat and to be very social.
So I'm guessing you were demonstrating tricks and
Yeah.
selling them. Was there a favorite thing you loved to demonstrate? Was there something, if you knew for sure you could sell, if you get this in front of somebody, you knew you'd sell it?
So that's the name of the game. My job was to sell, and I had to learn how to sell. And my father, you have to remember, this is a very mischievous, fun jokester, prankster kind of guy. So he loved the idea of dichotomies and breaking down those barriers and surprising people. This is part of his design as a magician, his thinking as a magician. My father taught me how to do the demos, though. Like I had to sell the demos, and I must admit, I think he took advantage that at a time when I'm a young girl. I was a kid, I was a teenager, but I looked younger than I was. So it looked like even more impossible. Like, how could this little kid, surprise you with this deck of cards? You must buy it. Like, he liked that idea of making it appear a little more simple or direct. And I mean, I grew up with this stuff too, so I was very comfortable with it. So handling cards or handling the coins or these very strange boxes and brass things and colorful copper things, cups and balls were floating all over the place. I mean, that's what I did, and I learned his demo routines. My dad had worked out these sets, and these sets were designed to have sort of like a beginning, middle, end, as all shows have. But he also designed it so it's sort of like easy, kind of not so easy, little sleight of hand. And so there was a range of skills that you could also sort of target. So there's a very straightforward prop thing, what we would call self-working. I could do that in my sleep, but he also had me do a little bit of the sleight of hand stuff, just to employ, this idea you could get those days was VHS, but books, we were always selling magic books, tough books. Like, these are hard books to learn from, but they were sort of like the entry point for a lot of young magicians. Just, it's a range of material. So I had to learn stuff from there as well. So it was a fun way for me to continue my learning with my dad. I would practice at the store. I mean, I would be doing this all day long. And in the summertime in Victoria, it was packed all day long. Between 12 and 5, it was always packed because tourists would come through, not only in busloads, but in the cruise ships. So you'd have thousands of people milling about your city for this period of time. And they had money burning a hole in their pocket. They're here in Victoria. What are they going to do? They've been trapped on a ship. They got to spend some money. I was happy to help them do that. Easily groups of 20 or more would come in at any given time. And our shop was in this narrow format. They'd all funnel down to the counter, and it was like the stage, and then they were the audience. And so you do the demo and everyone understands it. After the demo, it's now time to buy. So what can I get for you? What did you like? How did you like that one? I think that would work for you. And so that was how we learned how to sell. And you had to read people. I could tell who could do what. Just, you could just kind of tell. You learn to read your audience.
So you're learning to read an audience one-on-one like that. At what point do you start going out and doing an act? Because demoing is one thing. It's a whole different thing to have an act.
Yeah, it's a really great point. Demoing is definitely one thing. And don't forget, my mandate in that particular job was to sell a trick, like wares. So you asked me if I had favorite ones. For sure I did. And it was because they had some kind of an impact. It was something that we could pull out and you could sort of handle. That was important. The magic had to be handled when I was in the store. It's almost the opposite when I was performing. It's all based on sleight of hand stuff you can't buy, stuff that you can't necessarily learn from these days, YouTube downloads, right? So it was an interesting mix for me because I could then employ some of the sleight of hand that I had learned from my dad. and use them inside of the presentation. But at the store, I had to be careful because if I did too much sleight of hand, I might be overselling something.
Right.
So we had to sort of like disclaimer all of that stuff.
So it isn't real. I mean, it's a kind of a progression, but it isn't necessarily a progression from being a demonstrator to being a performer. You didn't have to do that. Why did you make that leap?
I think it was not necessarily from the store where I made the jump to performing. I think that for me, and I think I have a slightly more unique situation than a lot of my magician friends, because my dad was a magician when I was born. Like I was born into it. And I've often said that magic found me. You know, I didn't necessarily discover it. I was taught magic as a kid at a young age, at a really young age. I think I was 4, maybe 5 years old. Now, I've taught a lot of children magic as well through our various programs. I've taught them at both at my dad's shop. We had community programs where I would teach kids, but I've also worked here in Toronto with a very special outreach program teaching children magic. And the idea of learning magic builds a lot of other elements inside of skill set that I think would serve us in life. So there's communication skills, presentation skills, confidence in front of people. And there's also this idea of awareness of self, you know, and being able to, again, present things and sell things, like sell ideas, sell a concept of magic is difficult. So, you know, I was learning all of this stuff as well. And having that as my upbringing, John, like that's like, those are my formative memories. And now you bring that into this idea that I'm having fun as a teenager, you know, selling the stuff, working, getting feedback, getting positive feedback. And then my dad is a working magician. And, you know, he set me up with a magic show very early on. I was about 11 or 12 years old. So it was interesting that I've always been performing. The shop was just a part of my experience of performing.
So going back into the shop, you've got you got two types of customers. You've got the tourists, but you also probably have the local magicians.
Yes.
In the Eli Marks books, one of the problems Eli has working in the store is that his uncle is a grouchy guy and will not sell someone a trick if he just bought something the week before and hasn't mastered it. And he has a kind of a hard and fast rule about that. But on the other hand, he also is constantly lending out books that he should be selling, saying, I think you'll like to try it. And if you like it, come back and buy it. So he has that sort of weird dichotomy of being very, very strict, but also being sort of generous. Did your dad have any kind of rules like that? Like, not with the tourists, but with the real magician saying, no, you're not ready for that? Or did you deal with that?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a really great, it's great for me to hear you talk about it like that, because it kind of brings back a lot of those memories for me. With the shop always had a group of magicians. Now Victoria had a very active, for a small town, it had a very active community of magicians, and it still does. And it had the members, you know, always milling about the shop more or less. And it became this sort of, not, we didn't host a lot of meetings there, but you know, it became a place where you could drop stuff off and pick stuff up, and oh, well, maybe I would, you know, pick up some books or something like that. But a lot of young people would come through and discover magic, and my father would introduce them to the club, bring them with his arm around their shoulders and bring them into the group to try and, you know, if he saw promise and possibility in that young person. But my dad did have some tough rules. He got to know a lot of characters, and he could tell by the characters where their promise would take them in terms of, I guess, fortitude in study or tenacity in learning. And there was a couple of kids that just did not have natural talent, and parents would push them into these, and those kids were just, they're not interested, you know, so quit pushing them. You know, it's cute when they put on a top hat and have the cape on, but it's not for the kid. But the parents like this idea. So there was that kind of mix too. So he would have to sort of soldier on with parents. It was almost management of parents. But then on the other side of the spectrum, there's very talented young people, and every situation is different for that young person. So my dad would definitely do what Uncle Harry does, you know, this idea of being really strict. Like, why are you looking at that? That's not for you. Like, it just doesn't suit you. And like, he would really not berate them, but kind of toughly love them in the saying, that's not for you. And yet there was always the lending of stuff, here, just take it, bring it back. It's because they couldn't afford it, or, they're expensive tools that these kids were getting into. And could they afford that? And, it's tough. You're doing, side jobs, or you have no money. It's like, how do you learn? And he had a soft spot for the kids who had potential. He always, tried to help them in any way he could. And there's lots of stories about the generosity inside of those kind of situations, which I'm really grateful to still, see and hear.
As you look back, what do you miss most if you take your father out of the equation?
Okay.
What do you miss most about your time in the magic store?
The shop was always really, unpredictable. You never knew who you're going to meet, who you're going to run into. And, it was a retail job. So, you had to open shop and, go through all that procedure of, the administration of it all. But I think the fun of what a simple magic trick can do beyond with two strangers. This person comes in, maybe a mom comes in with her young daughter, and they see me behind the counter, and they're like, well, we're really shy, we're thinking about this idea of maybe learning a magic trick, for something maybe for school. And I love the idea that my small contribution to that young woman's idea of what magic can and cannot be, and to see her eyes light up and to see the possibility in her mind spark, well, that's the stuff that is for me real magic. You can touch a life and give something of a different kind of gift, and I don't get that in a day-to-day experience anymore. That idea of just coming across unusual situations, and you never know who you're going to meet in a magic store. So I do miss that. And I miss the idea of that magical place, like that place where people love to come. We were not a store where you would have to do your taxes. We were not a store that was going to give you grief over a mortgage. It was about fun. It was about delivering, literally selling fun. And I have to say that's a unique experience I haven't had anywhere else.
Jeff Altman.
So you grew up in a household with not only a magician, your dad, Art Altman, was a magician. He's not a professional magician, but he is legendary within the magic community as being a really exceptional card man. So what was your first introduction to magic as a kid?
Well, I guess knowing that my father was going to cocktail parties with my mother, and at every cocktail party, someone would say, of course, I wasn't at every cocktail party as a 7-year-old, but I remember everybody when the parties were at our house, everybody saying, Art, please pull out a deck of cards, do something for us. And then my father would perform. So every time people would come to the house or they would go somewhere, people would always ask my father to do some magic. As a little kid, he would tell me stories using a deck of cards. For instance, he would say, look, here's this guy whose name is Jack. And if we take Jack and push him into the center of the pack like this and give him a little shuffle, Jack would like to come back to the top of the deck, but he hasn't yet. And so you just give it a little riffle and then he comes up miraculously.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
He would tell me stories. He would take the 4 kings, put them in different parts of the pack. They would all come back to the top. They would all come to the bottom. They would go around. They'd wind up in his pocket. It was fun being a 9-year-old kid and watching your dad do this. And then when I got into high school, he actually started teaching me a few very simple things with cards.
Do you remember the first trick you ever mastered where you felt like, yeah, I got this one nailed?
I don't know if it was the very first trick. I can't. It was one of 2 tricks, but I think I would narrow it down to those 2.
Which 2 were they?
Well, in one trick, I have someone take a card, shuffle up the cards, show them 3 cards, put them down on the table, have them touch a card. Whatever card they touch becomes their card. The 3 cards I put on the table, of course, are not their card.
Right.
They select one of the cards and presto. Next thing you know, they're dancing.
Okay.
And the other trick I learned was a famous trick that uses a move called the Biddle move. And it's a move in magic where you show 5 cards, one of which may or may not be their card. And the next thing you know, You've got 5 cards in your hand, and suddenly there's 4 cards. You count them down to the table. Their card is not there, and you come over to a pack, which you tell them you haven't touched yet. Spread them face down, and the only face-up card is theirs.
Wow.
That would be maybe the second trick I learned.
So you had two really good go-to tricks.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Still to this day.
Both lead to dancing.
Dancing, smiles, and marijuana.
Man, I gotta learn some card tricks, I guess. This is
You betcha.
This is fantastic. You talked about now getting into high school. Did you have a magic act as a teen?
No, I didn't have a magic act. I could, be called upon to come up in front of the class and do a trick or two. And a few people knew that I did a couple of card tricks, but it wasn't until I got to college that I really started getting into high quality card magic.
Was there a reason for that? Why it suddenly kicked in?
Well, I met a fellow down there named Frank Thompson, who was a very, very famous card man. He got me really, really interested in stuff, and I started learning from him. And then when I would come home at Christmas time or Easter vacation, my father would implement that with more stuff that he would show me. And as time went on, he would show me more. Frank Thompson would show me more. There was another fellow in Baltimore named Cy Keller and Howie Schwartzman, who were very, very, very good card men. They showed me stuff, and I started to get around, and I started to get a little bit of a reputation as a card man. And then in 1974, I graduated from college and drove from Syracuse, New York, where I grew up, out to the Magic Castle in Los Angeles, California.
What was your plan?
It was simple. It was dancing and marijuana. No.
You could have done that in Syracuse.
You didn't have to go to California, did you?
Not like in California.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
No, but it was to entertain people, and the way that I thought that I was going to do that was by being a funny close-up sleight of hand person, so that I would work at the Magic Castle on a regular basis, and then but I never dreamed about really doing stand-up comedy when I first went out there.
Had you been to the castle before? Did you just know about it?
No, I had visited the Magic Castle twice when I was in college. And I went out to visit junior year and senior year. And both times I think I performed there. And one time I was too young to even get in the castle. There was a very famous magician named Mike Skinner.
Sure.
Yeah.
And Mike Skinner and I were very close friends. And he said, Jeff, I'd like you to do one of my shows on Sunday night. So sure enough, I did half of Mike Skinner's show. He went halfway through his show and said, we have a special guest for you tonight. He's the son of one of the great card men in this country. Please welcome Jeff Altman. And I came out and I did this routine in which I cut to the 4 aces doing 4 different impressions. And this was 1974. And I would cut the aces as first Nixon, then Hubert Humphrey, then William F. Buckley Jr., then Lyndon Johnson.
I'd kill to see that right now. I would dance and smoke marijuana if you would do that for me.
And the first ace, of course, I did as Richard Nixon. Let me make this perfectly clear. I'm so horny I could eat the taillights off a dump truck. Then I would do Hubert Humphrey. Well, I'd certainly like to say that I'm proud to be here today. I'd like to cut an ace out of the deck. And here comes one ace right like this. Yeah, there it is. And then I'm certainly proud to be here today, and I'm great to be vice president, and I'd be happier to be president, but that Lyndon Johnson just pisses me off. Then I immediately go into William F. Buckley Jr. You've been called a Neolithic moderate, a pragmatic moralist, and a semi-lucid perpetrator of left-wing mediocrity. And here's another ace. And then I would do my Lyndon Johnson, my name is Lyndon Johnson. And sure enough, if I cut the cards right, another ace.
Wow.
So I haven't done that now in 40 years.
Well, it still holds up.
Well, it's 40 years old. So thank you very much.
It really is great. Now, I have some questions now. I have some questions because
Certainly.
When we started this, and started to talk about the things you do, and we mentioned impressions. You said, hey, I'm not really an impressionist. Please don't say I'm an impressionist. You just banged out 4 impressions as if it was nothing. So can't you at some level say, all right, yes, okay, I'm an impressionist?
I'll say this, I'm a comedian who can do some impressions.
Wow. And so now today, of course, we see a lot of magicians who are funny while they're doing magic.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of, right? I mean, it's not an easy thing to accomplish. And back in 74, I got to imagine that you were pretty much on the cutting edge there in terms of kind of melding those things together the way you just did.
I was never, aside from the routine that I just did for you, where Nixon and all those guys cut cards, that was the only funny piece of business I had. The rest was serious.
Oh, okay.
So I had not developed the act I had hoped to come to do at the Magic Castle, which was a funny card guy. But in June of 1974, I got up one night at the Comedy Store and did some of David Fry's act and a little bit of my own that I had done in the fraternity house in college. I entertained for 15 minutes, and Mitzi Shore said, well, you can come back, Altman. That wasn't bad. Come on back and come on in on Saturday night. And so I started coming back to the Comedy Store, and I was there for 25 years.
Now, can you remember? Because I was an odd child, and had David Fry's albums. Do you remember what stuff you did of his at the Comedy Store?
No, I have no idea what I did. But eventually, I developed my own routine. I had Nixon, dancing with the Temptations.
Well, I just wanted you to know I was one of the few kids who not only knew what Nelson Rockefeller sounded like, but you would criticize if it wasn't done right.
I'm happy. Happy's happy. This is Governor Nelson Rockefeller.
Exactly.
But I want to be perfectly clear, you're not an impressionist.
I'm doing stuff I haven't done in 40 years. I'm telling you the truth.
I believe you. Did you have, can I talk about magic for a second? Did you have mentors at the Magic Castle? Because you must have been there sort of at the glory days of the place.
Yes, that's true. My mentors back then were some of the greatest magicians that ever lived. Di Vernon was alive and became a very close friend. David Roth, the greatest coin man probably to ever live, came out. And so I had them. I had the basis of knowledge that I brought from Baltimore, Maryland, where I went to college, and my father. And so those were my main mentors. And also Ricky Jay, who was a very close friend. And we would spend lots of time together doing, card tricks and stuff. So all those people influenced me a great deal. Ricky was very influential in getting me up on stage the first time to do card magic.
How so?
Well, I remember he and his girlfriend, Tracy Newman, Lorraine Newman's sister, got me down at Cantor's, a famous deli in Los Angeles, one night, and said, listen, you're going to go up tonight and you're going to do one of Mike's shows. I might have done the whole night for Mike. I don't remember. This was senior year of college. And I went up on stage with Ricky Jay's, emphasizing what I should do and what I shouldn't do, and being lots of help and really giving me the firepower to get up there and do it. So I owe a lot to Ricky Jay. I owe a lot to Di Vernon. I owe something to Ed Marlowe in Chicago. But above all those people would be, of course, my father.
Sure.
Do you remember anything specifically that Di Vernon taught you? Because I know he could be from what everyone else has said about him, and we've been lucky enough to talk to a number of people who were influenced by him. Was there any particular thing he said that you still carry today in your head as a good tenet for magic?
Well, I at 80 or 81 years old, he was sitting at the bar drinking, as he normally did. So I went over and I asked him, I said, Professor, what are you going to be doing 10 years from now? And he said, Jesus, I'll tell you, I'll still be f***ing around. And
not an impressionist. Actually, you're not an impressionist.
No, I will say this. I can do Di Vernon better than anyone in the world.
Let's do a little more, because that was great.
Jesus, I'm telling you, this is absolutely fantastic. I've never seen anyone handle coins the way David Roth does. It's absolutely better than Downs, better than Huger, better than anyone. David Roth is the best coin man in the country. I'm not kidding. I'm being absolutely serious. I'm sorry, I'm drunk.
What's the big lesson you took away from Ricky Jay when it came to performing magic?
Well, Ricky was truly funny and truly erudite at the same time. That's a very hard proposition to execute. And he did it. And just watching Ricky Jay's shows, 52 Assistants, for instance, Ricky Jay and his 52 Assistants, is inspiring. You don't see much magic, from my point of view, that's inspiring, that you say to yourself, geez, I'd like to be like that. Ricky was one of those people. I mean, he was not only funny, but he was educational. He was hugely articulate. He was so articulate. I'll tell you a funny story about Ricky, and this is not to put Ricky down in any way, but he went on the Letterman show and was sitting talking with David Letterman like I'm talking to you right now, John. At some point, he started doing what was known as a trick called McDonald's Aces, where 4 queens changed to 4 aces. And to do it, he used the patter that was originally, I think, in Expert at the Card Table, which is one of the great treatises on card magic. And he goes into this, well, the 4 knaves came out and dealt themselves down, and the queens, one at a time, began to assemble on the table. And I asked Letterman about it afterwards. And Letterman said, it was great. We were talking, and then all of a sudden we were at the Renaissance Fair.
Of
course, when you're talking about funny, just pure funny, there's no one funnier than Letterman,
boy,
in my opinion.
Yeah, he's a genius, and I miss him. I watch all of his current stuff, but I miss him as a voice of reason on the air right now, boy. And I watched you doing a magic trick on Letterman, and my first thought was, oh my God, of all the people I would never want to do anything for, it would maybe be him. I mean, as great as I think he is, that had to be, I watched and I was like, oh, please, just let the man do the magic trick. Don't mess with him. Just let him alone. And then you killed him.
Interesting. You said, was it the trick where I was letting cards tell me what card he was taking?
Yes.
And then I wound up holding the signed card?
Yes. Yes.
That's a great trick. We had so much fun doing it. I thought that was my best appearance on Letterman ever, because it was all ad lib. It was nothing written about that. And it was all ad. And when he said, "Oh, I think you're forcing a space on me."
That's right. He's forcing a space on me.
Yeah. And then I dribble the cards, and he said, "Stop." And he said, "No, not there. I didn't have free choice." And I had to dribble the cards again.
It was great. It was great.
So,
now, do you, not having ever been on the Letterman show, nor know him as a human being, did you say, I mean, was there a pre-interview where you said, okay, Dave, here's what's going to happen, and I'm going to do this, and you're going to do that? Or was it simply, at some point, you will do a card trick, I don't want to know anymore?
Yes, wow. The latter.
Did you guys meet working at the Comedy Store?
Yes, we met back in 1975 and have been close friends ever since.
Well, it was a delight, but at the same time, I was absolutely like this, going, please just leave him alone so he can, don't screw around with the guy. He's doing his best for you.
In doing that, the repartee back and forth was, I mean, at one point I told him he's got to do what I'm telling him or I'm going to cuff him.
Yeah, I heard you say that. I'm going to cuff you.
You know, I mean, I don't want to brag, but there's not many people that can get away with that on his show.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But because of our friends, the basis of our friendship allowed me to do that.
Yeah, if anyone looks at when he had Magician's Week at some point, and every night was a different magician, he is hard on those guys.
Yeah, he really
Well, let me say this. His attitude towards magic changed considerably from the time that he used to have the guy that was the bargain magician, what was his name? The guy that would come on the show and just do tricks and everybody would laugh at him. Kamar, the budget magician.
Right.
Okay. From that time, early on Late Night with David Letterman until his show on CBS, he started to get serious about magic himself. In fact, I even taught him a little trick with a coin. So Dave was eager to have those great magicians on his show. He may have given them some David Letterman normal flack,
right?
But he was interested in magic by that point.
Johnny, of course, a huge influence on Dave. Johnny's a magician. There's a kind of a, I don't know, is it true that when you first met Johnny, you were doing, let's say, an impression of him?
The first time I ever met Johnny, I don't remember the first time I ever met him, but because I met him on a couple of occasions. But the night that you're referring to, I was on stage doing an impression of Johnny Carson. Doc is not here tonight. Ed is not here. This is so crazy. Who's here tonight? And I hear this voice off stage go, geez, I don't think you're doing that just right. And it was Johnny.
Wow.
And he came up on stage and I said, do 5 minutes, Johnny, do some time. So he did some time. And when he got off the stage to huge applause, I got back up on stage and said, you know, folks, I bet you didn't know how strong an opening act I carried.
Fantastic.
It was the greatest night of my life. And then, the second greatest night of my life. The greatest night of my life was at the 1991 Affiliates Convention at Radio City Music Hall. And I'm backstage with Johnny Carson. And I had somebody go get me a deck of cards. And I did some kind of move with the cards. I did something like, like that or something awful so that he could see it. And he said, tell you what, why don't you come on back here and let me show you what I do? And we went behind the curtains in the stage and had like a 10-minute card session together. And then almost immediately following that, he walked out on stage and announced his retirement.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So we can blame you for that? There's a cause and effect. He's doing cards with Jeff Altman and then he retires?
Yeah, he saw my work and said, I've had enough.
It's amazing. I've heard a lot of people's accounts of that moment with Carson on stage when he retired. It's lots of people have talked about the surprise of that, but you're the only person who really was kind of just chatting with him on a different topic backstage right before it happened. That's a pretty cool place.
I was standing next to him. I kind of sidled up next to the guy, and he said, geez, Jeff, are those the only shoes you could find? Because I was wearing sneakers. And I had a guy run and get me a deck of cards, and I came back with the cards, as I said, and I did this awful, stupid move openly so that he could see I wasn't very good, which wasn't necessarily the case, but I wanted to get him interested in. So at that point, he said, why don't you let me come on back in there and let me show you what I do. And he came back and did all this stuff he was doing. He was doing beautiful card fans, but he did some great stuff. And I'm telling you, I was pinching myself going, am I really standing here backstage with Johnny Carson doing card tricks?
What a dream. So let me just ask this just as a kind of a sidebar, because
Sure.
I think anybody who's interested in magic or comedy or television knew that Johnny Carson started as a magician, maintained that love of magic throughout his life, and when he retired was essentially doing magic at his house. Was he a pretty good magician?
Yes, Johnny could do. I mean, he had an act as a kid, and he certainly could have re-performed that act had he wanted to. I think he did cards to pocket one night on his show, where 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards go from his hand into his pocket, invisibly. Johnny was okay. He could get away with a lot of stuff. Yeah. And he got together with guys from the castle. I know some guys that went to his house and gave him some lessons and stuff. And he was a talented guy. And Johnny, I wish I had gotten to know Johnny better than I did, because Johnny and I had the very same interests in life. He played tennis. I played tennis. He played the drums. I played the drums. He did card magic. I did card magic. He did comedy. I tried to do the best I could. Yeah. And so I regret that I didn't get to know him better, because I think we would have been close friends.
I think you're probably right.
Speaking of magical encounters, somewhere in the back of my brain, I remember hearing you say somewhere that you did card tricks for Muhammad Ali. Am I remembering that right?
That's correct.
How did that come to happen?
I'll show you something, my friends. See these cards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't fan them because they're too old, but I'll show them to you. This deck was used by Muhammad Ali to do tricks for me.
Oh, you're kidding me.
So he did them for you. Okay.
He did them for me, and then I did a few from him, and then I think he forgot it. And then years later, I was in New York doing the Letterman show, and somebody came down to me and said, you know, Muhammad Ali's in room 262. So I went up with a deck of cards in my hand, knocked on the door, made a fan of cards, and I said, hey, champ, it's me, it's Jeff Altman. And my friend and I were invited in. He said, come on in, come on in. I'm the greatest of all time, of all times. And we went in, and he was sitting on a bed with his feet spread, taking up the entire king-size bed, doing magic tricks where he would take a cloth or a silk, put it in his hand, and disappear. And he was doing this trick over and over and over for a guy named Jim who was sitting in front of him. Well, the guy named Jim was Jim Brown, the world's greatest football player of all times.
Holy mackerel, Andy.
It was just unbelievable. I mean, we were like, it had gone into another dimension, it seemed like. And we stood in this room with Muhammad Ali, Jim Brown, and a few other people until it started to become kind of strange, and then we left. But that may have been one of the greatest times of my life.
Wow, you're like the Zelig of magic, just showing up throughout history,
Right.
doing card tricks.
Of course, I appear, here I am here with Muhammad Ali.
Here I am with Johnny Carson. Here I am.
You started out as doing magic at the Magic Castle, and now you've gone full circle.
That's
and
true.
even though you're not doing stand-up now, I understand you are doing magic gigs. How's it feel to go full circle like that and be back at magic?
Well, it is very different. I mean, it's different standing up on stage at, Caesar's Palace, opening for Kool and the Gang or whoever I opened for, and coming up to somebody at a cocktail party and going,
Excuse me, could you just name any card in the deck?
Your years of being on stage must make you a more confident walk-around magician than the average guy, because you know how to talk to people and hold the attention.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that I can do. I was in New York recently. My daughter had some surgery, and I was talking to some people, and I did some card tricks for them, and it was entertaining. They had fun. I had fun. I wouldn't compare myself to being able to entertain for 18 minutes like John Carney, for instance. That's just that's grade A+ stuff. But I can walk around at a corporate event, which I've done twice since I've been here in Raleigh, and entertain.
What's your favorite go-to trick right now in that set?
Well, it would be something like, I don't know, can you see the cards?
We can, yes.
So I'll turn the cards face up. Name a card you like there.
Jack of clubs.
The Jack of clubs.
Yes.
The Jack of clubs. Now that's a hard card, I'll tell you, because I'm going to use the top card, which is my lucky card. I think it's the 6 of clubs, if I'm right. No, it's the 2 of hearts. But you named the what?
The Jack of clubs.
Watch the 2 of hearts. Can you see it?
Yep.
Watch the 2 of hearts become the Jack of clubs.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's hard doing it in this venue, but for a person who you're doing it for at a cocktail party or a corporate event, it's a pretty spectacular little piece of business.
It was
They
pretty
name a card
spectacular over
in the
Zoom.
center. I turn over the top card and suddenly it changes visibly into the card they named.
Is there anything you're using now in doing that sort of work that reminds you of something your dad told you when you were first starting out and when he was first teaching you stuff?
Yeah, one of his favorite tricks is one of the tricks I mentioned to you up front, where I have a card selected, put down some cards, have them touch one card, and that becomes the card that was selected at first. That was a favorite of my father's. And he may have been one of the first people to do that. I don't know. But my father was, 45 years old when I was born. So he was born in 1906. So in 1926, when he was 20 years old, he was made the first president of the Society of American Magicians by Harry Houdini.
Wow.
So my father knew Houdini. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But you created a trick that's in tarbell, didn't you?
Yes.
What is that trick?
It involves having a person take a card. They cut the deck in half. They deal down into 3 piles. They could have cut anywhere they wanted. And I turn over the top card and say, look, here's the 10 of spades. Now, if I tap here, here, and here, I get the 10 of diamonds, the 10 of clubs, and the 10 of hearts. But what was the name of your card? And they say the king of spades. I say, well, look, that's in my hands here. And if you turn all these packets over, there's a king on all on the bottom of each pile. It's a pretty good trick.
Yeah. If you're in Tarbell, this I did not know, John. So
I was in Jim. I was in Tarbell 7, which was an addendum to the series written by Harry Lorraine.
That's right there. That's
No, I love Harry Lorraine. I don't know what you may have heard about Harry Lorraine. You could take all the card entertainers together and let them do their best 5 minutes, and Harry Lorraine would come on and make them all look like jerks. And I'm serious.
Yeah.
He and I are old friends.
You are so charming and so much fun to chat with, Jeff. Is there somebody in Magic today that you kind of look forward to seeing? If you hear, oh, this guy's doing, I'd go see that in a minute. Are there
all kinds of people?
Like, who do you like?
Well, there's a fellow named Derek Delgadio who has a show in New York, and he's tremendous with cards. I love to watch him work. There's all kinds of guys all around the country who I just love to sit and watch do Magic. There's a fellow here in Raleigh named Steve Beam. He's written lots of books on Magic, an expert specifically in one specific field of Magic and card Magic, and very, very good at all phases of card Magic.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry we didn't have a chance for you to do any impressions, because I know you don't really do impressions.
Great. That would have been the final. Yeah.
But Jesus, I'm telling you, I'm absolutely serious. You cannot do these tricks unless if I'm drunk, and I'm sorry, I'm drunk.
Thank you for sharing Di Vernon and Bill Buckley and Nelson Rockefeller and Mr. Nixon and all those folks.
But you are terrific. What a joy. What an absolute delight to spend some time with you. Thank you so much.
I feel the same way about both of you.
It's really been fun. We'll let you know when this thing posts. And if, maybe next year, if you're not busy, maybe you'd come back and chat some more.
I'd love to do it.
Liberty Larsen.
You're so interesting because you are a 4th generation magician, which I don't think I've met a 4th generation magician before. Can you kind of briefly recap the magical history of the Larsen family?
Yeah, absolutely. So it started with my great-grandparents. My great-grandfather was a man named William Larsen Sr. He came from a family of vegetable canners in Wisconsin, and he left, yes, Larsen Canning Company. Now, the company that's now Vegall, that was us.
Oh, okay.
So it could have gone very different. So William Sr. left the canning company in Wisconsin, I believe at the ripe age of 17.
Okay.
Came to Los Angeles to become a criminal defense attorney and incredibly enthusiastic magician. So that was his deal. He kind of struck out and started this whole new realm and married a woman named Jerry Larsen, who was a magician in her own right. She ended up having the first female magic show. It was for children called The Magic Lady. Yeah, it was pretty fantastic. I actually didn't see that show until I was in my teens, and I was I was like so surprised. It's so amazing and trippy and beautiful and just, yeah. So anyway, the two of them had 2 boys, Milt and Bill, and the 4 of them traveled around different hotels in America performing as the Larsen family of magicians. So they were like, it was the whole family deal. It's crazy. And so William Sr. used to give, psychic readings, like fake ones. He was very, made sure to say, this is all entertainment. This is all in jest. I'm just doing this to amuse you. But he would get all these ladies in a circle. And he has a book. I have his book here, The Mental Mysteries, where he goes into his different types of readings. And he really went all out with the theatricality. He was he was a character. He even used magic in the courtroom, like Perry Mason style. But so they all performed as a family. And then William Sr. in 1936 started a magazine called Genie Magazine, the International Conjurers Magazine. And his idea was that when you subscribe to Genie, you would automatically become a member of an organization he started called the Academy of Magical Arts. So the two were kind of synonymous at that time. But it was always his dream to have a physical location where the Academy of Magical Arts could reside. And unfortunately, William Sr. passed away very young in his 40s. So he never got to see that happen. But his 2 sons, Milt and Bill, my grandfather Bill and his brother Milt, both of them were working on television shows. At that time, I believe my grandfather was working on the Danny Kaye show, and Milt was working on Truth or Consequences, I think. And so they both had these sort of TV jobs, and Milt saw this castle on a hill, this Victorian mansion that was run down and falling apart. And he approached my grandpa and said, what do you think about Dad's idea, making this secret magic clubhouse for magicians? And my grandpa was in. They had very complementary skill sets. So it was really like a team effort. My great uncle Milt was more extremely the carpentry type. He built the whole place out. So how this happened, though, was he approached the owner of this property, because this place just looked totally run down, just completely haunted and abandoned. And he approached this guy, Tom Glover, who owned it, and told him his crazy idea. And this would have been in the late 50s. And Tom was so tickled by this idea that on the spot, he said, "Got a year." And he gave him the keys and he said, "Do whatever you want to do, go crazy, you got a year." And he didn't even sign a contract. They didn't do any kind of, they just shook hands. And Milt always said, there's no contract stronger than a Texan handshake. So Milt went to town, and I mean, he just started, he would go to old neighborhoods around Los Angeles that were tearing down these old houses, and he'd like give the guys working on it packs of beer and be like, "I want to take this Tiffany window before you smash it," or "I just want to like, take these pieces of wood and salvage them." So he just started going crazy, making the physical place. Meanwhile, my grandfather was starting the business side of it and getting all of his friends at CBS like, "Okay, you're going to join the AMA and become a member," and starts getting that whole ball rolling. My grandmother, who I hadn't mentioned yet, Irene Larsen, was the third founder, and she was really like the hostess with the mostest, and kind of just like really motherly presence to everyone, totally fabulous, just extremely social person, really huge hearted person. So the three of them together just had this perfect trinity of qualities to start this place, but they had no idea how long it would last. They're like, maybe this will last a year if we're lucky, like my grandma used to tell me about opening night in the early days, and like, they were just going crazy. It was just their friends and pulling pranks on each other and doing crazy things, but barely anyone was there. And they were like, we'll see how long we could get away with this, and then over 50 years later, here we are.
That's incredible.
It really is. It's just this is the key to this whole podcast for me is stories like that. To be talking to somebody who has that story to tell us. It's just fantastic. So as a kid growing up, how much time did you spend at the Magic Castle?
A lot. I mean, I was there all the time for brunches, for Sunday brunches, mostly Saturday and Sunday. I was fully had to play by the rules, was not allowed at the castle till I was 21. Very rarely to see a show that my mom really wanted me to see. I could sneak backstage, but I was never allowed to just go hang out. Like, I had to wait. So, but I was there a lot during the day on the brunches and stuff, and saw a lot of it. And we went to a lot of conventions, and we're just constantly around magicians.
Do you remember what your earliest magic memory is?
One of my earliest memories is seeing Billy McComb when I was really little. Do you guys know Billy?
Sure.
Oh my God, he was the best. And I remember not only seeing his show, and I remember getting called on stage and just like adoring him, but also, God, as I got older, Billy was just the funniest person one of the funniest people I've ever met. The stuff that he mumbled to himself under his breath was funnier than what most people say as a joke at a table. Like, he was just making himself laugh. But yeah, I remember seeing Billy, and I remember seeing Siegfried and Roy really young too. And that was just like,
yeah. So I really enjoyed your performance on Penn and Teller. I thought you were terrific. I thought the magic was terrific. I laughed. It was delightful. You mentioned in there that it took you a while to surrender to magic. So what exactly made you surrender, or what performers maybe inspired you to take on magic?
Well, yeah, I was rebelling against it for a while, which is a funny thing to rebel against. But what made me surrender was a few things. There were some key performers who I saw who all kind of started there was like this little wave of renaissance that happened when I was in my late teens, early 20s. Rob Zabrecki, Derek Hughes, Derek Delgadio. I saw this woman, Malin Nilsson from Sweden. And I was just seeing people doing this theatrical stuff with magic that I had never seen. Because a lot of the stuff I had seen, even though I always really enjoyed it, had felt like a similar tone, a similar presentation. And then there was just this sort of paradigm shift and this like out of the box thing. So that was really like, oh, that's awesome. I didn't know it could feel like that or look like that. And then around the same time, I know this will sound kind of crazy to the real magic aficionados, but I really hadn't delved into earlier magic, like the sort of, turn of the century into the 20s. I grew up in the 90s and watched that type of magic. So I started getting exposed to more classic stuff. And that really kind of took my breath away. And I was just starting to look at the rich history of, wow, this is just beautiful. And there's so many different ways it can be presented. And I did feel kind of hesitant because I swear, I think I even made like an oath to myself when I was a teenager that I would never be a magician or something really silly like that. I was like, you're never going to do it. Like, just don't do it. You know you don't want to. But then, the tides really turned and I saw all these different facets of it. And I thought it was beautiful.
The things I've seen you do have a definitely sort of a classical feel to your work. Are there some heroes from the 20s and 30s and 40s that you wish you could have met that you discovered?
I wish I could have met Dante, honestly. I wish I could have seen Dante's show and Moyo Miller and just the whole production. That's probably who I would like to see. I mean, there are a lot of them I feel like I would love to be a fly on the wall of so many of the performances of that era, because you can see it on video, but to feel it in person would be so different. But yeah, Dante's the first one that comes to mind.
You mentioned some magicians that sort of turned your world a little bit when it came to magic, Derek Hughes, Derek Delgadio. Are there some performers who are your contemporaries, people that you saw who could be heroes of yours?
I gotta say, I love Carissa Hendricks. She's great. She's just having so much fun with it. And I'm trying to think who else. I mean, as far as Malin Nilsson, who is from Sweden, is around my age too, and she's a huge hero of mine. She is just the theatricality and showmanship that she puts into it is so beautiful.
One of the things you mentioned during the Penn and Teller performance, well, was a setup for the very good joke about, I'm not going to lie to you, that whole setup. But you talked about magician's guilt, which is in this first book in the Eli Marks series, The Ambitious Card. I had to learn how to do an ambitious card because I didn't know anything about magic. And so, as it turns out, there's a world-class magician right here in Minneapolis named Suzanne, who you probably know. And she gave me lessons on how to do the ambitious card. And one of the things I had to overcome was the guilt of lying to people.
Yes.
And so that became sort of a theme for Eli in this first book. Is he's teaching someone how to be a magician, and the guy is just having tremendous guilt because he doesn't want to lie to people. Was it actually an issue for you?
Absolutely. That presentation was a way out for me because the recruiters who asked me to be on the show saw the ice effect that I did, which I did in my close-up show at the Magic Castle, which was a really surreal, like fables and fairy tales all about time, like the perception and distortion of time. So this was a very like artsy show, and that was done in a totally different way. And they were like, can you do that trick on the show? And I was like, okay. And then I thought about it and I was like, how do I, like if you're talking, you're going to be somehow lying, or it just feels like that. So that was my little way out, was to make a joke out of it. But yes, I've absolutely dealt with that. And especially doing mentalism, people really will think it's real and come up to you afterward. And you're caught in this weird place because you want to let them have the mystery. You don't want to, say, take the fun out of Disneyland, but also you don't want to lie. So it can be very strange. And I actually think there are theories out there that I've read that's one of the reasons that women actually have a harder time with some aspects of performing it. No offense to men saying you're all liars or anything, but when they broke down the social dynamics of how women bond with each other and the idea of like keeping secrets from each other, or the idea of lying, or all of these things that are sort of built into the female psyche in a different way. It's just sort of one aspect that I thought was interesting, because I definitely feel that full force when I'm going in front of a room full of people, even if I know it's just for fun. If I'm saying I'm doing something that I'm not saying, I don't enjoy that feeling. But I think there are a lot of creative ways to work around that. Obviously silent stuff, but there are a lot of other ways to not have to just feel that awful feeling.
Can we talk about your experience on the show itself, on Fool Us? What was that like, being on Fool Us?
Oh man. Well, I had so little camera experience. I had done only live shows, so being in front of a camera was scary for me. Being on TV was not something I'd done except once as an assistant for Jonathan Pendragon, which was totally different. This is like on your face. So I was terrified. I was terrified, but I was also really excited because I knew that Penn and Teller don't know who's going to be on before, and I had known them since I was a little kid. So I knew that they were going to be surprised to see me, and they were, and that was a fun part. But no, I was shaking in my boots. Like it was.
Couldn't tell. You couldn't tell by looking at it.
I'm really grateful for that.
You looked it was great.
Plus, ice magic is very scary to do too, because it's so temperamental. Like there was the whole transporting of, this block of ice and making sure it doesn't melt. And so there are all these hilarious things. But yeah, it ended up being such a great experience.
Jim has had the experience of being at the Magic Castle. Oddly enough, even though I've written 7 books about a magician who talks about the Magic Castle all the time, I've just never had the occasion to be out in Los Angeles. I hope to go at some point. But when I look at photos of things that are happening, I'm more excited to go to Brookledge and see Brookledge Follies than I am the Magic Castle. It looks like so much fun. So tell me, what is that and how often does it happen? And is it invite only, or how does a person get in there?
The Brookledge Follies is my mom, Erica Larsen's love child, and all of our love child. It is invitation only. It is not a ticketed event. Nobody pays for tickets. It's all just been like a labor of love. But my mom is really kind of a perfect social genius to be architecting to be designing all of this, because she just weaves in different audiences and keeps track of, she's always like getting new people in and making sure people are coming who haven't seen it, but also just curating the whole thing. So that's sort of how it works. She's the top banana.
Is it a magic show?
It's a variety show that often includes magic, but all kinds of variety arts. And so we just get performers from all over, depending on who's in town or who's local talent around LA. And some of the shows are really crazy. She just has a total love for extremely eccentric performers. And then we get a lot of classic stuff too. And you get big names with people who are just starting. And it's just it's wonderful. We'd love to have you sometime.
Boy, we would love to do that. Where's the venue, or does it change?
The venue is here at Brookledge, where I am right now, in Los Angeles, in Hancock Park. So the Brookledge was sort of the original Magic Castle. It was built by a guy, Floyd Thayer. This was his magic studio. And
really?
So there's a theater that he built in the 1930s as his showroom for all of his props. And that was the store where all the magicians came to hang out every weekend.
Yeah.
So my great-grandfather and Floyd traded houses.
Wow.
At some point. I know, it's kind of a crazy thing to do. And then my family took over the family business for a while, and then the Larsens were based here ever since. So my grandfather and his brother grew up here. My grandmother moved in. My mom and her siblings were born here, and I've lived here on and off throughout my life too. And now my mom and I are just in the process of just figuring out how to keep it going, and how to the house is very happy when people are in it. When I was a kid, there was not much going on in the theater. It was sort of a little dormant volcano situation, and then my mom resurrected it about 11 or 12 years ago. and started getting people back in here for shows, and the theater is extremely happy.
I bet it is. Boy, that is so cool. I had no idea that it was Thayer's old theater. That is so.
Well, you're following the wrong people on Facebook, because if
Apparently I am.
if you're following a Jay Johnson or a Rob Zabrecki, these pictures pop up. And you go, oh, that looked like that was fun.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay and Rob. I love both of them so much.
So speaking of Rob, you mentioned him as a kind of a mentor hero.
Totally.
And he was actually our very first guest on the podcast. And it was so sweet to come on and talk about the Houdini seance and about skeptics and debunking and all that, because that's a big part of this first book. I got to see him for the first time at the Genie convention. I think it was the 75th one, where he made sort of his East Coast debut. And no one on the East Coast had heard of him, and everyone, you guys all knew him already. And he was introduced, and he, in this instance, Hotel Ballroom, he comes in from a side door and he takes his time.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of someone like him. There's performers like that who are not afraid to be quiet. Even though he does a speaking performer, he's not afraid to take those silences. And are there any other heroes in that realm who you look forward to seeing perform?
Michael Carbonaro is one of my absolute favorite people to see perform live. His live show is just, his TV show is genius and incredible. His live show is so much fun. I miss seeing him live. I miss seeing Max Maven live. I love seeing him. I miss seeing Derek Delgadio when I saw his most recent show at the Geffen. Not that I could see him now, but so many people.
Can I say one of my favorite Max Maven memories? Not that I have a lot of them, but he did come to Minneapolis. It was sitting in a hotel lobby with Max, waiting for people to show up, and getting probably the best lesson on how and where to eat sushi anywhere in the world, how to find the best, what are you looking for? This is what you need. Not exactly what I expected to hear from, but it was a little tiny masterclass in sushi.
Max is the best that way with the encyclopedic knowledge. He and my mom dated when I was little. And so there were a few years there where Max was like a real father figure in my life, and he still is. And he was just the best to be around as a little kid, because he was the only person who would answer all of my questions. And I always asked tons of questions, and he was just right there, like, let's talk about it. And he just, his brain is a gold mine. It's just like unbelievable how much he knows and how he can remember.
And his ability to express it.
Yes.
With clarity.
Yes.
And eloquently.
Yes. Such a good, graceful communicator. And he's such a hero.
When he was here, when we all finally got to dinner, the most touching thing was Suzanne said, so when Eugene died, you were out of the country. What was that like? And he walked us through his final phone call with Eugene. And it was so, you could just hear in his voice this intense friendship these two guys had.
Yes. God, I miss watching Eugene perform and hearing that voice.
Yeah. I reached out to Eugene in 1986, just out of the blue. Didn't know him, didn't live in Chicago, but had read Spirit Theater and reached out to him on the phone and said, I'd really like to do that show. And he said, who are you? And I told him, and he said, well, listen, I'm just leaving. Can you call me in a week? And I said, sure. So I called him in a week, and he said, oh, yeah, right. You were going to call me. I'm just going to the dentist. Can you call me in a week? Yeah, I'm happy to call you in a week. So I called him in a week, and he said, okay, I've thought about it. You can do it. If you want to do it, you can do it. I'll help you. Here's what we'll do. And so I had the luxury of going to stay with Eugene and having Eugene teach me what I needed to know to do the front part of the show. And then he flew to Minneapolis and taught us how to do the back part of the show. Yeah.
a gift that you got to do that with him.
Oh yeah, it was a delight. We worked. He was so generous and kind, and
so generous.
Yeah.
And what you said just reminds me so much of the magic community in general so often, and what my grandparents always talked about this, like among all the different niches of artists, or you could take writers or directors or photographers or anyone, magicians stand apart in the sense of, my grandparents always said they're the only ones that you could go to another city where you've never been and look up someone in the phone book when people use phone books and be like, oh, there's a magician, and just call them up and be like, hey, like just sort of connect right away and have that camaraderie and that like sense of community almost instantly with people based on this shared passion. Like that speaks to Eugene, and it also speaks to how magicians get so excited about just connecting. It's awesome.
Pat Hazell.
Let's just start right at the beginning. At what age did magic enter your life?
Ooh, early. I think probably 9, 10 years old. I got a magic kit for Christmas. And I don't recall if it was a TV magic kit at that time, but TV magic was a prevalent commercial with Marshall Brodeen and, flipping cards to make them blank, or stripper decks, or any of those kinds of things that in the hands of a kid, you could find people's cards instantly. It sort of took the sleight of hand out of it, but it gave you instant response. And that, I think, in some of the enthusiasm of magic is getting a couple of those self-working tricks where somebody chases you around the house trying, with a little finger guillotine or something. They want to know how it works. And it's just so terrific to have a secret when you're that age.
Do you remember anything else that was in the kit?
Oh boy, there were lots of things. I had the luck of having an uncle who was one of these super fun guys who, when I opened the magic kit on Christmas, he took me in the other room and he's like, let's see how this works. So I had some guidance, and the things I could do, he would show me the things that I couldn't. But then he literally went out to everybody and said, hey, there's going to be a magic show in the living room at 8:00. Like, I didn't even have any desire to put on a show, but he sort of said, whatever tricks you can do by then, we're going to do. And boy, there were, the ball and vase was in every kit at that time and in every cereal box. But he showed me some clever ways to hide the ball under the base of it, and things that were kind of, I didn't come to discover till much later, were sort of advanced for that, as opposed to just lifting the top and lowering the top kind of thing. So it was fun. The earliest tricks I remember was the one where and this was separate. This trick was something we bought at Myers News, which was the magic shop in Omaha, where it was primarily a newsstand, magazines and things like that. And there was a magic counter. And it was the tins that were held together with rubber bands. And inside of one little set of tins was another set of tins. And inside that, there was a little basket or a little bag with a rubber band around it. And so you would vanish a quarter or a dime or something that had been marked, and it appeared inside all of this nested material. And it was such a cool thing because no adult could figure out how you could possibly manage this. As a kid, to have somebody make a mark on a coin and it to end up at this impossible place was like a handshake with the devil. You just felt so good of them going, wait, how did that happen so fast? What could have possibly come about? And it was the simplicity of what it was. You would reset and you run to the next neighbor and do it. It was that kind of a trick.
Yeah, it's a great trick. Do you think that, as you look back, would that be like the first trick you mastered, or was that still in the evolution?
Well, I don't even know about mastering, because that didn't really seem to take much effort. I would say that I owe my success to the invisible card trick, because I did a lot of things. I learned a lot of things. I learned a little sleight. I learned the floating ball. I learned something, but when I learned the invisible card trick and got it down, and my dad was fooled by it, and just he really wanted to know what was going on, I said, I can't, magicians never tell their secret. I can't reveal it. I have a code, like I lived and died by the idea that now I have something that grownups can't believe, that they would speculate. For those that don't know the trick, essentially one card thought of in their mind is flipped over in the deck of cards. And it's been done by thousands of magicians all over the world. But listening as a kid to people go, you must have 52 decks of cards in your jacket. And like just hearing them get it wrong made you just feel so powerful. And you're like, oh, this is ridiculous. They're out of their minds. But at that time, it wasn't, you couldn't just Google the trick. And to me, that's, I would say, the hardest thing to be a part of at this point in life is that you have no moment of wonder that's sustained very long before somebody goes, well, I can go figure it out. There's just sort of this kind of weird challenge against the idea of wanting to stay in the puzzle and figure it out. And I mean, if there's any other reason to hate the internet, that to me is one of them. How many things in life can you be in awe of and just take a bath in it? It's sort of like if like when you walk up to the Grand Canyon and it's, sun up or sundown and you look out, there's nothing like that moment of wonder. And you go, do people know about this place? Like this is insane. But you have to make a pilgrimage. You have to go to the trouble. You have to be there at the right time of day. You have to, to have all of that infused, and then you can't capture it with just taking a picture and hope that those moments of color and sunset, and it doesn't happen that way. It has to be live, has to be in person. And I feel like this is what's, everybody taking a selfie of themselves in front of the Grand Canyon. They're blocking it. You can see their forearm and there's something, and it's like, okay, you're there, but you're in the way of the wonder. But, and I'm not a curmudgeon by any stretch of the imagination. I just feel like this cynicism has taken over. They don't want to me, every magic trick is an agreement that I'm going to try to fool you. You're going to try to enjoy it. And if you don't want that, and there are people who don't, there are people who get frustrated by it and whatever, it's kind of like, we'll go do another thing. Like, don't pick the card if you don't want to go on the journey.
Right.
I love not knowing. I don't know if you know Dean Dill. Dean has passed some years ago, but I used to go get my hair cut at Dean's when I was in Glendale, and he would challenge me with puzzles, with riddles, with boxes you had to open. And I would stay well after the haircut because I didn't want the answer. I wanted to solve the problem. Right. And to me, when you want to talk about a transferable skill that magic gives you, it's being a problem solver. Because you never in a magic trick say, this is impossible. You always think there's a way. So if this is the skill I take with me as a producer, is that I don't take no for an answer. I don't say in the riddle is this, we're going to float a lady. We're going to cut a person in half, whatever. You don't go, that's impossible. You can't float somebody. You ask the question, what method do we want to use? Do we want to use hydraulics? Is it going to be inflatable underwear? Is it going to be strings? Is it going to be somebody under the stage? Whatever. You just begin to think about solutions. And I feel like everybody in our business that is successful, and this goes for writers as well as magicians, is that you are solving a series of problems. You're creating tension by creating a riddle that seems like, oh my God, this is impossible. And then you're finding a way to it. So when I compare your writing to being a magician, you're making something appear where there was nothing. It's an act of courage to face a blank page and to take a story and to take people on a journey where things become real. And it's the same idea. A magician in many ways is just a storyteller who creates a narrative, which is, I'm going to lose a card and find a card. I'm going to cut a thing and put it back together. I'm going to, you know what I mean? There's an idea of what story does, which is it creates this tension for what the hero wants. And then how many obstacles do we get in their way? And that's exactly what you saw. A person in half, that's an obstacle. How do we get them back together? It's unsatisfactory in some ways if you make a person disappear or you cut somebody in half and then you say goodnight, right? That's sort of like, oh, how many assistants has this guy killed in the last 20 years.
I read somewhere that you also, at a younger age, were doing juggling as well. And I'm just wondering, with juggling and magic, with juggling, you're trying to show them your skill and how hard you've worked. And with magic, you're trying to hide how hard you're working. What drove you into juggling?
I generally, and this is not that I wanted to be an incessant show off, but I really liked the skill-based stuff, and particularly like the top hat work. And I saw a juggler named Chris Cramo do multiple top hat things, that he was doing several hats at a time onto his head and onto his foot and on the floor. And I was like, it was like, to me, the most amazing thing possible. So I spent time with that, but I wouldn't put myself at the top of the juggling heap. I eventually learned to juggle 5 balls, but I got much more out of dropping them and then saying, this is a quick impression of a horse. And it looked like, road apples hitting the ground. Like that was better than my act. If it were, the comedy relief was sort of the solution to it. But I learned the devil stick, and I learned a little bit of the boxes, and I learned a little bit of everything. And I will tell you, to reveal my top secret way that I even wedged my way up the ladder, was that I was the magician at the Jugglers Convention, and I was the juggler at the Magic Convention, and I was the comedian among the songwriters, and I was you know what I mean? So it's just a strategy I call being the squirrel at the zoo. You can go in the cages and eat the food, and people can wait, and then you can go out and go over the wall and do your thing outside. Like, just being a little bit on the outside of industries that you could also be on the inside of. So most people don't know the various doors I went in and out of, but when I wrote in sitcoms, having a sense of humor was great. It was an asset. So you have this toolkit, but while there, I had to learn to be a better writer. And so, you sort of take a little bit of everything you can from each industry, and all of it to me amounted to being a producer, because that's what you're doing. A magician is essentially a producer in a tuxedo. They have to solve every problem. They have to fix their props. They have to do it on time. They have to do the budget. They have to advertise their own act. They don't know that this is what they're doing, but they have to do every detail of a thing. Their costume, they don't take it backstage to a costumer. They're like in the dressing room, just mending their sock and fixing the broken glass or whatever. The crusty rubber bands that hold your TV card frame together are gone, and now it's showtime. So you're like looking for a hair ribbon, whatever you can do. You're much more a producer than you are, I don't know, the whole idea of the classy leisure domain persona of a person who comes out in control minutes before they're stuffing a dove in a sock and putting it down their pants. I don't want to expose them, but I've been many a magician who I like, where you can't pat them on the back or give them a hug before the show. You'll kill something.
Okay, so let's just talk about humor for a second, because I'm laughing at just about everything you say. Were you always sort of naturally funny? Did you acquire it? Was it a conscious, hey, I got to add humor to what I'm doing? Or was your dad funny, your uncle funny? Where does it come from?
Right. I did have a family with a sense of humor, and they weren't professional. They were just quirky, and they were not writers, and they were not meaning to be funny, but there's just something naturally when you grow up around a family of quirky people where that storytelling, I think, develops in a natural way. I also developed it as an insurance policy, as a defense mechanism. So I was a nerdy kid. Magic was fun. It didn't make me lots of friends, but it did include, once you're in junior high and high school, it was a reason for people to interact with you. And so the tricks were fine, but if the tricks didn't go well, which frequently happened, the humor was the way out. The humor was I don't know if that was supposed to work or not work. I don't know. And I was always drawn to things that didn't look like magic tricks. So when I was doing a trick with the coins over the head that was kind of a version of Slidini's paper balls, everything I had got bigger until I had a trash can lid with a George Washington painted on it and stuff, looked like a giant quarter. But I love the common man look of those props, like when I street performed, because people wouldn't take it seriously. And then I began to see that if there was a currency for me, it was that humor was the sort of way of leveling everybody out. You break the ice with it. It's like a sugar pill. They can take the messaging if it's got some funny in it. And so always in writing plays, in writing screenplays, I don't think I'm doing it to dodge being serious in life. I just find it makes it all, it raises everything up a level. The moment of laughter for an audience is a communal agreement that we're alike. It's the human condition. The humanity of laughter is what we're missing in politics and in religion and so forth, because that, I want to call that more of a binary thing that's like sports, where you root for your team, I root for my team, and somebody's got to lose and somebody's got to win at the end of the game. But in theater and in comedy, if you do it right, everyone's rooting for the same thing, right? The outcome is where we're all uplifted or happy, or, you know, that, and that's what you get at a Broadway show or a Vegas magic show, is you leave with this sort of euphoric idea. I don't know how did that happen? Where did it come from? How did they do it? And it creates dialogue between you, as opposed to, I hate that thing. You know, those people stink, right? That's, and look, I don't know what's to fault for it, but we've moved into this dystopic amount of movies and television, and even the structure of a show, America's Got Talent or The Voice, there has to be a lot of losers to have one winner. And then we have to critique them. And then we have to have judges saying, you know, I don't know about you, right? So somewhere along the way, we were just slowly dismantling our respect for each other's talent, and it becoming the kind of thing where, in order for Tanya Harding to beat Nancy Kerrigan, she got to take a hit to the leg. It's not like who's the better ice dancer. It's like, how do I get my competition out of the way? So I feel like that's kind of maybe a little preachy, but you know, we go to magic conventions and we watch all these people, and instead of saying, wow, there was some amazing stuff today, we go, I didn't like number 3 or 5 or that idiot, whatever. And look, everybody's at a different level. They're trying their best. I mean, I think we need to kind of get back into that cheerleading for better results in the game.
What was your act like back in Nebraska? Did you make money from it? Did you do gigs? What was going on there?
I made my living as a comedy magician for a very long time, and I did it in different ways. I did close-up table-to-table restaurant magic for a long time at places like the Spaghetti Works. And, I artfully used my marketing and leverage brain that when I had one restaurant and was on a roll on Thursday nights, I went to a different restaurant to use that as an example, but I upped the price when I went to the next place. And then over time, I would go back to the first one and say, hey, they'll take me 2 nights a week unless you want to up the price a little, I just but I got a lot of practice hours in and a lot of tips in. I would do street performing out on the street on the weekends, because that was a place of pure audacity. To make money in street performing, you sell the ticket after the show. It has to be good. Otherwise, they walk away at any point, right? So you're always trying to figure out the pitch and figure out what to do. So I did that. I did corporate parties. I did all kinds of things. And I made my living from doing comedy magic, I would say the bulk of my college days and after that. But it was sometime when I made the move from Nebraska to Los Angeles, where I thought to myself, okay, this is the time that I have to define myself while they don't know who I am. So I wanted to be a stand-up comedian, and I wanted to be a monologist, and I wanted to be on the Tonight Show. And so that was, but I still had an affection. I went to the Magic Castle. I had lots of friends that were magicians. I see your list of people and I go, I know all those people, that you talk to John Carney and you talk to Mike Caveney. And these are people that I have great respect for, their cleverness, their sense of humor, and all that kind of thing. And so magic has always been a part of my life. It's just that I've now converted my magical thinking into theater. So I have, in the Bunk Bed Brothers, I have a set of floating bunk beds where the top bunk blasts off and whatever, but people don't look at it as a levitation. They look at it as a fantasy sequence where one brother wants to be an astronaut and his bed blasts off. And so they don't behave the same way. They don't want to figure it out. It's more like a Cats ending on a little comedy play when this thing blasts off, but it's magic.
Can we talk about the Carson show for a minute? Because, who wouldn't want to have had that experience being on the Johnny Carson Tonight Show. Good Lord. Just walk us through that. What did you get a chance to talk with them? He's, a big magic guy. Tell us
Yeah.
about it.
Well, that was the top of the pyramid to be on Johnny's show.
Right.
As a comedian, as a magician, anything, when you got the okay symbol from him out the side, you knew that your career was launched. Because it's not just as seen on TV, it's as seen on the Johnny Carson show, which was then a Tonight Show comedian could play comedy clubs, could play conventions, could play anything. It was a seal of approval. Right. And I did my first one with Johnny, like, I want to say 1989. It was just days before my 10-year high school reunion. I had no bragging rights of any kind. And then I did the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, who was a fellow Nebraskan. And so they put it on the news, hometown boy does good. And so now I came by, I walked into the reunion like the king of Siam. Everybody was like, oh, I was like, yeah, well, I was sleeping on somebody's couch 2 weeks ago, but I'm a big success. The greatest thing that I had with Johnny, and it felt very personal and avuncular, was that he found out I was coming in to do stand-up. He had heard that I was good at sleight of hand. So the word got out that I was good with a deck of cards. And so while I was in my dressing room, I got called to his office. And I assumed everybody gets this call that he wants to make you feel at home, whatever. And so we're in there and I'm doing some card tricks. I did this trick where I bounced the card off the desk and it stuck in the deck, and he lifted it up and his card was right there. And I was pretty proud of it because I had worked a lot on the sort of the juggling aspect of it and so forth. And he then said, oh, I got a thing I want you to take a look at. And he did the hanging coins, which is a really hard piece of manipulation where you have a handful of $50 that you're making appear all at the tips of your fingers. And I couldn't believe how good he was at it. And he said, oh, I practice the drums and I practice this magic stuff all the time. And then someone's banging on the doors like 40 minutes later. Hey, John, we got a show to do. And it was so cool to just spend time with this guy talking about magic and showing him card tricks. And then that made me feel very at ease to do the stand-up. And then I told some of my comedy friends about that. And they're like, wait a minute, you went to his office? You talked to him before? I go, yeah, didn't you do that? They go, no, nobody does that. Like, that's not a thing. I go, oh, I thought that was the thing. Like, I thought it was like, he doesn't want me to, be uneasy. So he's just, anyway, it was an amazing, very brief 45 minute encounter that really gave me a sense of self-confidence continuing in my career that I had Johnny's, okay. I look back at it and realize it was, a complete anomaly to what other people had experience-wise. But, I left there just feeling fantastic.
I feel fantastic just hearing the story. That's just, it's just awesome.
Yeah. I mean, there were awkward parts about doing the stand-up. All your life, you're conditioned, you're working at a microphone with a stand, you're doing that. And you walk out there and they've got an overhead boom mic and it's like you're cut loose from a spaceship. The tether's been snapped and you don't know where to, like, you're like, and then you go, wait, normally my hands are doing something. And so now you're brushing your tie and putting your hands in your pocket. It's like you're flailing around at the same time as you're trying to do the most important monologue of your life. And it's sweet. I mean, to watch comics debuts on these shows, it's just, there's a funny energy and awkwardness that is, that somehow you muscle through it and you survive. It's like cliff diving. If you don't die on that one, you'll do it again.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is.
You mentioned earlier that you learned some key things about producing by being a magician, because a magician is his or her own producer, or the better magicians are. Is there anything else you took away from all your magic experiences that has helped you produce?
Yeah, I think there's many things. Number one, as a writer and as a producer, I'm creating an experience for the audience. Knowing where to make them look is very important. it's not just misdirection, it's actual direction. You want them to see this part of the story. You want them to pay attention to this. You have a piece of scenery coming on here. Like there's a whole mechanics to staging your event so it flows, so the story keeps telling. That is absolutely magical thinking. So how do you keep everything happening so that it's not all episodic and, you know, that lights go black and they roll a piece of scenery on and whatever. You have to kind of maintain that storytelling in those moments. I also think the emotional ride that people are on, you want it to be kind of, you want this stuff to level up so that if there's a mystery and there's a next obstacle and where did the thing go? And, you know, that's what, when we saw any magician, Siegfried and Roy, Copperfield, whatever, where the person appears in an impossible place and you go, okay, well, I understand if it was two assistants, maybe one's a twin, but there's no two David Copperfields. Like this dude's coming out of the back of the crowd. What is happening here, right? And that is, again, masterful storytelling, because you don't remember how much time happened since you saw the guy and when he appears, because there's so much going on. That's all logistics. If you talk to Chris Kenner, who's David Copperfield's producers, he doesn't think of himself as a creative person. He's just a problem solver. He just has to figure out how to do this faster, cleaner, better, cheaper, whatever the rules are. He's probably solving problems all day long. And he's one of the great producers there is in magic. But he also is dealing with the same problems logistically. If they're touring Russia, how does he get the stuff there? What's on the manifest? How do we keep them from destroying our props and they arrive on time? All of that goes on behind the magic show, which is a different magic show.
Yeah. Do you still kind of practice? I understand what you're saying in terms of how you approach life, but do you still do an occasional card trick or a coin trick for people? Or
I do, and occasional is probably a pretty good word. When necessary, when it calls for. I don't whip it out. I don't after every dinner party where I don't have the need to vanish the salt shaker that I did when I was a teenager. But I surprise people because I think that there are many parts of my life they don't know that I have a magic background per se. They don't know that I can do this thing. And I wouldn't say I can do the same kinds of things that I used to be able to do, but I can do several things well. I'm a good balancer of things, which is a juggling trick. But when you balance a dollar bill on your nose on edge or a pencil or something, it's a pretty weird thing for people to see at a bar from a guy they've known for 15 years that they've never seen do it. So they're like, wait a minute. And the thing is, I just did it so much back in the day that there's muscle memory to it. But there's also stuff that I get invited to a magic convention and I say to them, I can't fool anybody. I can't, this is not for magicians. This is for, people who have been in an iron lung that haven't seen anybody else do a card trick. That's like, I'm good for that one-off thing. I can maybe fool your kid, but I can't fool your dog. Like they're going to know which hand the dog treat's in.
Alexandra Duvivier.
But when my dad saw that room 35 years ago, he just fell in love with the situation because it was fitting his purpose. He had the dream he had in mind of having a close-up room only for magic, only for close-up magic. Of course, you can do parlor, but not stage.
No, it's Jim, you would love it. It's a very comfortable little room for everybody.
Well, I was only in Paris for a very short time, and had I been there longer, and why I didn't think Paris would be an absolutely incredible city and I should have planned more time there, I don't know. A lot of people say Paris is nice. I guess I wasn't listening because it's incredible.
Next time.
They say if you like Minneapolis, you're going to love Paris.
Exactly.
Yes. Anyway, thank you for joining us today. The podcast, every episode, the listeners get to hear a different Eli Marks story. And over this season, they're hearing short stories, and the one they'll hear on your episode takes place entirely inside his uncle's magic shop. And I thought you'd be a perfect guest for that because you are, in many ways, the French Eli Marx. In your case, your father ran a magic store and is a master world-class magician. In Eli's case, he is taken in by his uncle when his parents die. His uncle is a master magician, sort of a combination between Eugene Berger and Jay Marshall. And Eli grows up in the magic shop and becomes a magician himself. Okay. So you are the French Eli Marx, because you've had the experience that he had. So we're going to jump around a lot here, but let's just talk first about the magic store. And did you work in it when you were younger?
Yeah. In fact, first of all, because you talked alone and I was not able to talk, and I am very happy to be with you and to be on this podcast. I'm sorry, my English is woo-woo, sometimes difficult to pronounce. You will see that. And I'm very happy you asked me to participate because, I love being part of different experiences. So thank you. And to answer your question about the shop, in 1991, my dad bought the shop. So I am born in 73. So I don't know how old I was, but I was not very old. And since the day he bought the shop, he asked me, I think I was 18. Yeah, 18. He told me, okay, would you like to go on with your studies or would you like to go in the adventure? Because, I started magic when I was 15. It was in 88. So that's right. That's correct. I was 18. And I was still doing my studies at school. But buying the shop was a bit, in life, you have sometimes crossroads and you need to make a choice. And that's what life is about, making choices all the time. I'm going to eat a hamburger or tacos. This is not a wild choice, but when it goes to either I go to the studies or to the magic shop, I didn't think long. My mom would have liked that I go on with my studies, but my studies were already beginning in the shop. So I just quit everything and go to the shop, begin selling tricks, learning my craft, doing tricks. Learning tricks. First of all, learning tricks is a lot of, it's difficult because you need to practice your memory, of course, your hand, but you need to face an audience and just not blushing because I was so shy when I was 15, 16, 17 and 18. It was very difficult for me to stand in front of a person and trying to sell him something, wow. So it was a good school to do that. So yes, I sell in the shop. I was making tricks. I was doing computer stuff. Yeah.
And if we should say it, let me know if I'm wrong on this. It is the oldest magic shop in the world, isn't it?
We historians have made some research, and we have been 1808.
1808.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
So we are the oldest shop in the world.
1808. Wow, that's great. That's fantastic.
We didn't make the research. The research has been made for us, and we are pretty proud of that too, because it's great that we have such a shop.
And it's open to the general public as well as magicians?
Completely, yes, because we are in a pretty nice area, very touristic area nearby the Pantheon, where very famous people are buried, like Victor Hugo.
I've heard of him. Yes, that's incredible. Let's talk about magic. Do you remember at all the first magic trick you saw as a kid?
Alors, you mean at the Double Fond or in the shop?
In the shop, or from your father?
Yeah, from your father.
One of the first tricks I learned that my dad showed me and said you should work it was the Svengali deck.
Okay.
This trick is just so powerful on layman, and it is so clever. And you can also, which is really interesting, make a lot of effects with it. It's not just a one trick deck. So it's very interesting to just learn that and sell it also, because it's a very versatile tool, let's say. So when you sell it to a customer, he's pretty happy because he sees that first, it's very clever, cards are really well made, and you can do many things with only one deck. So that's cool. That's a very cool trick.
Do you remember what was the first trick that you felt like you had mastered, that you went, okay, I got this one?
The first trick I mastered, that was, I think it was the first trick my dad told me you should work on it. And that's the first trick I've mastered, if you can say master to the Svengali deck, which is pretty easy. But, you know, mastering a trick, I think there is a degree of mastering. Mastering is just being able to do the technique and also a presentation. So that took me longer, the presentation, because like I told you, I was ill at ease with spectators. So practicing in front of these, you know, passing by audience was just a great school. So the Svengali deck was certainly my first trick, I think.
I think it's a lot of people's first trick.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Cool.
I think when we talked to Dick Cavett, I think that was his first trick that he bought
Really?
at the Nebraska State Fair.
Yeah.
It's a very, very powerful trick.
I have bought Svengali decks at our state fair for years as a kid. I'd watch and watch and watch, and then buy the deck, and it is a great trick.
Yeah.
Still available.
Sure. You know, it's like the one-way deck. You know, Dave Vernon fooled the hell of I don't know, I don't say the rest of the sentence, Larry Jennings and so many others like that with only a one-way deck.
Yeah.
And it can be so powerful. It depends how you use it.
Yeah, I think people forget that.
Yeah.
Sure.
As you said, you learned to not be shy in the shop by talking to customers. In the Eli Marks books, Eli has several significant encounters with customers. Are there any memories you have of encounters you had with customers where you just remember that was a moment, I made a moment for them, or they made a moment for me?
What was very difficult to handle for me is that, you know, when you have customers, and I don't know how it is in America, but in France, you have many customers who knows everything. They think they knows everything.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to just surprise them. And even if you surprise them, they don't want to show it. So it's very tough. So that taught me a lesson, I think, because, you know, I had to, and after I just transposed this to of course, the presentation and to the show, the entertainment part at the Double Fond and all the shows I do, is that it was a great school, because when you have a customer, when you have a magician in front of you in the shop, maybe he knows many things, or maybe he doesn't, but he wants to pretend he knows everything. And a woman is not going to fool me, no. But sometimes, yes, you know. And what's the point? You know, we don't care. We're just here to share magic. It's not a competition of she's a woman, he's a man, he's going to fool me, not her, and so on. It's so,
for some people, everything is a competition.
Yeah.
Wait. So I don't know if it's the same in America, but in France, you know, and especially because we are very Cartesian. Descartes was a philosopher, and he wanted to understand everything, the process of every single thing. So, which is a good thing in science, but in magic, it's not a very good thing, because you just, when somebody shows you a trick in France, they want to, how did you do that? How is it working? You know, just forget it. We don't care about that. It's just entertaining. We're just here to have a pleasant moment. And that's my father has a great saying about that, you know. He says that the French audience is the worst and the most difficult to entertain. But in the end, after you are able to entertain it, this is the best audience, because it teaches you a lesson, and it pushes you further.
Yeah, it puts you in front of the hardest audience, and you learn the most from that.
Oui, c'est ça. Alors, on the other contrary, the Americans, you do anything well made. I mean, it's not that they are not, but they just want to be entertained. They want to laugh. They want to have it. So this is not the same way of thinking. So American audience is the best. It's great performing for Americans.
You've set a record here now. I think you're the first guest in over 50 episodes to mention Descartes. If there was a drinking game involved, that every time the name Descartes came up on the episode, you guys go ahead and have a drink now, because
yeah, absolutely. If you're playing from home, take that shot now.
Okay, let's do that.
So here you are, you're 18, 19 years old, working in your father's magic store. At what point did you decide, I think I'm going to make magic my career? And what was your father's reaction to that?
My dad never wanted me to be a magician because he was a magician. That's for a fact. During my childhood, I kept asking him, please show me a trick. No, please show me a trick. And after a while, he gave me a book. He has written in the 70s, a small book like this, very small book. It was the year 2001. It was called like that. We were in the 70s, but it was called the 2001 Practice of the Card Magic. Learning magic, card magic on a book for me was very difficult, and a few drawings made by my mom. So it was very difficult just translating French to French and trying to understand where do I put my pinky, my first finger, what's the dealing position? I don't understand a thing. So it's pretty difficult. But when he saw that I was working by myself, that I had worked by myself, then he helped me and we worked together. He showed me all the greatest artists, all the close-up stage, David Copperfield, of course. First one, Penn and Teller, and Vito Lupo, Jeff McBride, masters of the craft, in stage, in close-up, like De Vernon, Jennings, Michael Skinner, Jimmy Grippo, and because he has a wide collection of archives, so Michael Weber and Chris Kenner, of course, and many, many, many others. And I started magic when I was 15 because my dad, he was booked in FISM in 1988 in Den Haag in Holland. And Richard Ross booked him because he saw his magic. They were very close friend, and Richard Ross loved my dad's magic. And he booked him for FISM to do a show with a sitting like this in tiered seats, 700 people. I saw that, and after, during, cups and balls routine, my dad's cups and ball routine, he was producing the fourth cup. The climax of my dad's routine is that. And I saw, whoa, everybody stood up, clapping, and my mom was translating over there. And I was just blown away to see that magic can make you feel such reactions. They can make you laugh or cry. They didn't cry when they saw my dad, but they were just wild. And I say, wow, I want to do that. Because before I saw my dad, I've always seen my dad working in magic, but I didn't realize how powerful magic could be, giving emotions. And that's my thing today. I want to just exchange, communicate with people and have a good time. And that's my thing. So when I saw that in 1998, I was 15, I said, yes, I want to do that. And the second click I had that year, the same convention, was Lisa Mena. And that's really important because I was able finally to identify myself to a woman, and not a woman on stage, just doing that, with the bathing suit, serving the magician on stage. She was doing her own magic, quick change in close-up venue, card stab with her shoe. That was just mind-blowing too, because I say, at last I can see a woman in magic. Okay, so I can do it too then, So I don't know if I wouldn't have seen Lisa, if it would have been the same story. I think I would have done magic, but it would have been harder for me just to say, I can also do it because, you know, I'm a girl in magic.
No, it's great to have those role models.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And now you are a role model. I mean, really, you are. I think it's so cool that sort of separation, men do magic, women do not, is dissolving now. And we're talking and seeing more women do magic. I thought what you did on Penn and Teller, it was terrific. And that's one of your dad's tricks, right?
Thank you. Exactly. I have we'll talk about it later if you like to, but yeah, I had a lot of pressure, but I loved it. And you know, you said there is not a lot of women in magic, but let's face it. How many women director had an Oscar? One.
Yeah.
So it's in every field the same. Sure. You know, prime minister, we had our last prime minister, one woman prime minister was in 1986, I think. Yeah. So come on. Right. Of course, it's not. But you know, it's changing. Everything with the Me Too thing. Also, things are changing.
It is. So, give us a sense of what's a week like for you. What is your? How often are you at the theater? How often are you doing gigs? What kind of gigs do you do?
Oh, okay. So it's very, very different from a week to another. But let me give you an example. For instance, today, Monday is closed on Mondays. But on Mondays, I work for the shop. I just speak with my team. Okay, what are we going to do advertisement on? What are we going to promote on networks? So we will speak about all of these things. Mm-hmm. I'm working on my own stuff too, because I need to have time to practice my new tricks and so on, and creatively speaking too. And tomorrow we are on the 14th of February, which is the Saint Valentin, Valentine's Day for us. So I have a big show, it's packed, and I will do a show, private show for these people who has booked the double fond with some tricks for lovers, obviously. Also, you know, on the Wednesday, sorry. I'm mixing my days. On Wednesday, I am coaching a lady in magic, and I am doing the magic part of her theater play. She's a magician, but she booked me so I can put more magic into her play. So I'm coaching her on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And on Saturday, I have also a show. And on Thursday, I go to the shop and I just record some clips for networks, for the site, for many things, just to offer explanation. Also at night, when it's calmer, I just record stuff for our streaming platform, fromThe, which is pretty new, because we have done that during the very sad moment we all encountered, the COVID pause, let's call it like this. During COVID pause, we were not able to just go out, so we were doing virtual shows, but also my dad and I, we have built a streaming platform, and we have more than 30 artists contributing to this platform, like Chad Long, like Michael Weber soon, Max Mavern, Paul Gertner, Gaëtan Bloom, my dad, of course, myself too, of course, Boris Wilde, David Stone, Christian Bloom, and many, many others like that. And we need to shoot things, because this platform, is, how do you say that? We put new stuff weekly. Mm-hmm. Wow. So each week we just put new stuff. So we have to shoot and to edit it and to make, the advertising thing. So there are many things to do, and to do the subtitles too. So it's pretty big work. So at night, I mostly record things for this platform, which is, like I told you, pretty new, because it's the beginning of it. We try to make it pretty complete, you see.
Yes, but we will include a link to that in the show notes to this episode. But I have to say that you are the embodiment of what a magician needs to be today. you are teaching, you're consulting, you're helping to run a magic store, you have a magic theater, you're doing your gigs, you're putting things online. You are in motion. And I think that's what performers need to remember to do, is not just wait for opportunities, but you are actually making opportunities.
Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty lucky because I have a base of the shop, which is, like I told you, well situated. So people pass by just by randomly and they are curious, they go in the shop. But also we have to promote for the professional magicians and keep on working, because, money doesn't come to us like this. I just snap my fingers. I am not a real magician. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So we have to work on that. And the same thing for the Double Fond. The theater is, I knock on wood, but most of the time packed, because we're also working for corporates, and that's very important. And also we have another branch of activity is the school.
Yes, we want to talk about the school.
Absolutely, we want to talk about the school.
And promote also ourselves as and also I didn't talk about one of the main thing I love doing also is taking care of my children. Because, of course, I'm a magician. Of course, I'm an artist. That's great. And I love it. But I love being a mother too. And I think that being a magician shouldn't, how would you say, I'm sorry, avoid you from being a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Simply a human being. And of course, and I love being with my children because, I think everything is a pretext, is an excuse for just taking the things back into my magic. They talk to each other, they play with each other, and I say, wow, that's great. I could do that with that's, as a magician, I think we have a real luck because everything can be inspiring. I don't know if it's the good word to use.
No, it is.
It is, yeah.
Right. You can be inspired by anything or everything. And that's marvelous. I think I do a great job. I really love it each day because you are touching to so many things. In a few weeks, I'm going to do a speech in front of 500 people talking about magic, but talking about sharing secrets, but just talking, not sharing secrets for real. So I think that magic gives you the opportunities of challenging yourself, going always out of your comfort zone. Because of course you can be the magician of only children's show. Why not? And I was that magician too when I began. So now I do magician show, I do children's show, I can do corporate events, I can do close-up things, I can do whatever. I'm not going to list it, but you see the point.
Yes. Well, you've diversified.
Why? And that's when you are, I think, sometimes people ask me, okay, as a magician, what is the best quality you should have? And I say, you need to be curious.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you are not curious, nothing is possible. I mean, in your life as well as in magic. Because if you are not curious of the latest new tricks or the new technologies or the latest news on the TV and so on, your personality is going to be poor, or at least poorer.
Right, and that's going to be reflected in your performance.
Sure.
Yeah, the more things you have that inspire you, the more you have to offer an audience, I would think.
Yeah, it's like if you don't have any knowledge, I mean knowledge of a novel, of scientific, or if you don't have anything to express or to say, don't go on stage. It's not worth it. Come on. If you need to tell stories, you need to say something, to share something. I think this is the more important thing. I love communicating with my audiences, but I love sharing with them.
I wish that all magicians felt that same way.
I wish all people felt that same way.
That's true. That's true. When I started writing the Eli Marks series, I'm not a magician and I'm still not a magician. I can do one trick. Jim refers to himself as magic adjacent because he does shows that involve some magic, but he's not a full-time magician by any means. But I took lessons in order to learn what it was like to be a magician from a magician named Suzanne here in the Twin Cities. I got very, very lucky because it was Suzanne. And she was really only teaching me the ambitious card, but she was also teaching me what it was like to be a working magician and give me a sense of her life.
That's great.
And I don't know a lot about your school. I want to talk about it more, but the sense I'm getting from what I know is that that's sort of your philosophy. Yes, we'll teach you how to do tricks, but we're going to teach you how to be a working magician in the real world.
Correct. Completely.
Where did the idea come from, and how in the world did you get it accredited?
Okay, so let me tell you the story. But first, Suzanne, you mean Suzanne, who is working at the Magic Castle?
She works there a couple times a year. Yes.
Ah, I love Suzanne. She's great.
She is one of our best friends.
Yeah.
Wow. So
Delight.
please say hello and tell her I really admire her work and strength and career. That's great.
Yes.
Oh, you had a good teacher.
Well, wasn't I lucky, though?
That's
that
great.
That's who I started with.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad. I mean,
Exactly.
you started with your father. Good for you. You got lucky as well. So did I with Suzanne.
I don't complain. You know, I am the luckiest lady, of course. I know that. So about the school, you know, was in fact just the continuity of a thought. My dad has always believed that magic is an art. And he always think that magic should be taught at school. You know, you have music lessons, you have painting lessons. So why won't we have some magic lessons also? Because magic makes you work so many things at once. Of course, expressing yourself, eye contacting yourself with the audience, taking care of an audience, taking care of yourself, not shaking, expressing and saying clearly what you have in mind, creativity, because you have to write your text, your what is your persona, what is your character, and so on. So it's a very complete art. And my dad has always given lesson since 1973. And when he opened the Double Fond in 1988, the school was there, but not recognized, of course. And we were still giving lessons throughout these years. And it was in 2018, the first year of the diploma. Adeline Galland, one of my best friends who I am working with, and she is the builder of this diploma, because she spent, and this is not a way of speaking, 5 years building. I can say build like you build, you know, a house, building the diploma, and it was that high. Voilà, paperwork. Wow. That high.
For our listeners who can't see that, that was about 1.5 feet of paper.
Sorry, yeah.
About 1.5 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, big paperwork, because we love paperwork in the France. But you know, it's very serious. And now, after these 5 years of working hard on that, we are on the same level as dancing, music, theater, circus, and magic too. So that's a beautiful and an amazing recognition for the art of magic. And I was lucky enough to go to see Mr. David Copperfield in his museum lately. And I spoke to him and I said, you know, you should be the one doing that in the States, because you are a superstar. Everybody knows you worldwide. So that's the best, you know, the best proof that magic is an art, that you can earn a living, that you can be a superstar. You know, that's great. So we talk about that. And he's working on it, by the way.
Yeah, so just for our listeners to understand this, it's almost like a degree, a college degree that you're on.
I'm sorry, I was not very precise because my English gives me some difficulties.
Your English is better than our English.
Absolutely.
No.
I can listen to you all day. So just whatever you say, I'm fine with.
But you're right. This is exactly that. It's a 2 years diploma, recognized by the Ministry of Labor. So this is huge for the art of magic. So we are very proud of it. And, you know, we are proud because, of course, we are the first in France to do it, but we are the first in the world to have done it. But we are proud But it's, you know, it's a small pride, because what we want is just to be opening the door, and many others will do this, the past will do the same thing, because we need to show that magic is serious, is a job, is an art. And that's what we teach them during 1 year. It's a 1 year, I don't know what, a 1 year thing, a lesson, let's say, 2 days a week. So this way, if some people are working the rest of the week, they can still keep their job. They don't have to quit their job and just do magic for 1 year, which is completely insane. So on Mondays and Tuesdays, lessons are given by 7 different teachers, which has their different specialties. And we teach them close-up magic, card magic, magic for children, mentalism, and I forget one.
Parlor.
Parlor, exactly. Parlor and stage magic. That's it. Alors, a big stage, but not for 1,000 people, but stage.
Mhm.
And not only we teach them a repertoire of those tricks, but also how to sell yourself, how to have a website, a business card, what are the price of the market. You need to have a page of a website, because nowadays, you know, social networks are indispensable. You need to have networks. So also we tell them that they should work on that too, because nowadays magician can't be only a magician. He has to be a great communicant. He has to communicate on himself and say, you know, I can do that, I can do corporate, I can use your brand to just promote it, and so on and so on. So we need to have different hats, and that's it.
Well, you prove that in your day-to-day work, the number of hats that you wear to be the professional magician you are.
But I think that not everybody wants to have many hats.
Right.
Maybe they are going to spend their career on cruise, doing children's show, workshops, and that's it. And that's very good too. You are not obliged of being, you know, multitasking and doing many things at once. This is my way of seeing the craft, but everybody is different. But at least if they come to our school, they can just go out and practice, and being, you know, that's great to have this diploma. I'm sorry, this is great to have this diploma, because when you know, CEO are looking for, you know, on the computer, okay, on the net, who am I going to book? Who is he? He has a diploma, a degree, so that's fine. Let's book it, because it's a gage, it's a proof of quality. Voilà.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm trying to translate.
No, you got it. That was right on the money. How do you get to be a student at this University of Magic?
You call us, you just email us, you say, you know, alors, when it's a foreigner, it's more difficult, but we do it virtually. But you can't learn virtually to be a magician. So you have to be on the set. You know, we have many people who are not living in Paris, and they just travel 2 days a week. So that's the rest of the week they can go back. So it's working pretty well, and it's doing well. So
what is their requirement to graduate? Do they have to do a final show of some kind?
Well, alors, that's a good question. They are all year long, they are working on the repertoire and history of magic, and learning different vocabulary on the what is this, what's the mic, what's a lapel, and so on and so on.
Right. All the technical things.
Well, technical things in English, it's more difficult for me, but in French, it's okay. And so all year long, we are teaching them the repertoire and so on. And in the end, they have to show in front of a 3-member jury, 15, there is a list of 15 tricks, 3 tricks by category, 3 tricks in children, 3 tricks and so on, okay? And the jury, at the beginning of the day, say, okay, which one are we going to choose? This one. And this one, and this one, this one. They prepare upstairs, jury is downstairs, and after they show their 5 tricks in front of the jury, and jury notes. You have to mention, I have to mention that the jury is external from the 7 teachers from all year long. And most of the time, they are professional magicians in activities such as, you know, last year it was David Stone, the jury, Boris Wilde, jury, so high professional,
Yeah.
and Jérôme Solou. So it's quality magicians. It's not, old guys that we just take out from the closet and say, hey, come on. So it's, it's serious. And if those three juries consider that guy or this lady is worth it, they just note, because there is sheets of paper they have to fill in.
Right.
And after they have the diploma or not, depends.
So I want to make sure I understand this, because it seems really clever. They know as a student, I know that there are 15 possible tricks I'm going to be asked to do.
What?
But I don't know until the day which 5 it'll be.
Ah, bah non. Otherwise, it's too easy.
Yes. So I've got to be prepared.
Wait.
Wow. Okay. I'm nervous already, and I'm not even taking the class.
I'm doing the same math, John. Thinking, wow, 15. That's a lot.
No, it's not. Cool. It's not that much, because it's only 3 tricks in each category.
Right. It's very fair. It's very smart.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that's
I know.
Yeah, that's a lot of magic to have under your belt and be ready to be called on. Do this one. Okay.
You're right. Let's face it. It's a 550 hours in 1 year that we taught them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to give also from their own time 2,000 to 3,000 hours of their own practice, because being an artist, come on, let's face it, you can't be an artist like this because I teach you 15 tricks, you are an artist. It's not working like that.
Mm-hmm.
When they begin the school, so school begins in September. From September to April, we just learn tricks, learn techniques, learn tricks and techniques, learn tricks and techniques, doing the history of magic, of course. That's very important too, the vocabulary and so on. But from April to June, we are only coaching. Coaching means, okay, do your trick. Okay, no, I can't hear you. You don't speak loud enough. Okay, do it again. Mm-hmm. No, your double leaf was sucked. Do it again. Okay. No, you need to look at me and look at all the audience and so on and so on. So we are just trying to make them look like artists and being artists, becoming artists. So that's the work on a few months, only on that for the last month.
God. How lucky they are to have that.
Yeah, very exciting.
And now you've done all the groundwork, so you could franchise it.
Wait, but this is not the spirit of it, really.
No, not at all.
My dad is somebody endlessly passionate by magic. And if he wanted to do that degree, was not to franchise anything,
right,
was just to show, see, my job is serious because there is a degree. Yeah. So what do you say about that? That's exactly that. So this is just only the passion who spoke.
I would love, though, if there were more of these. So there's a French school. It'd be great if there was one in London. It'd be great if there was one here in New York. Kind of like Hogwarts, and everybody's got a different style and a different. It would be really cool if this caught on and people could get a degrry.
For instance, what Jeff McBride with his mystery school is doing is just great, because it's not only about tricks; it's about becoming an artist. So yeah, of course, that's great.
I got to see you, like I said, I've been at your theater twice and got to see you perform once, but a lot of our listeners may not have been familiar with your style until they saw you on Fool Us, which was a remarkable performance of your father's trick. Can you give us a little idea of how that came about and how you came up with the premise of, since you already did the trick backstage, you didn't need to take up the time on stage?
How clever was that?
So I think it was, I don't remember, but I think it was in 2018. My dad has created that trick I've done on Fool Us I don't know the specific year, but it was 40 years ago.
Wow.
And I saw my dad performing that trick many, many, many times in front of great magicians, friends, and they were fooled. And I love that trick. Okay, super. And but that's all. And 2 months before shooting the Penn and Teller thing, he said, okay, you should do it. I say, what? I've never done that trick ever in my entire life. I can't do it in 2 months, because he wanted to sell the trick, because he said, okay, this is the moment, it's in the air, I would like to release it now. Okay, sure, but do it yourself. And he said to me, I think people will more identify to you than to me, because, I am older now, and, it's better if you do it. And you're a woman, you're full of energy, do it. That was not my plan at all. That trick, I've never done it. So I had 2 months to learn the trick, be entertaining in English, and that was it. So a lot of pressure, because when I was on the set shooting, I had Penn and Teller in front of me, and those 2 guys, I knew them. I mean, I don't know them personally at all. I knew them from, if you listen back to what I said earlier, my dad showed me all the greatest artists on stage, including Penn and Teller. So I was just astounded by their duo, by their creativity. They were crazy good. So having them just here was very difficult to manage inside.
Yeah.
I had to look very happy and very comfortable, but I was so stressed. But it was.
You wouldn't know it, but you know what? You would not ever. You were so charming and so fluid and so absolutely right on the money. You would not know. There's the definition of an artist for me, is that you've got that going on inside, and yet you can turn in a performance in front of Penn and Teller that was as great, and that fooled them.
Oh yeah, I was lucky enough to fool. But I had a lot of on my shoulder because it was my dad's trick. He was performing for 40 years. I had to be entertaining in English in front of those 2 giants in magic. So it was a lot to manage. But I was so thrilled, overwhelmed by joy, because it was just a marvelous experience. And the words are weak, like I say it. I prefer to say it in French. C'est l'expérience d'une vie, ça a été formidable. So for the French speaker, you understand. For the rest, take your dictionary. No, yeah, of course, it was an experience of a lifetime. It was just, wow, so much emotion, so much. I gave a lot to that trick, but they gave me so much. So now, seeing, I don't look at it, but when people talk to me about it, I am proud of it. But it was at the moment, I was, wow. I mustn't, it's not an option. I mustn't fail. I have to succeed in doing that trick. And okay, let's try it.
What a gift for your father to see you do that after, talking to you as a 15 or 18-year-old young woman and saying, do you want to do magic? And there you are, several years later, taking his classic 40-year-old trick and bringing it to a new audience and just showing the world what it was that he invented, which is, and I will again refer our listener to the link. It's an astounding trick, to the point where if you watch Teller watching it, he sort of gives up, where he just, because a lot of times you can see him taking notes and doing things like, nope, he has no idea.
Oh, I can tell you a very funny after it, but on the moment it was not funny, because I didn't know what to say. When you go to Penn and Teller thing, you just don't see Penn and Teller before. Of course, I've never met them before, but I meet Mike Close, of course, and the late Johnny Thompson.
Yeah.
And they ask me, okay, super, welcome, Alexandra, show me your trick. I show the trick, I do the trick, more or less like I done it to Penn and Teller. Okay, they say, okay, can you explain the trick? I don't know the abilities, I don't know what's happening. So I say, okay, I explain. And I explain the trick. how it's working. And I just said this and that, and you do this and that. And Michael and Johnny just told me, okay, I didn't understand. Explain me again. Okay, I explain it again. I try to do better. I say, my English sucks. They don't understand what that I'm telling you. So I just try to say it better. And I say, okay, I don't understand, but that's fine. Okay, let's move on. You can do that. What kind of table do you need? And then just move on. So that's a great trick. I think which is on top of what? This trick is not a trick. It's a principle that you can use in many things. So that's the beauty of it. So if you are a magician, if you like cards, you should, don't buy it, but have a look to it because it's really cool, because it can allow you to do many other stuff than the trick I've done and fool us with the 5-thing prediction.
I suspect that one of us, and it isn't me, will probably be going online and buying this trick.
I think you could be right.
Yeah.
And you could just go right to your magic store online and buy this trick.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great.
Did Penn and Teller ask you afterwards how it was done?
Alors, to tell you the whole story, in fact, the day we shoot, I did the trick to Penn and Teller. And afterwards, they are talking to me. And I look at them, I try to understand what they're saying, and I don't understand a word, because if he speaks fast and I am so full of stress, and I'm so happy to have succeeded my trick, that I didn't understand a word of what he said. So Teller comes to me and he showed me, he drew some sketches on his notebook. He showed me and I know that it's the condition of a live. It's not, okay, just stop and we pause and we do it again. It's live condition. So I see Teller's sketches and I say, yeah, that's it. But I know, watching his sketches, that this is not correct. But I say, yes, you find it, you find how it's working. Okay. So, and the lady say, okay, you have not fooled, but it was great having you, and go. And I am going, I'm vanishing. And half an hour later, we call Alexandra back, and please come back. Alexandra is required on the set. Okay, why not? I come back. And Penn is talking to me and he says,
After we talked back and forth, we looked at each other and it dawned on us that we had one question to ask you, and one question only. After all this time you've been waiting, how do you say "you fooled us" in French?
Oh, cry. Because in fact, I think that Michael and Johnny Thompson told them here that they were not right and that they didn't get
right.
how it was working. That what he drew on his sketches was not right.
Yeah.
And after backstage, when I saw Teller, he told me, even us make mistakes. And that was just so beautiful and so honest and fair that, so voila, you have your answer.
We've talked to other people who had to go back and do the ending part again because of that very thing where Johnny and Mike talked and didn't fully understand what Penn or Teller were trying to say and realized that they didn't get it. And Penn and Teller have always insisted, in that case, we reshoot and we tell the truth.
Exactly. That's why this TV special is so cool, so good also for the art of magic. Because if you look at it, it's the 8th season, I think. This is great because it shows magician. It shows that you have complete artists that are very known or not well known, and we don't care about that, but you see some really good magic and they are not exposing anything. So that's great also for the art and for showing magic on TV.
Yeah, it is great because it makes when you see good magic, and that's all really you see on Penn and Teller, whether the magician fools Penn and Teller or not, the magic is terrific. And once you see it as an audience member, you go, I'd like to see more of that. Where would I go to enjoy this live?
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's just so great.
Exactly. It's a virtuous circle. It lifts you up and not drives you down. So
Right.
that's, you know, I've always said that I am so grateful to Penn and Teller for booking me because, you know, thanks to them, they just people, oh, remember that Alexandra Duvivier still exists, or oh, I can maybe book her, or wow, she was not that bad, so maybe I can have her. So, you know, it's an exposure. So that's great. That's
Right.
great. I'm so thankful.
I've got one more official question for you.
Official, and you have non-official questions. I love it.
I do have unofficial questions after that, but the official one is this. Because you are a multitasker when it comes to your career, in that you're online and you're on stage in the magic shop, and you see all facets of it with the school as well. What advice would you give to someone who's thinking about setting out in a career in magic today?
That's a very good and very difficult question to answer. I think one advice, I will speak, of course, of my own experience. If you are going, jumping into the art of magic, you should have a team to rely on, because let's face it too, you can't take care of everything yourself. Or you can, but you will do very few things. So you have to have close friends or people you know that are trustful, because I am working with a kind of, it's my family, you know. So you go much faster and much further when you are surrounded with a caring team.
David Williamson.
Remember how you first learned magic? What was your entry point?
I think I know exactly what it was. Our fourth grade teacher, I would have been, what, 8 or 9 in fourth grade, something like that. We had a little reader about Harry Houdini, and it just captured my imagination. He was an escape artist. He could get out of anything. He did magic. He made elephants disappear. I couldn't wrap my little head around what that meant. And then at the end of that reader was a coin trick, French drop, a little coin vanish, a little sleight of hand. Pretend to take a coin and make it vanish. And for some reason, I practiced it. And I must have done it well, because Mrs. Moore said, wow, David, maybe someday you'll be a magician. And that just burnt the neural pathway through my head, you know. And I said, yeah, that's the first time anybody had ever pointed to me and said, you'll be because, you know, I was a middle child of, you know, I had 2 brothers, a younger and older. So they both got the attention. So shortly after that, our magician came, Walter Shepherd the Great. And his posters started appearing in the hallways. And there were rabbits and doves and magic wands on the poster. And my, you know, imagination was on fire. He's like Houdini. And he came and he did his little assembly show. And he really was present. He played the part. He had a black goatee and he had a tuxedo. Imagine a 9-year-old kid looking at this. And he didn't call them tricks. These were magical things really happening. And he made the color changing plumes. To this day, I don't know what a plume is. I was in New York City this weekend and I saw a feather sticking out. I go, finally, a use for the plume, but the horse was wearing it on his head. It's the only one I've seen in real life other than a magic shop. But anyway, he did his great. And Mrs. Moore said, can our little magician David help you carry your things out to your van? His van had birds and hats painted on it. So I was in the club, you know, psychologically, I was like, I was the one allowed to help Shepherd. And then he gave me a few little pieces of his promo, a business card, and a little poster, a little brochure, and a couple little magic tricks. And he taught them to me, you know. So that just was the deeper dive. And then my mom saw that and she got me a magic set that year for Christmas. And it just went on from there. And it's the same story with any magician you talk to. Basically the same magic set when you were a kid, or saw a magician and got fascinated.
Did you ever go back and talk to Mrs. Moore and tell her what happened?
You know, I never did. Mrs. Moore saw me through high school being semi-professional, in that I was traveling out of state actually by the time I hit high school, doing little shows here and there. And I did see her in those high school years. She saw that the seed she planted had fully taken root, you know, in my brain. So she did see that, but beyond that, I don't know.
Did you ever have contact with Shepherd the Great?
Oh, sure. Walter Shepherd. Yes, he was well known in the area. And when I finally figured out At the age of 13, I'm behind the candy counter in my little town of Xenia, Ohio, doing 3-card Monte, hustling candy from the teenage girls who work behind the counter. And this woman is watching me. She said, "That's not what magic is for." And she grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, took me home, took me to my mother, and said, "Your son belongs in the magic club with us. We drive over to Dayton, which is a half an hour drive, once a month to the Ring 5 IBM International Brotherhood. Can we take young 13-year-old David with us?" My mom's like, take him. Yes, you drive me crazy with the magic stuff. So Walter Shepard was a member of Ring 5 with all the other crazy characters and local magicians. We met in the basement of the Catholic Church there in Dayton, first Friday of every month. And it was just fantastic. I mean, it opened my eyes to the larger society of magicians. I didn't know there were other magicians in Ohio, let alone in Dayton near my town. And I was kind of pretty much a feral child about to lead a life of crime. And I think magic and this kindly couple saved me from myself and turned my kind of dark intentions towards, channeled it through magic using the same skills of deception and, double talk. My skill set was still intact, but, channeled in a different direction.
So you were making money even as a teenager. You're doing gigs and
I was doing birthday parties. I did the senior centers, and I worked as a shoe shine boy in the barber shop, but I would also do card tricks once I've shined their shoes. And the customers that were waiting, I sweep up hair and I shine shoes and I do magic tricks. And then he let me put my little table on the outside during old fashioned days in Xenia. And I had a t-shirt made, Magician for Hire, with my phone number on it. I was a hustler. I was a young entrepreneur. I was always hustling, looking for ways to make some money with magic. And I was able to do that. I don't think anybody ever called my phone number. That was a dumb idea, but that was my mindset all through my teenage years. I was the kid who always was pop up at every event and had my little table, and I did magic all the time. And then when I was 15, my mom, she worked with a troupe of belly dancers because she used to take the belly dance class at the senior center, right? And this woman who ran the troupe of belly dancers had a little group of dancers, and they would go to these lounges along I-70 outside of Springfield. And the truckers would overnight there, and they would dance. It wasn't a hoochie show or anything like that. It was a proper dance, 7 veils, but the truckers don't try telling the truckers that, but they dressed me like a genie and let me go and do magic at the cocktail tables while they're getting their costumes changed. So I had the curly shoes and the puffy sleeves and the little fez, and I was doing magic at the age of 15 with this troupe of belly dancers all up and down I-70 between Springfield and Columbus on Thursday nights. And my mom had to go because I was underage. So she's sitting in the bar, people hitting on her. It was crazy. It was the late 70s. And I was, and I still am, but I was pathologically shy. I was what you call an introvert. But from the age of 14, 15, it's like, there's a country western bar in Dayton, Mom. You got to take me on Saturday nights so I can get up and do magic, because all my magic books, Henry Hay in the Amateur Magician's Handbook says, this is not to be done in your bedroom. It's for other brains to perceive the magic. You got to get out and do it. So I just got in front of crowds. I would do the zombie ball and the billiard balls and whatever trick my grandfather helped me build some wooden props incorrectly, so they never worked, and was in talent shows. But I was bitten by the bug at 9 years old, and it infected me. And I turned to my mother when I was 10. I said, I'm going to be a magician. Leave me alone. She sent me up to Abbott's Magic Convention when I was 12 and 13 in 1974, and dropped me off with a pup tent, and then drove up to Wisconsin to see her sister. So I walked around and attached myself to Tim Wright, Skildini, and Neil Foster, and Mullica, and all those people, and just fell in love with magic. And these people have been my friends all these years.
That's fantastic. All of them. That's just the
dropped
delight.
off at Abbott's with a pup tent. And
Yeah,
she just said, I'll see you in a few days.
See in a few days. And my tent flooded the first night because I didn't know anything about camping. I put it at the bottom of the ravine, and this guy backed his Mercedes-Benz. He was a mentalist. That's all I know. Saved the things that were, and then any of the books that I bought a lot of books. I didn't have any money, but I bought some books. He replaced all the books, that I had lost in the flood. And that still sticks with me to this day and speaks to the community of magic. And that's when I realized that there's a community it's a fraternal community. They look after each other and they care about each other. And I see these people year after year at magic conventions, and we watch each other grow older. And, you know, the magic is the glue, but it's the people that keep me interested in magic, and this is, you know, the subculture. And yeah.
So were you essentially self-taught, or once you joined the Magic Club, did you have a quote unquote teacher?
I never had a teacher, but a few of the guys in the club were interested in the better kind of sleight of hand. They had better libraries than some of the others, and they cared more about that. And they told me about Di Vernon and Ed Marlowe and, you know, Slidini, and they had the books. And so they kind of, that way, Doc Smith, a local dentist, there were two dentists. The other one was Doc Catane. And we had lectures come through, and it was like a young Mike Amar and a Daryl, and John Carney was the first one I saw. I was 15, John Carney was 18, and he came with the higher sleight of hand. It was all naturalness. I call him the high priest in the Church of Naturalness, right? Because he brought the philosophy of Vernon and Charlie Miller to Dayton, Ohio. I'd never heard anybody talk about the misdirection and naturalness in that way. And then Daryl came, and his personality was infectious, and he was just so fluid with his movements, and his sleight of hand level was so high. And these are the guys that they were kind of just within stone's throw of my age. They were the kind of, and Paul Gertner I met when I was young, and Darwin Ortiz came, and you know who else used to come through, because Dayton is right there at the intersection of I-70 and I-75. Del Rey, who never flew to any gigs, he's from Pittsburgh, so he had a lot of things in Chicago and Nashville, and so he would drive through the Midwest, and he would come through Dayton often. And I think it was 3 or 4 times he stopped at our Magic Club as I was growing up in my teenage years, and would just sit with us and go to dinner with us. So Del Rey was a huge influence on me. I couldn't get enough of him. He was a larger than life character that did magic unlike anybody else, you know.
Wow. That's some great company you're keeping there.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I love these old men. Goshman, Carol Fox, Jay Marshall were my crazy uncles, I called them, you know, and I would just be that sucker fish that on the side of a great white shark, you know, and I would always just attach myself to these guys at magic conventions and slip into the presidential suite when a party was going on, or stand in the hallway outside of their dealer's room, and I'd hear Goshman go, "Get me a Coke." He didn't know my name. He knew I was the skinny kid who was always hanging around him, and I'd tell Paul Diamond I want to see him, and I'd go get Mr. Diamond. "What do you want, kid? Are you gonna buy something?" He'd yell at me, you know. Mr. Goshman said, "Mr. Goshman, tell that slob to come down here if he wants to see me. I'm not walking down the hall to see," you know. And these were the guys who I just loved, and I couldn't believe, because I always wanted to be a 60-year-old man, because it's like these guys didn't care. They didn't they don't care how they dressed. They're in a casino in their pajamas at 3 a.m, you know, cussing at people. It's like, I want to be that guy. They break all the rules. They don't care anymore. I just loved them. No matter how much they verbally and mentally tortured me or abused me, I kept coming back, and they were like, "This kid's okay."
Those are some great teachers.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, it wasn't just the techniques or the magic. It was their personalities. It was their characters. They were larger than life, you know. They were just, and they were all giving, you know. You could tell there was a heart of gold under that gruff exterior. I was just drawn to people like that. Eddie Fector. I used to go up to Fector's when I was young. Big tattooed, you know, buzz haircut. Looked like he could break in half, but he was such a gentle person, you know, and his sleight of hand was so lovely to watch. So it was the contrast, you know.
Yeah, I love all of that. So let's just talk for a minute about making the transition from being a magician to being a teacher or a coach or a mentor yourself now to younger magicians. How did that happen?
From an early age, Mike Amar kind of influenced a lot of, we were teenagers together, and we became fast friends, and his dad owned a hotel down in Jekyll Isle, Georgia. So I would spend my summers with Michael down at the hotel, and we would table hop and come up with magic and stuff like that. So I was kind of good friends with Michael in my later teenage years. And he was hitting the lecture trail. He would put together notes and books and go out. I saw him making money going to magic clubs and selling his wares, you know. Because when I was coming up, when I was 12 and 13 in the Magic Club, and 14, the lecturers were pros who happened to be passing through town. Very few people back in the 70s made a living out of lecturing for magic clubs, right? Anyway, some of the pros who were passing through, they'd stop and they might have some mimeograph lecture notes or something like that. But there wasn't a lot of money to be made in it. But Michael took his business school acumen and actually turned that into a lucrative revenue stream. And he and Daryl both, he influenced Daryl as well. And their mantra became price per pound per square inch. That was the mantra. Everything's flat, cards, silk, rope, instructions, so they can carry suitcases full of product and they're not selling bulky things that take up a lot of space or weigh a lot. So it was interesting. Michael would forge these paths. He would go on these lecture tours and they say, who else can we get? And he'd go, well, Daryl, who else? Well, there's a kid named David Williamson in Xenia. So I lectured all over Europe when I was 21 because Michael recommended me. And this young German magician said, I've never heard of you, but I like the striking vanish that Michael showed me. Why don't you come over? And I did a 30-city tour of Europe when I was very young. And I met all kinds of great people over there. And that kind of opened me up to the international crowd and FISM and some of the international conventions. And to this day, I'm good friends with Roberto Joby, who I met on that first tour, and Flip from Holland, and guys from England. But anyway, so thanks to Michael, I kind of got the bug to lecture, and I got good at lecturing. I did too many. I will say this: I perceived a path. Let me put it this way: I perceived a path, making money from magicians or making money from real people. I never, and to this day, I still don't want to make my living from magicians, right? And put all my eggs in that basket. It was a nice secondary revenue stream when shows were low or you can't get the career going yet. It's a nice way to pay your rent and get, but I didn't see it as the end result. The end result for me was to be on stage, to be out there doing magic for the public, for real people. And, you get burnt out with the lectures after a while. The lecture became a show in itself, and then you sell your wares and teach your tricks. But my heart was never really in it. I enjoyed the lectures. It was fun meeting other magicians and so forth, and you make a little money. Long story short, I stopped lecturing after a while. I got busy with my career. I started performing and traveling a lot. And I just kind of gave up with the lecturing. And then COVID hits. Past 7 years, Bill Kalush of the Arts Research Center, the nonprofit in New York, past 7 or 8 years, he's put on an online university, Conjuring Arts University. And he's had people like Eric Mead and Jason England and Nasi Wind and Michael Weber and people like that teach online courses for him. And he's, Willie, when are you going to teach? I want you to do a segment. I want you to teach them by online. I don't want to do that. I'm not a teacher of magic. Here's my idea of teaching somebody magic. Hand them a copy of Amateur Magician's Handbook and call me in 20 years. There's your first lesson. That was my attitude, really. It's like, because over the years, people said, do you take on students? I'm not a teacher. I just do it, I don't want to be a teacher. I lectured, that's one thing, but being actually a coach or a teacher or something, I never wanted to do that. COVID hit, Kalush calls me, he goes, I know you're sitting at home. I know you're not doing anything. You're doing it this year. And he said, you're doing it. I said, all right. So I set up my little camera and I got on his little university and I had 15 students in my class. And after that first hour, I was hooked. These guys were from all over the world, but they were at all different levels, but they all had the same thing, a love of magic, especially close-up magic. And they were all well-versed already in the literature and the plots and so forth. But I found that by talking to them, my juices started flowing again. And the creativity came out. I go, you don't want an Elmsley count. Let's start from scratch, guys. That's the Elmsley count, is supposed to be, there's a theory behind it. Wait a minute. Let's not that. Let's try it like this. Let's figure out a different story. Forget the instructions that came with that trick. What if it were, and it was really fun again. It was like, when you sit with your friends and you're jamming. But I felt like by the end of that 5-week course, I didn't want to stop. I was making notes. I was making blog posts for these guys. I was opening up my dusty library and doing research and being prepared for the next week based on what happened the previous week. And I learned a lot, myself. I think teaching is learning. And I really got hooked on that. And the camaraderie and the shared, I think we had some breakthroughs with some of the guys. And I realized that my experience out there performing for the past, 4 decades or whatever, I've learned a couple things about what audiences care about and what they don't care about, and what magicians care about and don't care about, and the difference between being an amateur, doing tricks for your friends, and being professional, doing tricks for strangers. The amateur does hundreds of tricks for the same small group. The professional does small set of tricks for thousands of different people. So, you can be a professional magician and know 5 tricks, but you can't be an amateur and know 5 tricks because your friends and colleagues want to see more. It's not your hobby, so you're constantly going through material. It's a whole different animal. So realizing those 2 different aspects of people involved in magic, and how, what can we learn from each other? I've learned plenty from these amateur enthusiasts, amateur in the best sense of the word. They're not crazy enough to try to do it for a living, but they're intelligent people. They care, they're studious, they're skillful. And I meet them on all different levels, and the people I've taken on as students since then, as I was saying, after that class ended, I hung up my shingle. I said, okay, I'm now taking students. Zoom is here. I figured out the technology. I'm sitting at home. And they started coming and they started coming. And I have guys now, we've just done our 99th consecutive week. And, I've had over 250 different students. That means thousands of different lessons I've given over the past 2 years. Then I officially made it a Slight School, I called it. I opened a new entity called Slight School. It's a membership site. And now we learn from each other. There's a forum. We get together once a week with different topics. So it's kind of expanding and growing. But I still, just before I was with you, I was with one of my longtime students, and he's a retired executive from Harvard University. And he's been a long-time lover of magic, but he was one of those guys that sits at the back of the room during a lecture, and he's a little too intimidated to go, what's that bottom deal again? Or how do you do the Jordan count? But now he's got somebody to pay attention to him for 1 full hour. And let's go over it. Because when you're with your friends and your comrades in magic, they go, that was great. Let me show you what I'm working on. And it's all about they'll wait through your trick, because they're just waiting to do theirs for you. There's no real sharing of information all the time. And also, they're not always honest with you. They don't want to hurt your feelings. Somebody's going to pay me some money for an hour of my time. I'm going to be perfectly honest. That's no good. That won't fly. Let's try something better. You can't do that because you haven't mastered that technique. Let's try a different technique, or wait till you master it, and then we'll revisit that, and nobody talks to them that way. Their wife won't, their kids won't, their friends at the Magic Club won't. So it's very valuable. And I've learned the value of having a director when I did the Illusionist tour. The director of the Illusionist, a big multi-million-dollar production show, traveling all over the world. The director doesn't do magic. He doesn't even like magic. He just wants to make your time on stage watchable and interesting to the audience. And it was all the little things. What do you do while they're shuffling cards? What do you say while they're coming up on the stage? How do you get into that faster? How do you kill that dead time? Where's the opportunities for connecting tissue, to connecting back to whatever theme or premise you are? That's where the showbiz lives, in between the trick. A trick is usually, when you start out in magic, it's execution with narration. I'm now going to take these 2 cards. I'm going to put this one here. I'm going to put that one there. I'm going to ask you to pick a card. I'm going to ask. It's administration. It's narration. It's I'm gonna. There's no entertainment value there. There's no story being told. There's no premise being supported. It's all admin, I call it, when you're starting out. Then over time, you learn there's opportunities while he's shuffling for showbiz, for entertainment. There's opportunities while he's, for me to move a table over here, but to make that moving the table funny and interesting and link back to something that happened earlier. So now we talk about things like linkage and callbacks and the narrative arc, and having a button at the end. You ask a question at the beginning that's answered by the end, supported by you're supporting your premise with different tent poles. We talk about structure of routines, but also structure of an act and an entire show, things like that.
I knew you were going to be a great teacher when I saw you on stage at Magi Fest. I think you had been asked to do a lecture, and you said, I don't want to do a lecture, but I'm just going to do what Carney does. I'm just going to bring one of you guys up on stage and have you do something, and I'll just talk you through it. And there's, 600 magicians there. And you said, who wants to come up? And no hands are going up. And one kid, probably in his late teens in the front row, raised hand and came up. And it was, hysterical. It was very funny. He was a really good sport. But it was sort of a masterclass of, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? No, don't, no. No. And you'd made him do stuff again and again. And it was funny, but it was really instructive about make sure every single moment is there for a reason.
No, that was inspired by Carney. You're absolutely right. When he does a lecture, it's not one way. It's like, well, what are you working on? How can we, guys, what ideas, you never settle. John's always iterating, always changing, never satisfied. And that's what's inspiring about John. But I've done that a lot since then. I was in Ireland and this young man came up and I go, do a trick and let's see if we can workshop this. And he goes, I go, so how do you spell that? That gesture again? I go, let's try something more provocative. So I made him walk out through the curtain until he could get that right. The audience was cheering. And then we're into the trick. You know, he was so charming. It brought out his personality, giving him these directions and making him do it. And they had him come on stage that night to do that trick again. And he had more poise, more professionalism than anybody else on the act who was kind of phoning in their hacky tricks all night long. And here comes this young man, ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears as we pull forward an idea that's evocative and whatever it was that we wrote for him. And he's having the deck of cards shuffle while he's saying ridiculous things. My grandmother was ravaged by wolves, but that not stopped me from seeking the truth. No, you know, and it's just ridiculous, but it was a hilarious performance piece. And it just goes to show you, you know, there's so much potential to be more interesting than what you did with that magic trick. Magicians want to be like other magicians. So we see Fred Capps or Slidini and we become Fred Capps or we become Slidini. That's the first stage of learning magic. You try to emulate your heroes, right? But then hopefully over time you find your own voice and you are given permission to actually be yourself. And that's what, you know, it's really hard. They always say, be yourself. What does that mean? And I get this question a lot, like, how do you choose a character? I go, I don't think you choose a character. I think character chooses you. It's not like you go into a department store and pick one off the shelf like you do a suit or something like that. Be the most appealing version of you that you can be at that moment, right? Don't try to be something you're not. If you're not a natural born comedian, don't try to be funny with props and jokes. It's just going to fit like a bad suit. Likewise, if you're a goofball like I am, you know, trying to be mysterious and evocative, emotional, doesn't always work. One of the things, you know, you kind of asked what I've learned from teaching, and I think it's all about clarity is the word that keeps coming forward that I use a lot. Like clarity of effect. What are we trying to communicate here? But clarity of story. What story are you telling? What are you trying to, let's make it more clear though. There's too much clutter. There's too many things you're trying to be. You're trying to be funny, you're trying to be interesting, you're trying to be a storyteller, but you're also trying to be a magician and you're trying to explain something like an engineer or something. Let's get clarity of effect, clarity of story, and anything that's unnecessary and doesn't serve us, let's try to get rid of and get to what the essence of what this performance piece is, because it is a performance piece, and let's make it interesting.
Let's talk to us a little bit about what you think might be the biggest mistake, or how about misconception that someone who's just getting into magic, a beginning magician, might have.
Right. I feel more strongly now than ever that it's not what you do, it's how you do it. Right. So these guys think they need the next book, the next trick, the next download, and then they'll make it. And then that's what's going to set them apart. And that's when they're finally going to get off of the plateau they're on, or be able to get that gig, or impress that person. And I contend, if you've been in magic a few years already, you already have everything you need. Now you need to unlock all the dogma and shed all the bad habits you've learned and free yourself and give yourself permission to be interesting with what you already do. And let's take what you already do and make that more interesting. And let's make it bigger. Let's scale it. Let's make it more fun. Let's find moments. Has nothing to do with the trick. Most of the tricks have a solid foundation. They come already with a beginning, middle, and end. They come engineered with some secret that's, mechanical or psychological or whatever subtlety that makes the trick work. There's a thing, there's a gimmick, and it's got its own little narrative. Okay, let's take that, kind of take it apart and re-engineer it. Let's make it bigger, more fun. Let's change the story around it. If we have to make the prop bigger, we will. Let's spread it out. Let's make us, and let's make it fit you. Let's write something that would actually come out of your mouth. And then let's make it interesting to people.
Yeah. Is there anything, David, in magic that you think, we should probably go away from that? Let's retire that. We've done that.
Yeah. My act. I mean, in a way, it's true. I mean, the comedy magic actors do this. You did it wrong. You know what I mean? It's like a tired old beats. It's I think that can be elevated beyond that. And I'm attempting to myself, but it's hard, because those are the models that we have, do this thing, you did it wrong. You're the butt of the joke. And as John Carney, I know you said that kid was a good sport at the Magi Fest. John Carney told me when I was young, he goes, if you have to say somebody's a good sport, that means you've mistreated them. Oh, let's hear it for Bob. Well, wasn't he a good sport? You're just admitting that you mistreated that person on stage. And I did 10 years of Disney Cruise Line, and I changed my attitude about having people on stage and just using them as comedy props, comic foils. I think it's still possible to evoke comic moments, but in order to build these people up, you know what I mean? Especially a child, to raise their self-esteem and to build them up, and adults, because an adult is a child inside. All of us have the child still inside of us. So I think the whole goal is whoever we invite up on stage, let's celebrate them. Let's be as authentic as we can with them and not be phony, and raise them up.
I think way back when I was working with Eugene Berger, he had a concept of making the audience member the star of your show rather than the sort of
Well, that's exactly right. I learned that when I did almost 30 years of corporate entertaining was my main bread and butter before I started with these production shows like The Illusionists and The Circus and Disney Cruise Line and all that. The whole idea is to make the people on stage the star of the show. I'm the quote unquote ringmaster, but they are the act. It's about them. It's about them, celebrating them, having fun with them, evoking comic moments through them. But at the end of the trick, it's like, wasn't Sally great? Wasn't Bob great? Wasn't David great? Of course, in the corporate entertaining, I learned that the ultimate goal is to make the person who hired me a star. That's the goal. That's how you keep getting work. That's the real secret of doing magic. It's you stand next to Shelley from who put together this, and when people come over to you and go, "You were great," it's like, I wasn't great. Shelley hired me. She's the genius. She put this whole evening together. Thanks, Shelley. She's the star of this show, and Shelley feels great, and she'll have you back. So that's a little tip for all the magicians out there.
Rachel Wax.
Okay, Rachel. So jumping right in, I understand that you learned magic from your father. Now, Jim, let's think back to all the magicians we've talked to. I know Jeff Altman learned magic from his father. I'm trying to think, is there anybody else we've had on who learned magic from their father? And in the case of Jeff, he learned magic and then became an impressionist and a comedian and didn't go back to magic until he retired. So I can't think of anybody else who
yeah, John, the charming woman in France that we talked to.
Well, yes, Alexandra Duvivier. Well, duh, I probably should have got that one right away.
That's why it's good that we're two and not just one.
Yes, because I've met her father. I should know that.
Yeah.
Anyway, do you remember the very first magic trick you ever saw?
So I don't remember the first, but I will tell you the moment I realized I wanted to do it was we were at a wedding in El Salvador, and it was like our family flew out there, and everybody was absolutely wasted. Everybody was sweating through their clothes. Like it was the hottest, most humid experience of our lives. And my dad was just slaughtering with magic. Like people were hysterical, they were letting loose, they were having the time of their lives, and he was just casually doing card tricks for them. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to bring the life of the party. And a lot of my magic character is modeled off of him. And so my dad and I it's adorable. We have matching magic tattoos, which my mother is still unhappy about. And
what does the tattoo take? What form does it take?
It's a bunny in a hat, because we're hacks. And mine is on my ankle, and my dad's is on his arm, and my mother is still furious, like 10 years later. So here we are.
You should get her drunk and get her tattooed. And
I've been trying to get a magic tattoo with her for years. I have one with my brother. I have one with my dad. I need one with her.
Is your brother a magician too?
No, we have another silly matching test. My dad really tried to get him into magic, and he was like, the problem is my brother's like a good looking normal dude who's just like always had friends, like good at sports, like he's always had a girlfriend. Like my dad needed to choose like the less ambitious child. Like it was not, my brother was never going to be a magician. He was not a good candidate. Like he was too popular. Like it's just not, that was never going to work out.
So you're saying he fit the stereotype of someone who isn't a magician.
Exactly. I need attention and I don't have a lot of skills. So the perfect candidate to be a magician. Like I can't sing or dance or act, but I love attention.
Let's talk about the first magic trick you actually learned then. Can you remember what that would be?
The first magic trick I learned. Oof, I'm not sure. I'm sure it was a very simple card trick, but I will tell you the trick that my dad taught me that I still do now, although I do a different version of it, was rote magic, Professor's Nightmare. And my dad does a really wonderful routine. And even though it's probably not the first one I learned, it is the one that stands out most in my mind.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
And do you do your version with phone chargers?
Yes, I do.
I saw that. That's really clever.
She took a classic. She made it relatable, folks. We love to see it.
Well, it's Professor's Nightmare with phone chargers. It must be a video out there because I saw it, so I'll put it into the show notes.
There's like 800 videos of me doing it, and
well, I'd love when someone takes a classic trick and makes it relatable and real. Jim and I have a mutual friend named Lloyd Brandt who plays a chicken at Renaissance festivals. And I told him he's the only one where it has ever made sense for someone on stage to be dealing with an egg bag, because it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
He's a chicken and it's disappearing. And your use now of such a modern, something that everybody has or is always looking for, really, really nice, really smart. So I understand that you and your dad you performed while you were in high school. Was that a one-time thing, or did you have an actual act where you went around to Kiwanis clubs and things like that?
We did it 2 years in a row, but it was only at my high school. It was so much fun, and it was such a terrible show. Like, it's not good. Like, I'm not proud of it. Like, I don't look back and think like, wow, what art that was. But it was so fun, and like I built all the props out of cardboard, and everyone at my high school came, and we like sold tickets to raise money for the art department, and it was just the most wholesome thing a teenager can do, I think, is put on a magic show with her dad at the high school.
I got to agree.
Sorry.
What were the elements of that act?
So by the way, it wasn't like we didn't do anything together. We would sort of like, it was me, my dad, and like one other kid in high school who did magic. And we recreated some like large scale stage illusions out of cardboard. So they were, terrible looking. But then we also did, if there was rope magic. I think the other kid did cups and balls at one point. There was a little bit of mentalism. It was a lot. I mean, we were young and cute. I will tell you, the video is buried on YouTube somewhere under like a fake title. So don't try to look for it. But there was one really great comment on it. Because most of the comments are like, boy, these kids sure are scrappy. I hope they're still doing magic. And one person wrote, Penn and Teller are so much better than them. And that comment is burned in my mind forever, because I was like, good, that I should hope so.
So do I understand that your father gave up the frivolous pastime of being a pediatric cardiologist and is now a full-time magician?
So I don't want to say give up. He did retire, like at a retirement age, but but yes, he is no longer a physician. He was for, 30 years or however long people do that for. And now he like does magic gigs all the time. He like works at if you're in Chicago, hire him, please.
That's awesome.
What to expect. It's just like me, but bald. So
does he have a website?
He does. You should look up Dr. David Wax, Dr. Dave Magic, the cure for the common party.
I will put a link in the show notes.
I'll send you the link when we have it.
Absolutely. Now, you don't live in Chicago anymore, right? You're now in New York.
Yeah.
Why'd you decide to leave Chicago? Great town. Move to New York. Another great town.
Another great town. An even filthier town, you might say. So my family's from New York. So we have like family here and like roots. My parents are both from New York. I moved here like 10-ish years ago for college. And I've always felt more at home in New York, kind of than I ever did in Chicago. I just feel like New York is the way there's a place for everybody here, kind of. There's a place to be a weirdo here. So I just love it. I don't know that I could really picture myself anywhere else.
That's where you found the magnets?
Yes. New York is where I found the Magnets, which is the wonderful magic group that takes the greatest care of its members.
I had not heard of them before. Tell me about
I
who
had
they
not
are
heard
and
of
what
them
they
at
do.
all. So yeah, fill me in because the Magnets completely new to me.
So the Magnets is a group of magicians. We meet every single Wednesday in the back of a bar, and we shoot the shit and we talk magic, and we have a Facebook chat thread where anybody can share things or ask questions or do anything anytime. And kind of the point of it, the whole point of the group is that everyone is always welcome. Whatever your level, whatever your, anything. There is no discrimination at the Magnets, which can be hard to find in magic sometimes. And sometimes it's hard to not feel nervous, but it's very much an egoless group. Whatever your level is, whatever kind of magic you're interested in, you're welcome. And it's run by my dear friend Eli Bosnick, who started it. So, to have a very welcoming place in magic for anybody.
That reminds me of the group that would meet every Saturday after stopping at Tannen's.
Yeah, absolutely.
You brought that back to life.
Yeah, well, Eli did, he really wanted to have and sort of a place where if somebody moves to the city and they're into magic and they don't know anybody, they can come and meet some people and maybe be scared away, We're a frightening bunch.
I love this. I love that a lot, that you have found a place. How did you find it then? Was he a friend of yours right out of the gate?
So it's actually kind of a funny story. I was working at Toys R Us selling magic kits, and one of the other employees, who I won't name, him and I started dating because he had a lip ring and I was 19, and I was like, what a cool way to piss off my parents. So we started dating, and then he was part of the Magnets, so he introduced me to them, and then we stopped dating and they picked me, which it was like a lot of drama, but now they're my best friends and have been for 10 years. So that is how I met the Magnets, was through dating a magnet.
Well, I guess there must have been an attraction there.
Hello. Sorry about
that one was lying in the ground. I had to pick it up, or else someone might have stumbled on it at some point.
I walked right by it. I saw it, and I said, I'm not picking that up.
Well, it's done. It's done. Did you also have improv training early on?
I have had no improv training.
Really? Because your stage presence screams improv. I
am very funny.
You are very funny. Lots of people are very funny, but you are very funny in the moment and not necessarily pulling some hack line out of somewhere.
Yeah. I don't have improv training, although I will say I've been very lucky to have a lot of flight time, and I sort of use that to try new things.
How do you find that in New York? How do you get that kind of time?
So the Magnets used to have a show called Taste of Magic. It's not around anymore, but it was a really great dinner magic show and a good way for people to get young performers to get flight time. So I had that. And then, you know what? There's a million little magic shows here and there in the city. I mean, nowadays I work at the Slipper Room, and I work at there's I work at Speakeasy Magic at the McKittrick Hotel, but that's close up, not stage, although the performance style that I have is the same. There's also lots of like, you can go to like an open mic, like a comedy open mic, and do a magic trick there. You know, you sort of have to like find the opportunities that are not there for money and they're not there for clout. They are there for flight time.
Well, that's pretty darn cool, because you are very funny. And I can appreciate that. When I watched the videos of you, I was like, wow, she is so in the moment and so able to just bang around with really charming lines that are appropriate and funny. And it didn't look like it looked like you were just grabbing out of the air these great lines.
That's really where I have fun too. That's the other thing, is like, that's what makes me excited and happy. And I also think that's like how you stand out to an audience and how you connect to them in a way that doesn't feel like if they weren't there, your show wouldn't be any different.
Is your dad funny? Where do you have he is, so you have there's a conduit.
Very funny.
Okay.
He's very funny. We have a very similar sense of humor and all of the same mannerisms and voice and face.
Nice. Okay.
So that flight time, I imagine that's what gave you the confidence to be funny in the context of doing a magic trick, because I know many magicians. I am not a magician. Jim is only partially a magician, but I know you can get so caught up in the mechanics of what you're trying to do and all of that, that having that extra level going on of not only am I doing that, but I'm actually listening to what you're saying and I'm responding appropriately. That's a hard thing to learn, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. For me personally, I have to get really comfortable with the mechanics of something before I can switch the other cylinders on in my brain that are doing that improv and doing that quippy humor. So what I'll sort of do is like build in some lines and some moments into a routine while I'm getting comfortable with it. And it will just sort of continue to get better and change over time, because all my favorite lines, I didn't sit down and write. They came to me in the moment and then I added them in as a permanent fixture. So I definitely try to not do both at once. I try to get the mechanics of something really comfortable and then over time add in more and more and more of that improv and quippiness and that kind of banter.
That's a smart way to do it.
Yeah. Very good. Very workable. Very sadly, it's I don't think something that most, I mean, I think you're that's a gift, I guess is what I'm saying. It's not something that even a guy or gal who has a lot of experience, if you don't have that sort of natural ability, which you seem to have, that's a tough way to learn. But
it is tough. Yeah, definitely.
Easy in your hands and in watching you on stage.
Yeah.
Did you, for a while, it was fashion design and then magic. You were kind of doing both, juggling them?
Yeah.
Is that what you went to school for?
Yeah, so I went to school for fashion design. I always wanted to be a fashion designer my whole life. That's all I wanted to do. And I did it for a bunch of years. And then magic sort of started to pick up a little bit more and more on the side. And then I started doing speakeasy magic. And there, adding more shows, adding more days, adding more this. And it was probably, I would say, 2 years of really like full out doing both full time. Like I'm never home. I'm changing in a cab between jobs. Like I'm constantly lugging around a giant bag with makeup and a hair curler and magic stuff all the time and running back and forth. And I just kept being like, something bad is going to happen to my body. And like I kept having that thought and I was like, I am aging at a terrifying pace. Like it was just really intense. And my like performance chops definitely grew a lot during that, like, because I was performing a lot, but I wasn't progressing creatively in magic as much because I was like, I don't have the time or the mental bandwidth. So yeah, quitting fashion was very scary. I probably could have done it sooner than I did. I'd like to say that I was so brave and jumped off that diving board, but I was basically kicked off by my friends kicking and screaming. And it was coming from so far away that my bosses were like, oh, sure, of course. Well, I mean, we figured as much. Like, nobody was upset that I was quitting. They were just like, I mean, we'll miss you, but like, duh. I've never quit a job where they like gave me a big Starbucks gift card as a farewell gift.
So most magicians out there who are, let's say, semi-professional, who are making some money out of it, also have day gigs. Having gone through that for 2 years, do you have any tips for the best way to make it through if you're balancing trying to earn a living, but also trying to get gigs?
I think every time a gig comes up, like your gut reaction is like, let me do anything to get this gig. Whether it's lower my price or go super far out of my way or do this, that, or the other thing. I think it's important to be like, okay, how is this going to serve me? Because you also, like, the biggest thing is if you forget to make space to take care of yourself, then everything goes, it just does. It all goes, and you have to like let yourself go in some areas. Like, for example, when I was working both jobs, like I was making extra money because I was doing 2 jobs. So I let myself take an Uber anytime I was tired. I let myself order in food and didn't beat myself up about not getting groceries. And like, you do have to make some concessions somewhere, even if it means you're not going to save as much money or, you know, it feels wasteful or whatever. You have to give something to yourself to take care of yourself, because otherwise you're not going to be good at either job if you're exhausted and hungry and not feeling satiated.
That's smart stuff right there, because I think too many performers, all of us, neglect that little piece of advice, that there is a certain amount of time that I have to simply be down, or I can't be up when I need to be up. So
yeah, and sometimes you have to say no to a gig. Like, sometimes you just have to say no, and that's really hard, because in any type of freelance work, you're constantly like, you don't know when the next thing is, so you don't want to say no to anything, and that's really hard. But like, sometimes you have to. Like, sometimes it's like, is this really worth it if you're drowning?
yeah, exactly. Can I go back to the fashion design thing just for a second?
Yeah.
So I know I don't want to give anything away here to anybody who's listening, but sometimes magicians have clothing that would be specific to them and their needs on stage. You have a fashion design background. Have you designed anything for yourself that is specific to your act?
Sort of. So I will often alter clothing. I won't usually make it from scratch just because it's more work than is worth talking about. But I'm a huge blazer hound. I buy new blazers constantly. I love them, and they make me feel, you know, powerful. But sometimes like the pockets aren't deep enough, or there's not enough pockets, or there's no pockets, and I'll adjust that a lot, or I'll add pockets to a skirt, or I'll change out the pockets on. I do a lot of pocket adjustment. That's just for me though. Like, I know some female magicians who will just like wear a dress and carry a handbag, and that works for them. So you kind of got to figure your own stuff out, but that's the main alteration thing that I do for myself.
And you've also given us the great title for this episode, Blazer Hound.
Blazer Hound.
I imagine your first mentor was your father. Did you run into other mentors on your way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would think of Eli as a huge mentor for me. I mean, not just in like technical magic, but as a comedy person. He's a comedy writer, and he's a podcaster, and you know, he sort of helped me fine-tune my performance character over time, you know, because as a woman, it's like, it's very delicate, it's very dicey. Oh, you can't be too mean, oh, you can't be too flirty, oh, can't be too blah, blah, blah. There's a million things that sort of don't translate. Like, I have male friends who are like, oh, next time someone says this, like, why don't you just say XYZ? And I'm like, think about how that sounds coming out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very delicate, and it's very tricky, and I'm constantly changing and constantly evolving and adjusting. But he's always been a huge help with that.
And this is the guy who started the magnets, Eli.
Yes.
All right.
As opposed to Eli Marks, the magician, in the 9-book Eli Marks series that this podcast is about. Although many of the things you said about your Eli are also true of our Eli.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will also say, as far as mentorship, everybody I work with at Speakeasy, I would consider a mentor, just because they're all like so talented, so knowledgeable, so happy to share information and help. I could go to any of them anytime and say like, hey, can you look at this? And they not only treat me as an equal, but it's never a, oh, that's good enough. No, make it better. They always help make it better. So I consider a lot of people mentors, I guess.
Tell us more about this Speakeasy experience.
I'm very excited about that. I'm very curious about it.
Yeah, so the show's been around, I think, like 5 years. It's put on by the McKittrick Hotel, and I can only give so much away, but it is a very cool immersive experience. If you don't know the McKittrick Hotel, that's the home of Sleep No More, which is like the immersive show. But Speakeasy is sort of like, it's a mix of close-up magic, it's a mix of stage, it's a cool vibe, it's some of the best magic you'll see ever. And you're seeing multiple magicians. So you get to see very different styles of magic, different personalities, different magic with different objects, all different kinds of stuff. And it's very cool. It's a lot of magic packed into an hour and 45 minutes.
Is it how do I phrase what I'm trying to say? So is it a show? You come, you buy a ticket, you sit down, you watch a show.
Yes.
It is. All right. Yeah.
It is a show that you attend.
Yeah. Rather than, I guess, I think of the term speakeasy more as kind of a bar, and you go to the bar and you're drinking and a magician shows up to.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You sort of create that vibe while keeping it a ticketed show. Like they do maintain that vibe. If you know anything about the McKittrick Hotel, is that they know how to create a vibe and an experience, and they very much maintain the Speakeasy experience.
But it's not like Sleep No More where you're moving through the hotel.
No,
No.
No.
You're in one place and you settle down.
You are in one place. We come to you.
Okay. All right. Well, I think the road trip is in our future, Jim.
I'll drive, John. I'll drive, or we'll fly. I don't care how we get there, as long as we get there.
Flying isn't a road trip. That's a sky trip.
Sky trip. I don't care how we get there. I'll take a train. You can ride I'll give you $1 on the back of my bike, but we got to get to this. You
got to get to this.
Cool. Yeah. Who's the host of that show? Are you?
The host is Todd Robbins.
Holy crap. He's incredible.
He is a legend. He is a sideshow and magic legend, and he really sets the tone for the show.
I think he and Teller did a show together, didn't they?
Yes, they had a show, Play Dead, a bunch of years ago.
Which I would love to have seen and didn't.
Yeah, but he's the host and very much the ringleader, I would say.
Very nice. That's a good ringleader.
Yes, very much so.
Good for you.
Well, speaking of Teller, the first time I saw you was on Penn and Teller Fool Us. We've had many of our friends appear on there, from Suzanne to David Parr, Morgan and West, our best magician pals. It looked like you had a great time. Was it a great time?
It was a great time. I filmed on my birthday.
Oh.
So that was wonderful. It was like a very smooth experience. Like I had a lot of anxiety going into it, obviously, and I was very nervous, but they run such a tight ship there, and like the whole experience was lovely. Like I felt very taken care of. I felt really happy with how the edit came, like how the whole thing came out at the end. Like Penn and Teller were both delightful. I got to be like a little bitchy at the end, which is just like my vibe. And it was great. Like I can't say enough good things, except that I had terrible anxiety the whole time. I did have an awful experience going home, which is like a fun story if you'd like to hear it.
As long as it ends well.
I mean, like I'm here, so I guess it's fine.
Okay, good.
So it was a lot of adrenaline because it was my birthday. It was this, which I planned,
Hey, this is John, just stopping the podcast for just a second here. Rachel's about to tell a story about flying home after doing Penn and Teller's Fool Us. Great story, funny story. However, in order to include it in the podcast, I would have to do so much beeping that it would just be about a 2.5 minute tone. And so I cut it out. It's its own separate little video on our YouTube page, Behind the Page, the Eli Marks Podcast YouTube page. On the YouTube page, I can indicate some things of an adult nature, and it's not a problem. If I leave into the podcast here, then I've got to say the whole podcast is explicit, and that's not what we want to do here. So, if you want to hear her story, which I recommend, go over to our YouTube page, listen to it there. You'll find a link in the show notes. Otherwise, let's get back to Rachel talking more about her Fool Us experience.
But the routine was great. You said you'd worked on it for quite a while. Was that the only thing you offered them, or did you give them some different stuff? And
I offered them one other routine, and they wanted this one, and it changed a lot.
Without giving anything away, can you kind of just highlight what changed?
Wait, can I ask you? I want to know if the routine changed once you got to Vegas and started working with the Fool Us crew, or if it changed. When did it change?
So that routine started as Bill to Lemon, which is like a classic. And then I spoke to Jamie Ian Swiss, and God bless his soul. I was like, can you watch this video of me? And he was like, hey, you're doing a really bad version of that trick and you're not doing it well. And I was like, sick, tight, thank you. So I changed it to be card to cliff, like it changed from cards to money to this to that. There was a torn corner, then it was a serial number, then it was a signature. Like it went through so many iterations. The actual method I used came out during the time where you don't go to Vegas to work on it with them, but you sort of have like Zoom calls with them, many Zoom calls with, the producers.
You know what? That's the first time anybody has ever said that to me. John, do you remember any of the other Fool Us conversations?
Yes, not only that, but Mike Close. I believe when we talked to Mike Close, he was about to go. He had to do a Zoom call about someone tweaking the routine.
Oh, I did not. I thought he was just talking to the people at Fool Us. I did not know that they helped you along the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because they want to make sure that, like, because also they'll change. They'll help, like, they'll say, I don't think that line's going to play. They know everyone who's been on it. So they can go, oh, you know what? We had a guy say that once and it wasn't that funny. Or they can help adjust it.
That is a new level. And I don't know if the listeners are as surprised as I am, but that's a new level. I did not know that they were that involved along the process. I thought that kind of stuff happened once you arrived.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. It's like months of calls with them. I was very much not going in with the intent to fool them. I think a lot of people talk themselves into thinking they're going to fool them and are really disappointed after, and that's a bummer. I mean, it's awesome if you can fool them, but like it's not why I went on the show. Like I went on the show to showcase myself as a performer and have a good segment and do it because it's an awesome thing to do. But like I wasn't kidding myself. Like I wasn't like, I bet this will really get them.
Well, the routine is spectacular, and Penn at the end of it nailed it. As far as I was concerned, you were in every way charming, funny, magical, mysterious. I mean, it was just great. And that'll be in the show notes too, won't it, John?
We will have a link to that in the show notes. I recommend you watch that.
Yeah,
it's really fabulous.
Very good. Yeah.
So you've pretty much grown up in magic. We have two different kinds of magicians on this show. We have the ones who get to magic kid at age 8, or in your case, have a father who trains them in. And then we have the ones, the Rob Zabreckis of the world, who stumble into it later. You've seen a lot of magic in your short life so far. Well, how do you think the world of magic has changed since you've been aware of being in it?
Let me talk about how I think it's changed for women. I feel like there are more and more and more women in magic. And even though it can still be a kind of hostile place to be a woman, I do think it's going in the right direction. And I taught at Tannen's Magic Camp this last summer, which was so wonderful and such an honor. And there were so many girls and everyone was so lovely. And these kids were just like nice. All the kids were really kind and really lovely to each other. And like, it made me feel really good about the future of magic, because I think something that happens in the community that I hope will change, and I think is changing, is sort of not even gatekeeping, but kind of not letting certain people in, or feeling like, oh, I'm cool or I'm too cool or what. And it's like, we're all magicians, like relax. I didn't see that at all at camp. And you have these huge heavy hitters at Tannen's camp. Like David Williamson is there, and he's just there chit-chatting with any child who wants to talk to him. Like, I'm standing there like, oh my God, it's David Williamson. And these kids can just go up to him and talk to him, and he's lovely and just chatting with any child who needs help with anything. And like, I think that sets a really great tone for magic going forward.
We love David Williamson.
Yeah, we do.
I'm obsessed with him. Also, he's a pug person, and I brought my pug to camp, and they bonded very deeply.
Nice. Very nice.
So one last question for you. What excites you about magic today, as either the world of magic or for yourself as a magician?
I would say the world of magic excites me because I think that, I don't want to say that social media and the internet is necessarily good for magicians, but I do think it's good for sharing magic, and it makes it really easy to share new magic, which I think is great, because even if you see something and it's too hard for you to do, or you don't want to, or it doesn't fit your character, it might get your juices flowing, it might get your brain gears turning and make you want to work on something new or check something out. And I do think that like how much magic is online is it's probably a net positive for the community and making magic a little bit more widespread. There's also so many magic shows right now in person, and I think that's awesome, because seeing people still being excited to go out and see live entertainment is awesome. As far as magic for myself, I am very excited for projects that I'm working on, and I am excited to sort of explore other parts of myself as a performer. Part of the fun of magic, I think, is that there is sort of an endless amount of it to learn. So it's kind of hard to get bored because there's always something you don't know, or there's always something you can get better at. It's kind of an endless thing, which is daunting at times, but it's kind of nice that I can like go to one of my buddies at Speakeasy and be like, hey, I want to learn a new type of card control. Like, can you recommend something to me? And they can go, yeah, here's this book, and I'll send you a video on it. And it's just, it's fun. It's fun to work on stuff. It's fun to try new things. It's fun to work on new things. And like every time you perform, you're sharing art, which is cool. And that's just a wonderful part of the job.
George Campbell.
So, George Campbell, here's what's funny about you. There's many things that are funny about you, but I worked with you for, I want to say, years on the corporate level and never knew you had a background in magic. You kept that a secret from me until I was well into the Eli Marks series. And then you kind of said offhandedly, yeah, I used to do a lot of magic when I had a magic act. And at first I thought you were kidding, but you were not kidding. Let's go way, way back. When did you first become interested in magic? What was that entry point?
Well, I don't know why I became interested in magic, other than the fact it was another way to get on stage. You know, I was never a competent magician, but as a magician, I was a very good carpenter's assistant. And my buddy and I would build illusions, because we figured out very quickly that, in fairness, it's just like the little girl inside is doing all the work, and we're standing there going, look at us. And so I learned 3 or 4 tricks to a degree that I could competently pull them off. Mastery is not a word I would use. Di Vernon's cups and balls. I saw him do that on TV, and I thought, oh my gosh, I want to learn how to do that, which was one of the things that was really fun. So I bought the really good version of Cups and Balls, and then I bought his book, oddly enough, named Di Vernon's Cups and Balls, which I felt was at the time was a little bit on the nose, but hey, what do I know? But what my favorite part of it was, there was some move, and I had his video. I had taped his video, from a TV performance. So I was taking the book and looking at the thing, but he did this thing where he picks up a wand and does this thing, and he refers to it in the book as, well, here you do the Turkish twirl or the Swedish meatball, whatever it was. It was some move that he felt like, well, everybody knows, I just can use the shorthand for this. And this was before the internet. And I was like, well, all right, well, that's going to be a showstopper right there, meaning it stops the show right there. because I could never figure it out. But I learned that. And from the photo that I sent you, you can tell I was wildly influenced by Doug Henning, who at that time, you know, I mean, he came out and I was like, oh my God, so you can be a magician. And that means I can send back this moldy tuxedo. And he was cool. You know, that was the thing. He was just cool. And that's one of the reasons why I got into magic, was to meet girls. And I will tell you, if there are any aspiring magicians, any young men out there aspiring to use magic to meet girls, your time's better spent in the gym. Really is. That's going to work out so much better for you. So anyway, we built the zigzag girl, and we built the dollhouse illusion, where the girl, you know, you show the dollhouse empty and then the girl pops out, and all these other things. And that was the majority of what we did, was just big illusions, because that was what we were competent in being able to pull off. And it was really, honestly, it was just more about carpentry than it was about developing magic. But the thing that drove it was, I don't know, for as long as I can remember, I enjoyed being on stage, which is kind of interesting. People don't understand. I'm an extreme introvert, but on stage, I felt at home and I had fun. And so the part of magic that interested me most was the part of the show, you know, presenting the magic in such a way that it was interesting and fun and it made people laugh. And that was the part of magic that really kind of hooked me. And then at some point in time, I discovered stand-up comedy, which was like magic without having to carry all that stuff with you. And I found that traveled easier. And so then it was a pretty natural thing. But my buddy and I, we did the show for probably, I don't know, a couple of years. At one point, we looked at trying to do an amusement park for a season, but that didn't work out as far as the time commitments that we had, because we were pretty busy doing illicit drugs and stuff. And so that it was just a clash of calendars, really, is what that was. But I always loved it. I loved watching it. And I remember all those shows. There was Bill Bixby, the magician.
Yeah.
He traveled around in a giant jet, which I don't think that's true. And I don't know. That was always, and then as I got older, I was more attracted to the people that were, it was in comedy, there's a thing called anti-comedy, where you do stuff that is funny because it's not intended to be funny. And so there was like the anti-magicians. I felt like the Penn and Tellers of the world, who did legitimately great comedy, but they did it in such a way it felt a little bit rebellious. And I worked with, doing stand-up, I worked with the amazing Jonathan a bunch, who very funny guy, very little magic in what he did. I mean, he was a competent magician, but that wasn't what the show was about. And so he would, once he found out that I had done some magic, then he would bring me up every night as an idiot basically he would throw a sheet over me. In the process of throwing the sheet over me, I would put on my head a colander with a protective sponge thing, and then he would stab me. That was the extent of my participation. And to the point where I'm like, Jonathan, really, it's the weekend. We don't have to do this. You know that, right? We're good. These are shorter shows. We're going to be fine. But
George, I got to back up just a bit, because thank you for all of that way back, because a magician starting out, first trick usually isn't diverted cups and balls. Was that literally the first thing you tried to learn, or was there something a little bit more
entry level?
Or did you jump right into cups and balls?
I think that was it. I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think what I did that I could actually do. And that was like the first thing that I saw, because I just thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And then there was another, that and a thing that I saw Doug Henning do a version of, that the version I bought was called Sidewalk Shuffle, which was this like 4-card Monty thing that 3 of the cards were blank, and then there's an ace of spades or something, and it moves around. And then finally at the end of the trick, they're all aces of spades, something like that.
Yep.
But those were like the 2 that I remember. But Divergent, I was like, okay, how hard could it be? I mean, it's cups, it's balls. I'm familiar with both of those. This can't be, until he throws in the wand with the Turkish delight or whatever the hell that was, which I've never to this day has figured out. And Di sadly passed away before he could share it with me.
Well, I'm sure that there is a listener out there right now who, having learned that routine, knows what you're talking about, knows that it's not called the Turkish twirl or the Turkish delight.
I remember the thing. He picks up a wand and is somehow in transferring the wand to the other hand or whatever, he moves a ball from place to place. I got nothing.
I think it's now called the Di Vernon wand spin. I could be wrong on that, but I think he has claimed the title of that. I really do. I think it's magicians would refer to it as the Di Vernon wand spin, where you would spin and make something appear or disappear.
Apparently that was another book that I didn't have access to. Although it's funny, I've got this box in moving. I've got this that I came across when we were moving from one storage facility to another, which I think that's a wise investment. Buy so much stuff that you never have to deal with it. And it was a box of all the magic stuff. And I came across like this sidewalk shuffle, and I actually came across cups and balls. And I was messing with my granddaughter with it. And basically all I can do now is that fake thing where a cup appears to drop through another cup, that thing. That was it. That's all I had. That's not really, I was not much more skilled than that even in the day. So.
All right, backing up again. I want to back up again. I believe I just heard an interview with, I think, Michael Amar, who talked about building large illusions. And he said, and it took me, me and two other guys to get it there. We had to get there 6 hours early. It was 4 minutes of my act. I had to wait till they were closed up at 1 to take it home. And I thought, you know what? Card tricks. From now on, card tricks. And you dived right into something where you got to transport big stuff. Apparently you had a way of doing that.
Yeah. I don't even remember how we did it at the time. I think there were times where we rented U-Haul trailers to get all the stuff, but it was a huge pain. And I remember, I was living in Enid, Oklahoma. It's a town of like 30,000 people, and we were in high school, and we didn't have, the only access we had to anything that looked like magic was the occasional appearance of somebody on the Tonight Show, or, you couldn't find it. And so when it did occur, we would tape, we had a gigantic Betamax, so it's good. And we would tape and go over that. And I will never forget, we saw Doug Henning was on the cover of Newsweek or Time, and they showed a picture of him doing the Zigzag Girl. And we thought we knew how it was done because it was that classic dark, light, dark thing that kind of compresses space so that more space looks like less space. But we looked at it on Time Magazine. We're like, all right, we don't know how this is done. Mm-hmm. And then it wasn't until we saw him do it on TV that we realized, you bastards, you retouched the photo. They actually took out half the thing to make it look more amazing. And I'm like, you know what you're doing to kids out in Enid, Oklahoma? And I don't think they cared. I really don't. I'm sure they do now. I'm sure in retrospect.
I looked it up while we were talking. You can find that wand spin now, whether you call it the Di Vernon wand spin or Michael Amar teaching you the Di Vernon wand. You can find it on what they call the YouTube. You could be spinning a wand by supper time, George.
Okay. I am only short one wand of being able to make that happen, because I think that may have been lost in shipping. I'm pretty sure I'm wandless.
One of us will ship you a wand.
I will look that up, though, because now I am fascinated. And I think there's a better name. I think of the Flemish carpool or something. I think he could have come up with a...
You can call it whatever you want. If you can do it, no one's going to question.
Thank you. That's the kind of free speech we have left in our country, and I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So, George, I'm going to continue sitting in the past here because I'm really curious. You guys are introduced. You come to the stage. What happens in the act? You got a set list taped to the floor in front of you. What are those items?
Oh, what are the actual things that we do?
Yeah. What's that act like?
It's big illusions and little stuff. We had this box that we would assemble, and that's from empty, all the sides, and then you would pull a whole bunch of stuff, ending literally in a rabbit, because I don't mind telling you, I've always had a very broad imagination. And I thought, wait, what would no one expect a magician to pull out? And that was what we came up with. The dollhouse effect, where the girl comes out of the empty dollhouse. We did the substitution trunk back in the day. And I remember I'm a senior in high school, and we're doing the talent show. We're doing the substitution trunk, and we didn't build it. We built ours like a coffin kind of thing instead of the box kind of deal. My partner is the one that gets wrapped up in the trunk, and then I'm the one that ends up in the trunk and all the stuff. And the trap, there was a rope that tied the trunk solidly. There was a rope that the end of the rope fell in, so I couldn't latch the trap. And then by the time, and he sees it and he pulls it out, and then I'm able to latch the trap. But now I'm way behind in what I have to do to get in the bag and in the chains and in the cuffs and all that crap. So that when the way that it opened up, the audience couldn't see me at first when he opened up the thing, but the look on his face was hysterical, because he's like, well, George is in no way ready to continue this trick, I don't believe. So he fumbles around with the top of the bag and then eventually brings me out. But I remember that, and I was like, man, this is a tough way to earn a living in high school, doing this stuff for talent shows. The funny thing was, and it was really unfair, I think about this now, is my buddy, who is a genius. I mean, a literal genius, the guy that I did this with. He owns, I don't know, 50, 60 patents. He's got 2 Emmys and an Oscar for technical achievement for the lighting designs. And all those ring lights that you see that became so ubiquitous during COVID. Yeah, that's him.
Wow.
Yeah, he's an amazing, and he's just the best guy in the world. We're still buddies, but he could build anything. Literally, it didn't matter. The first computer he had, he built. All of our stuff, he was the one that said, I think I know how to do that. And so he did all the really hard work in assembling all the crap that we did. I would then step forward on stage because that's what I did best. And sadly, I think I hogged most of the spotlight, which I think decreased his interest in continuing beyond what we had. Yeah, he was absolutely the best. So, I mean, we did some little stuff too. And, but mostly I messed with the audience, and it was a little show. I think the longest show we ever did was like 45 minutes. Probably seemed longer to the audience. We didn't poll. There was no polling data back then. And I think it was better for it, really.
All right. So at what point did you decide to let go of your partner, let go of Cups and Balls and the Zigzag and the Dollhouse and the Sub Trunk, and just move on to stand-up comedy?
We built the show when we were in high school. And if you look at that photo that we have, there was not a lot of dating going on. So we had some free time. And so that's when we built the show. And then we did it for a couple years into college. And the requirements of that kind of show, where you have all the crap, and then you have 2 guys who are in college, and we're in 2 different colleges, both in state, but still, it just became it was ridiculous. There was no way we could continue. So stopped doing that. And then it probably took 8 years for me to decide, well, I got to do something. I got to do something on stage. I got to do something that feels fun. Because I had a bunch of crappy jobs, and I was like, none of this is fun. And I went to an open mic night at a comedy club, and I had written 12 minutes of comedy, which I didn't even know was a lot for your first time at an open mic night. No one told me. There was no pamphlet. And somebody asked me, he said, well, what are you going to do? One of my coworkers, she said, well, okay, so you're going to go do this thing. What are you going to, then what? I'm like, oh, well, I plan on being discovered. Hello. And I walked off the stage, and the owner of the club says, I've got work for you.
Nice.
I paid, you always pay dues, but I did not pay the traditional dues that most guys pay. But I think, I'd done a lot of stuff on stage, and I've always written and had a good sense of humor. And I knew, I came in to stand up with a lot of things going for me. And it was within like 6 weeks, I was full time and on the road. I met a guy came in and traveling, a headliner, that was working, and he saw me work, and he says, I can help you. And we made a call to Atlanta. Back then there were these clubs, like the Punchline, had like 14, 15 clubs in the Southeast. And he said, my buddy wants to come in as an opening act. He's really good. You're going to love him. And they go, okay. And so they booked me for 30 dates, sight unseen. And so, and immediately I'm on the road. So it happened really quick.
And there's no magic in that stand-up act. You're not using nothing.
No.
just stand up at that point.
Yep. And it was funny. The very first time I was on stage, I had mentioned to the club owner, because I had no introduction for him to do. And I said, yeah. He says, have you ever been on stage? I said, I've done some stuff. And, I had a magic show. And he's like, okay. And so he used that in the introduction. The guy used to be a magician. And I came up and I said, well, technically I was a semi-professional magician, which means you work quite a bit. You just don't eat well. And that was literally the first thing out of my mouth on stage was an ad lib that I'm like, all right, well,
that's you keep it, right? That's a great line.
Yeah. It was funny. The little tiny details that you remember. I mean, there's entire years of stand up that I don't recall well, but there's like little tiny glimpses. I remember the first time I bombed. I was like 6 shows in before I finally hit an audience that was having none of it. And I thought, wow, I am so lucky. If this had happened on day 1, I'm probably out. Because, it's like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Thanks, no. But I was at the point, and maybe there's that fine line between confidence and stupidity. But by that point, when they didn't laugh, I thought, what's wrong with them? I didn't see it as a reflection on me. It was just like, well, okay, well, they don't get it. I can't help them.
I want to jump ahead. We'll come back to some earlier questions I have, but I want to jump ahead. Are you willing to tell us the story about the prank you played on your fellow comedian on stage who had the bad sense to leave during your set?
Yeah. And so this guy is the same guy that helped me get all that work in the beginning. And so I feel like the best way to repay somebody that kind of debt is to destroy them on stage. So we're working in Dayton, Ohio, and the club was kind of set up weird in that there was the access to the kitchen was almost right by the stage. It was blocked by this little screen, but that's where the comedians would stand before they went on. And so I'm the middle act and my buddy's headlining, and he comes up to the opener's up doing a little bit of housekeeping before he's going to introduce me. And so my buddy reaches out and shakes my hand, says, hey, listen, man, have a good set. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. We don't do that. All right. But I shake his hand and then he won't let go. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, George Campbell. And then I'm trying to pull away. The audience can't see it. And I can't. So he waits until there's a natural crescendo and then a lull after that. And then the audience is like, what? And so he lets me go at what? So I walk up to an audience that's like perplexed and not amused. And I'm like, all right. So I do my little skit. And then now I should tell you, he and I have worked together. We had worked together for years at that point. We knew we could do each other's show better than we could do our own. And so I'm watching and I watch him go to the back of the room. He just get a big grin and he walks outside. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. So what I proceeded to do was, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you, do my impression of every moth or flying insect that's ever been in your home, which oddly enough, coincidentally, was his opening bit. So I did like the first 5 minutes of his show.
Oh my God.
And then I segued back into my show and then he comes back in. And so then I finish, we're standing in the same place. The opener is getting ready to bring him up. And I reach out my hand. Hey, man, have a good set. And he's like, no, you're not going to get me. And then he goes on stage and does his first 5 minutes, which the audience has seen as recently as 17 minutes before. And they don't understand how this is, that guy could be ripping off that other guy's act so blatantly right in their face. So it doesn't go well for him, that first part. And he finally gets him back. He's a legitimate comic. And then he comes off stage. He goes, did you see that? I said, yeah, I did. He goes, man, they hated me in the beginning. What do you think that was? And I said, I don't know, man. I said, here's what it would concern me, because it's inexplicable. That's material. That's solid material that just failed in front of that audience. The thing that would worry me is you never know when that's going to happen again. And so unless he sees this podcast, I never told him.
Oh,
because that's a gift that keeps on giving. That's like jelly of the month or something. That never stops feeling good.
Did you say jelly of the month? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Get a different jelly every month. Are you crazy?
Oh my God. Yeah. You get some apricot this month and who knows, next month, knock me out. It could be grape or
I've never been gifted jelly of the month.
Well,
I feel
stand by.
I've missed out.
Yeah. Well, I'm making a note.
My life has been.
All right. So what did you like about stand-up and what didn't you like?
Man, there was almost nothing I didn't like. I mean, I started doing stand-up when I was like 28 years old and did it for 10 years. And it was about as much fun as you could have. I mean, the travel, I mean, it cost me a marriage. So there's that. Because in the beginning, you're making so little money. You have to stay on the road all the time. And I found it impossible being on the road for 5 or 6 weeks. And my wife, I had 2 stepkids, and to try and get back in sync with life about the time, you know, after a couple weeks, about the time you're starting to go, okay, here's what's going on. And then you're on the road again. So that part was tough. I mean, the money in the beginning wasn't very good. It was enough. And I put 1.7 billion miles on cars. I mean, I just drove. As an opening act, you're driving everywhere because they're not paying your expenses. So you can't afford to fly. But man, I met great people and I had so much fun. The comedy condo, there are weeks where, you know, you just think, okay, that was a week I'm never going to forget. Where the shows are really good because you're with quality people, but there is nothing that happens in the comedy club that's as funny as what just happened or is going to happen back at the condo. And when I say condo, it was always just a ratty 3-bedroom apartment that was so disreputable that it was comedian proof, really.
Does anybody stand out? Any of those people where you just had great weeks?
Oh yeah, Jeff Cesario, one of the best weeks of my life. There was a week with Dennis Wolfberg, and that was a week. We're in Jacksonville, Florida, and it was also Pam Stone was the middle act. I was the opener, and that's the other thing that's you say. What didn't you like? When you start out as an opener, you don't make as much money, obviously, but your odds of being with funny people, huge, because they've been around longer and they're more experienced. As you move up the food chain, the odds of you being with funny people go down. And so by the time you got to be a headliner, you know, it was a crapshoot whether or not you were going to have somebody in front of you that was horrible or unbelievably dirty, or, you know, that was about the time that Def Comedy Jam hit, and everybody thought that, you know, okay, well, that's my ticket to fame, just being as dirty. And I was clean. And so, I mean, there were times and you finally learn self-defense techniques where you just go on stage and say, lady, another hand for that guy. And man, wasn't he funny? I love him. Just so you know, I'm going to kind of change the direction of the show now. And if you come with me, we're going to have a really good time. And if you don't, it's going to be the longest 45 minutes of all of our lives. and it was like a little bit of sorbet to cleanse the palate and let them know, okay, we're doing something different now. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, I was doing stand up with a buddy of mine, another Daryl Pensky, who I love. And some of the funniest stuff I ever wrote, it was when I was on the road with Daryl. It was like he was like this muse. And he and I had finished this weekend at this little college in Georgia or somewhere. And we're driving back to Atlanta, and we're at breakfast. We're talking about, I'm like, I've heard so much money. There's so much more better money in corporate. And I'm like, man, I'd like to write a show like that. And we're talking back and forth. And I said, you know, it'd be really funny is just a really bad motivational speaker. And he goes, yeah, it would be funny. And that was it. And it took me like 2 years from that point because I knew it was something. This predated like the Chris Farley guy in a van thing. I knew there was something there, and it took me forever to figure out what the execution of that piece was. But that ended up being the next 25 years of my life.
So you saw corporate as a great opportunity. Did you get into corporate before you created that character, or did Joe Malarkey appear at the same time as you got into corporate?
And Joe Malarkey is the worst motivational speaker in the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I actually did quite a bit of corporate before I came up with Malarkey, just because I worked clean, you know, and so you could work corporate. And it was funny because at the time, corporate, I was making $500 for a show, and I felt great about it because when I was a middle act, I'm making $500 for the week. So I make $500, $750 for a show. That's fantastic. And I came up with the idea for malarkey, and I went into the guy that booked me a lot into corporate as a comic. And I said, I've got this idea for a show. And I explained it to him. And he goes, yeah. He says, I think that price sell for $2,500. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's 5 times what I'm getting paid now. And I'm like, why did you not tell me this before? And the funny thing was, I told him about this show, and I was working on it, you know, and in reality, I wasn't working on it really. And so for a solid year, every time I did stuff for him all the time, and I would go in and pick up checks. How's that show coming along? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's coming along, man. I'm really, yeah. And so finally we get to December, and I'm coming in to I did some Christmas gig for somebody, and I'm picking up a check, and he goes, where are you with this? And I said, it's very close. I'm very good about this. Yes, very near. And so I drive home from his office to where I live, which is like 25, 30 minutes. And by the time I get there, there's a message on my machine that says, I booked it. You got a date January 17th. And I'm like, all right, well, I have a choice here. I can either call this guy who I really like and respect and tell him I am in fact just a big fat liar, or I could just write the show. And it seemed like less embarrassing just to write the show. And so I did that. And the first show, it was a very tiny thing. They only wanted 15 minutes. So it wasn't like I was writing an entire set. But so I wrote this, and I'll never forget, Gary said, listen, if this doesn't go well, just segue into your stand-up. And I'm like, Gary, you don't understand. This is a character. I said, if this doesn't go well, we're all writing this all the way to the ground, man. And so I went up and I started, and like 2 minutes in, I thought, I'm going to be doing this a long time. Because there's a saying in comedy, buy the premise, buy the bit. And it's like, if you can get people to buy in on the premise of what you're talking about, now we can sell them all the funny. And that was it. Once I knew that people would accept that, man, there's a guy in front of us saying some really wrong crap, but it's funny, then, you know, I knew, man, we're going to be doing this a while.
Do you remember what your first couple lines were when you came out on stage? It's the first time as Joe Malarkey?
You know, I don't remember what the opening bit was. But here's the thing. Malarkey was this so let me backtrack. One of the things I learned in stand-up from being around guys, there were guys that I called cheerleader acts, that they didn't have much material, but man, they had energy, and they just, man, they pumped it out there, and the audiences would be swept up in that, and to the point where they didn't notice that there's no actual funny going on here. And so I thought, until I was confident I would eventually get the material, but until I get to that point, I'm going to use every technique that I've seen these guys do to backstop this. And so Malarkey had extremely high energy and big gestures. And I learned that one of the things, I saw an interview with Don Knotts, and he was talking about the key to the Barney Fife character is every emotion plays immediately on his face. There's no guile to Barney Fife. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to pull that. Everything Malarkey's thinking, it's going to show right here. So I think that energy, as much as anything, and I had material, I just didn't have much of it then. But I don't remember what the actual opening. I wish I had that one on tape. That would have been fun.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you from my own personal experience, first time I saw you was at a speaker showcase here in the Twin Cities. And it was maybe a dozen speakers, each doing a little bit, so we get a sense of who they were. Then we want to book them. Then this guy came up, Joe Malarkey, and I was sitting at the front table with my coworker, Amy.
Always a mistake.
I had no idea. And about halfway through your set, she had to get up and go get a pitcher of water and come and give me water because I was about to collapse from laughter. It was the funniest performance I had ever seen. And it was just 20 of us in a little meeting group, and you were just slaying. And I thought, this is somebody, if we can convince the client that this is a good idea, it's going to be similar to what I said the first time Mr. Jim Cunningham auditioned for us. And somebody said, what do you think? And I believe I said something like, remember what it was, Jim?
Yes, of course I do, because as a young performer, somebody says something like that, you live on that. And in some instances, John, when I am behind the 8 ball and worried, I think of things that will get me through the next 20 minutes. And one of them was that audition where they turned to you and said, "What do you think?" And you said, "I think we should hire him. I think we should continue to hire him until we can't afford to hire him anymore." That was one of the nicest things anybody ever said to me. And I, well, of course, will never forget it. And I have never achieved the final part of it. I've never priced myself out, but nevertheless, there's always tomorrow.
So I said the same thing about George when I saw Joe Malarkey.
One of the things you said, though, John, this was an interesting thing, was if we can convince our clients that this is something that they're going to want. And I went through a period of time, 6-9 months, where I felt like I had the best program nobody had ever heard of. This preceded that showcase, because by that point I was already working with a bunch of speakers bureaus. But it was that thing of the hook was Joe Malarkey, worst motivational speaker in America, and I knew that was going to turn some people off, because why would we want that? But I also knew it was an extremely strong hook. And if I could ever get past that initial resistance and build up a body of work and a body of clients that liked me, that the thing that made me difficult to sell in the beginning was going to make me easy to sell down the road, because ain't nobody else trying to be the worst motivational speaker. And what went from weird and off-putting suddenly became unique and interesting.
The first time I saw you, George, I was the MC of some corporate event and had no frame of reference for you, except John telling me, "You're going to love it." And I said, "Okay." And we did not really converse much before the show. And I introduced you, and you went up, and I went backstage to watch you from the back screen.
Yeah.
As God is my witness, I was laughing so hard, I may have peed just a little bit.
Then I think you are going to be very interested in our customer service seminar called "Does It Look Like I Work Here?" Very good. So that one sentence, that one phrase was this: he talked about the sustenance of a positive attitude through negative assumption. Yeah, this is powerful. Yeah. The sustenance of a positive attitude through negative assumption. How to maintain a good, happy outlook on life by always assuming the worst. How to raise your standard of living by lowering your expectations. This is good. Yeah. Yeah. Here's how it works. Here's how it works. You're getting ready to walk into a situation. Before you go through that door, you think to yourself, what is the worst possible thing that could happen to me? You go through the door, it happens, you come out, how do you feel? Great, because you were right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it feels good to be right. That's fantastic. Now let's say you go into that situation expecting the worst. Something better happens, you come out, how do you feel? Great, because something better happened. We all love it when something better happens. So you cannot lose with the choose to lose system. That's what I'm saying. Choose to lose, prevail to fail, prepare to err, have the panache to crash, have the thunder to blunder, have the pluck to suck.
It's genius. And how long did you do Joe Malarkey?
23, 24 years, something like that, to the point where I really couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have kept going. I just couldn't find it anymore. It was weird. I don't know. I think you just do the same program so often and so much. It's like you know the lyrics, but you can't hear the music anymore. I don't know.
That's a pretty apt description.
Yeah. And stuff that should have been, it wasn't time-based. It wasn't topical. There was no reason for it not to land with an audience the way it did before, but I found that it wasn't. And it was just like, oh man, this isn't fun. And I did everything. I said, well, maybe we need to sell it harder. And I would try that. And I didn't like that. Well, maybe we need to pull back on selling it and kind of, it's just pull the delivery back a little bit. And it was like, no. But then one thing happened that made, so I'm watching the trajectory of this show slowly get less than it should. And then I wrote this bit that was called the TSA Macarena in my little head. And it was like I don't know, 3-5 minute piece. And bam, I mean, it exploded like all the stuff in the old days.
I call it the TSA Macarena. Yeah. Yeah, got my shoes, got my belt, got my watch and my wallet, boarding pass ID and my cell phone. Hey, where's my laptop?
And that propped me up for another 5 years because it gave life to the whole show. But the thing that it taught me was, okay, it seems like the old stuff is the stuff that is not getting what it used to, but the new stuff is killing. And that's a good problem to have, because I've got a limited supply of old stuff, but I have an unlimited supply of new stuff that I can write. And so that gave me hope and an idea that, you know, it's not like I've lost the ability to connect with an audience. I'm just not reading from the right book right now. And so that caused me to kind of reevaluate what I wanted to do. And, you know, eventually, you know, Malarkey died in a tragic yak incident in a petting zoo. It was, it was in all the papers, right?
So when you were at your height.
This is my question too, John, is like, for people who are listening to this, who have no sense of how often you were doing it. I mean, you were out there constantly with this for 24 years. I mean, every corporation in America had you a couple, 3 times.
It was busy. I mean, they did a thing on me on 60 Minutes, and that I was on the cover of the LA Times. It was all this stuff. And, you know, if I had known, I would have tried to enjoy it more. I really would have, because, but when you're working, like, I mean, I would look at my week, and it was the middle of the winter, and I'm going from Boston to Fargo to West Palm to LA, and really all you're thinking about is I got to make a plane. There were times where I was doing 2 shows in 2 cities in one day, and literally that's crazy, because the only thing you're thinking in the first show is I got to get to the airport, and the second show all you're thinking is I got to get some sleep. And, you know, so the rule was, if I could physically get my body somewhere, I would take the gig. I mean, assuming there was the budget, and it was, you know, it was fun. But, and this is sad, and I don't know, this may be just a quirk of me, but there were standing ovations and stuff. And I would see my favorite thing was running women's makeup. That was the best compliment you could get, where you come out and everybody's mascara is on their face. That's a good compliment. But it just got to be where I don't retain much memory of the good shows, but man, the bad ones, the ones where it went wrong, they stick. You know, and it was funny, like Jim, what you were saying about, you know, when you're in a dire strait and you think about that compliment that keeps you going. And I would be in a dire strait, and I'm thinking, man, the only time worse than this was this other time that was also horrible. And then, you know, there was like no uplift there at all. And again, it's just the percentages. I just felt like the percentages were shifting on the show. I mean, there's a quote from Lenny Bruce that said, the definition of comedy is to stand up in front of a group of paying strangers who paid money, and you elicit a laugh every 10 to 15 seconds for 45 minutes. And you perform this amazing feat 19 out of 20 times. That's a pretty good definition of somebody succeeding stand-up comedy. However, you have to understand that means 5% of the time you're eating it. You know, even so, for somebody really good, 19 out of 20 still means that 5% of the time it's not going to be a good experience. And I could live with that. And I had that. I mean, at the height, when things were going great, you're still going to be put in a situation. I mean, I went to Savannah, Georgia one time, and I was told there's going to be like 600 people in the audience. I get there and there's 90.
Oof.
And I'm like, well, what happened? And they said, well, this last week, we did some downsizing, but you go out and chipper them right up. And, you know, people who just seen the majority of their company leave and they're not sure if they're going to have a job tomorrow, they're not in the mood to be chippered right up. And so you would be put in situations where it was kind of no win. And you could deal with that, you know. But when the percentages start changing from 95-5 to 90-10 to 85-15, at some point there you go, yeah, I'm dreading. Every time there was a point in time towards the end where every time I would get a booking, I would dread it because I'm like, who knows? It's a crapshoot. And the last thing you can have in comedy is to lack confidence, especially malarkey. I mean, malarkey was based on this exuberant stupidity confidence. If you didn't have that, you had to be bulletproof to sell the show. And if you felt that slipping, then you need to find something else to do, which I did. So
yes,
there's that.
Before we talk about that, I want to jump back because you mentioned just in passing, when I was on 60 Minutes. That particular segment of 60 Minutes came at what we call the height, the boom in motivational, quote unquote, motivational speakers in America. And it was Morley Safer, and the 60 Minutes crew went around and they videotaped and they interviewed motivational speakers, and they had a point of view going in, which was, this is a huge ripoff. Why are you paying people all this money? And the speakers are doing their best to justify. And then in the last 2.5 minutes, they decided to profile George Campbell, Joe Malarkey. And I will just play for our audience how this segment ended. It ended with Morley Safer and you having this conversation.
Malarkey's real name is George Campbell, a recovering stand-up comic. Why did you do this? Were you not a great success as a stand-up comic?
I was a middle success. I was a guy that worked a lot, but nobody ever remembered. But when I came up with that idea of a really bad motivational speaker, I thought it was gold. And since then, it's just been a great ride.
But what is the value of your anti-motivation?
The value of my anti-motivation is basically saying it's okay to fail. It's okay to make a mistake.
How do you account for this American passion for self-improvement?
Boy, I have no idea, but I am just cashing in. I'll take that.
Which, of course, is the name of the game.
So that comes out on a Sunday night. And you're part of the National Speakers Association. You know all these folks. You probably know everybody who was.
Oh yeah, I know everybody that was profiled in that.
What was the reaction to that piece and to your part in that piece?
Well, here's the thing. So I have a whole bunch of people over for a watch party, right? Because this is a celebration. We're going to be in front of 20 million people. Woohoo! And so I got friends and fam over, and it's.
Was that the tick 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 tick? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was me doing that. I'm something of an impressionist. I am a jack of all trades. And so they profile one thing, and then they profile my segment. And it's Morley Safer saying, aren't you just stealing from money or whatever, stealing from people or whatever? And I said, I don't know, but I am just writing this, whatever the hell I said. I'm just writing this as far as I can. Whatever it is, it looks awful. And that's the clip. And then my segment doesn't play for another 40 minutes. Well, this is an awkward period with your friends and family. Everybody down there just saying, could I have another banana daiquiri, please? Because this feels like it's not going to go well. So in the context of my segment, it's not so horrible. But the experience was horrible. I mean, the guy, I still remember the guy's name. I won't say it, but the producer for 60 Minutes, and he's, oh, you're going to have fun. You're going to love Morley. It's going to be great. So I change a flight so I can stick around so they can tape this thing. And Morley shows up, and he's obviously been on a red eye, and he smells like cigarettes, which is not surprising. He's smoking the entire time. And so he sits down in this jacket that there's no way a stylist ever said, oh, I think that shirt would go with that jacket. And he stubs out his cigarette, and he looks at me. This is the first thing out of his mouth. Isn't this just snake oil? Are you just stealing money? And I'm like, and I think he did it on purpose. You know, it's like that thing to put you off. And if he did it on purpose, he couldn't have done a better job. And so, I mean, I would just snap back. I'm like, oh my God, they told me this was going to be fun. You're going to have fun. And then we finally get to the point, this is when I realized I was in some deep trouble. He goes, so how much money do you make? And you know, that seems weird to ask. And so I said, well, I know I make less than Andy Rooney, and I'm way funnier than him. And the whole room laughs, right? Cameramen laugh, Morley laughs, everybody laughs, and the room settles. And he looks at me and he says, "So how much money do you make?" And that's when you realize the person who has the edit can make this go any way they want it to. And they've now got 40 minutes of me, my goofy ass, well-intentioned, ill-suited sense of humor on display for 20 million people. And so I got done with them, and I had a flight, I had a gig in Baltimore the next morning. And I remember flying to Baltimore, and all I did was sit in my chair and try not to throw up, because I knew this could be the end. This could be the end of the whole thing.
Yeah.
If they choose. And so the only thing I did that was reasonably smart was I stayed in touch with that producer. And I sent him some stuff, and hey, man, it was really great to get to know you, just because thinking that perhaps if we have some degree of rapport, because he's going to do the edit. It's not Morley. Morley doesn't give a crap. He comes in and asks questions that somebody hands him and leaves. So, I just smoothed that producer as much as I could. And, and the outcome for me was good. I mean,
you come off quite well. You come off quite well.
Yeah. And you get the sense that I'm not, it's and they also came, they shot a show, a part of the show that I did in Buffalo, New York later on, and they cut it in. So you can see in context what it is that I'm doing. And basically what they used me for was to say in an entertaining and funny way what they were trying to say, which is these people are just goofs and you're paying, it's just nothing. Mm-hmm. And which is kind of what Malarkey was the 180 degrees away from a good idea. And so they were able to use me as the avatar of what they wanted to say.
Well, I know it was a big stir when it came out, but in looking at it again, and it is quite hard to find. If you do a lot of digging, you can find that segment. They clearly went in with a point of view, which was,
oh God, yes,
this is a waste of money. And in many cases it was. However, having been part of booking several hundred speakers, I suppose, over the years, there were a handful who were so worth it.
Absolutely.
So worth it.
Having seen lots of them over the course of my corporate work, there you can say what you want about whether it's snake oil or whatever, or will it stick? Is it going to be, are these people going to be jazzed up for the 90 minutes after the presentation and then it fades away on Monday morning? Right. But there are some brilliant motivational speakers who give you things that things that I collect and use on a regular basis.
I still, in my mind, quote Mr. Michael McKinley, who I saw 35 years ago. And he had a couple lines in his act that really stuck. And I think they stuck for other people too. And over the years, there have been a number of those speakers that I run into. And George, you, of course, are one of them where it stuck.
Yeah. And I never felt, my purpose was basically entertainment. So I'm just like a very corporate friendly comedian who has this really well-suited show for them. So I never felt any pressure, to deliver on, to move the needle or anything like that. But it was interesting too. The 60 Minutes people came down to San Antonio, and it was a National Speakers Association meeting. And so they were getting some B-roll footage and stuff. But the guy that was the producer of the thing, after they said, yeah, you got to talk to Malarkey because he's somebody you needed. And so after a couple of days of them being down there, I sat down with them, and he says, I got to tell you, I'm really kind of blown away, because they sat through general sessions and stuff, and they saw DeWitt Jones.
Yeah.
And they saw some people, and they were like, I'm really kind of surprised by how good some of these presentations are. And I'm like, yeah, there are some amazing people out there.
Yeah.
So it's a very, if you want to paint motivational speaking as a schlocky thing, that's a very broad brush, because there are some people that are absolutely amazing. So
yeah. So you retire Malarkey, but then you come up with another idea, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because what you're doing now and the ideas behind it, I think anyone who's listening who is not just a magician, not just a performer, but a person trying to get through life, what you've come up with the consistency chain is something everybody can use. And it's not snake oil, and it's not even really motivational speech. It's just a way of looking at life. Can you just give us a kind of a very long elevator speech? Let's say this is going to the top of 150-story building. What is the consistency chain?
Well, let me just, okay, so I'm right now I'm preparing a 15-minute program that I'm going to do 3 times the next week. So I'm trying to take a 60 or 90-minute program and squish it down into 15 minutes, which is damn yikes. Yeah. But the thing that I'm opening with in this program, the thing to try and explain this is, and this is going to seem completely off topic. Before Steve Martin became famous as an actor, he did stand up. And I saw him at a performing arts center. And there was a bit that he did that I've never forgotten. And it was Steve Martin's 2-step approach to becoming a millionaire. Step 1, get $1 million. Step 2. And the concept is that's exactly the way we talk about consistency. Here's the 2-step approach to becoming consistent. Step 1, be consistent. Step 2. And I want to raise my hand and just say, okay, so what you're saying is all I have to do to get what I want is to be somebody I'm not. Okay, well, this could be a challenge. And that was what I ran up against, is I began to investigate this question, and that is, how is it possible for smart, capable people to be completely aware of a few simple things that if they did them on a regular basis would result in tremendous life benefit, and yet? And it was those 2 words I ran head on into, and yet. I mean, the frustration that comes from knowing what it is you should be doing, knowing that you're capable of doing it, and yet. And so I did a deep dive investigation, a lot of research, a lot of reading into neuroscience, and to try and find out why it is, because I'm that guy. I'm one of the people who is definitely consistency impaired. And I see other people don't seem to have this problem at all. And I'm like, what is the difference? And so, that's what I explore in my program is what is the difference between the consistency, the people that are easily consistent, and the people that are struggle with it. Why is it? What is the neuroscience behind it? Because it literally, the difference between consistent and inconsistent people shows up on a functional MRI machine. That's how deep this is. And then finally, why? Or rather, how? How can I get beyond this? And what we have to do is the answer to that is the consistency chain, which is a technique that Jerry Seinfeld used to power himself through his early career. And virtually everything that he has, owns, and is right now is nothing more than the compound interest on years and years of consistency.
When you first explained this process to me, it was with the Jerry Seinfeld example. And do you want to just dive into that a little bit? Because what he does is something any performer can do with their own process.
Absolutely. So Seinfeld, I read an interview, and he's talking about this kid coming up to him, a young comic. He says, how can I be Jerry Seinfeld? And he's like, well, first of all, that was never the goal. The limos and Learjets, that was not what I was going for. I was looking to be a better comic. And that's really critical. This whole idea of better, any word that ends in an ER like that, and I'll explain in a second. And so he said, well, what I did is I looked at all the activities that I could do on a daily basis that would make me a better comic. And this is a very easy process for whatever it is you're trying to do. There's got to be repetitions for magicians, and there's got, everybody has some version of something that they want to improve on and an activity that they could do to make that happen. And so he said, I'm going to write jokes. And so he got a calendar. He wrote jokes the first day, got a calendar, made a little X on the calendar. Woo-hoo. Wrote jokes the second day, made an X on the calendar. Now, the genius of Seinfeld, the reason why he got paid $800 million for the syndication rights to his sitcom was that he did not see 2 X's on a calendar. What he saw were 2 links on a chain. Day 3, and it never gets any harder than day 3. Day 3, he had one unbelievably simple goal. And that was, don't break the chain. Don't break the chain. And it's funny because when I first saw that, I almost missed it because I thought, well, this is too simple. How could something this simple be responsible for all that success? And the reality is, all the research showed me it has to be simple, because we are trying to negotiate with a part of our brain that simplicity is the only currency it accepts. And that's what I'm talking about, the fMRI thing. And so what I did is I looked at this and I said, well, okay, I'll try this. And I picked an area of my life I'd never been consistent at, and that's working out. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to work my activity. I'm going to go to the gym 45 minutes to an hour a day. And I worked out the first day, made my little X on the calendar. Second day, had my chain. And the reason why this works is that, by the way, that chain extended for 531 straight days without a miss. And the reason why I was able to do something that consistently, which I had never in my life done anything that consistently, is because I could come home after every time at the gym, look at myself straight in the mirror and say, you're healthier, you're stronger, you're fitter. And I wasn't waiting for something far off in the distance to happen before I could feel good about myself. I wasn't waiting for some magic number to turn up on the bathroom scale. No, I won every single day. And because I have the kind of brain that is driven by instant gratification, I was able to actually take the thing that had been my obstacle, which is this desire for instant gratification and my inability to delay gratification. I could take instant gratification and nail it every single day and feel good every single day. And that allowed me to generate this unbelievable long-term consistency.
I love this. So, having not seen the consistency chain, but having seen Joe Malarkey several times, have you let go of sort of the I don't want to say funny, because I believe that whatever you do, there's going to be humor to it.
Right.
But sort of it actually, not that Joe Malarkey's act didn't have things that you could, reverse engineer, go, oh, well, what this is blah, blah. Yeah. But this seems more straightforward.
It is.
Than, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, the percentages have changed. I mean, Malarkey used to be 95-5. Funny to content. And this is probably 80-20 content to funny. And I still have things that I do that are funny, have stories. And that's been the challenge. I was saying, I was putting together the 15-minute piece. One of the things, the first thing you lose is the funny, which just kills me.
Yeah.
But then you just, try and backstop it with, little tiny things that you do along the way. But yeah, the percentages have changed, but it's still entertaining. And it's still me. I'm incapable of talking for any length of time without hopefully eliciting laughter.
You mentioned our friend DeWitt Jones, and I'll put a link in the show notes for people. They can watch a little bit of DeWitt, a former National Geographic photographer. But I got to see his presentations a number of times and talk to him about them.
Yep.
And one of the things that he said that stuck with me about the way he built his presentation, and he built it, he designed it. There was nothing random in that. And I said, the humor is so strong throughout. And he said, well, I have to have humor. I have to get them to laugh, because once they laugh, they've opened up, and then the next thing is going to go in, and they're going to absorb it. So I have to have the humor, or else they're not going to get any of the messages. And I think for you, with the consistency chain, that's the brilliance of it, because you're taking 40 years of making people laugh and allowing that during the presentation to make them laugh. They open up, and then here comes a smart idea that you're able to absorb.
Right. Well, it's funny because I came up with this whole idea of "and yet" as these two words, and I think that's going to be the title of the book. And it may be the only book that the subtitle comes before the title, which is "We Know What We Should Be Doing in Our Life, and Yet." And I wrote a whole opening to the show now that's close to stand up, talking about the fact that our parking structure where we live, we've got a overhead garage door that I think it's the only one in the Twin Cities that's powered entirely by sleepy hamsters. I can't see them because it's the wall is opaque, but I think they're back there. And I think what happens is like the head hamster. He blows a little hamster whistle, and then when your car gets up there, they start. There's nothing else that could explain how it takes so long to start going up and how slowly it goes up. But this is a time, this is a time for inner discovery, these moments. And so what I've discovered is I have no patience. So when it clears the hood of the car, and then I scoot up, and then I ride that baby up the slope of the windshield. And then when it gets up to where the roof rack is, I'll be honest with you, I'm just guessing. But what I also found out is that my wife, who loves me and sits beside me while I do this, she hates this with the white hot intensity of 1,000 suns. And she will say to me in a very calm, soothing voice, "You're going to hit the door," like that. And I have some options how to respond. I can't ignore her because I'm a husband, and that would be wrong. And so I could point out, say, "Well, sweetheart, in the past, you may have noticed I have in fact never hit the door. And if you're willing to wait the 22 minutes it takes for this door to go up this time, I think what you're going to find is I'm not going to hit it this time. And I will tell you, projecting, I have no plans to hit it in the future." Now, I could say all that, or I could compress that all down into 2 words. And she says, "You're going to hit the door." And I say, "And yet," just like that. And I will tell you, if you want to have a good relationship, you don't want to be using that a lot. However, the satisfaction that comes, and if you can throw a little smirk in at the same time, oh my Lord, just the sheer delight of saying "and yet" to somebody, it's tough to overestimate. So I wrote that piece, and that's like pure stand-up. That is just going back to the day. And so that's what I open the show with now to set up the whole concept of "and yet." And I had so much fun writing that. And it's based on a true story. I mean, we literally, she would say to me, "You're going to hit the door." And I would say "and yet." And she would say, "Don't ever say it to me again." And I'm like, well, add that to the list, because there are a number of words and phrases that are verboten. Verboten being one of them. How did that even get on the list?
Sara Ballantine.
I'm going to begin by saying I'm about to break a rule that I learned from the writer Richard Osman, who wrote the Thursday Murder Club series, in which he said, when you meet someone for the first time, never ever comment on the most obvious thing about them, because they've heard it 60,000 times. And in his case, it's because he's like 6'8", and he said, "I don't need people telling me that I'm tall." But I'm going to break that rule and say I have never met anyone named Saratoga, and that is the coolest name in the world.
Thank you.
I'm guessing it's related to the racetrack?
Correct. That was my father's passion besides magic. He loved the horse races, and apparently I was conceived there. I don't
Not
know.
at the track, I hope, but in
Well,
Saratoga, New York.
yeah, I don't know. But that was his favorite track. It was the prettiest track he knew. I was named Saratoga. My sister Molly was born here in Los Angeles, but there was a track called Caliente when we moved here. That was in Tijuana. He named her Caliente after that track. And then that track burned down, so they went with Molly.
I actually grew up on Saratoga, believe it
Oh,
or
you
not.
did?
Yeah,
Really?
the street here in St. Paul called Saratoga, named after the famous Revolutionary War battle.
Right,
And
right.
so,
Yeah, Saratoga has a lot of different connotations. So,
yes, indeed.
yes. And
Indeed.
most people call me Sarah anyway, just so you know. I mean, what are you gonna
Anybody
do?
call you Toga?
Yes, a few people call me Toga. Yes, which is always makes me laugh, Yeah, it's cute.
At this point, I will cut in the sound from Animal House of them yelling,
Toga, 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 toga.
I have a friend on his voicemail, if you call him and he knows it's me, it's that part of Guys and Dolls. And you get off at Saratoga for the 14th time.
Oh,
It's good to have friends. It's really good to have friends.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, yes.
Oh,
What would
but-
we do without them?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yes. So we're going to talk about a number of things today. First, I want to talk about your father. And I will say, and I think Jim will back me up on this, there's some performers out there in the world who, the moment you just see their face, you smile.
because you know you're in really, really, really good hands.
Right.
And growing up, I knew your father first from McHale's Navy.
Now that game over, let's trade for trinkets.
You're in luck. How would you like us to pay for those trinkets in cash? American wampum. Genuine U.S. money.
No place to spend money on island?
So what? Look at these pictures. Lincoln, Jefferson, Grant. All heap big American chiefs. You'd be the only one on the island with his own private art collection.
But then on virtually every sitcom TV show happening in the 70s and 80s, but then also as Ballantine the magician.
First, the simple tricks, then I move into the more difficult tricks, and I pack up all the stuff and head to Camden. The magician, that's what the old black rag says, the magician cuts the piece of rope in half. 2 pieces. Ah, this kid's dynamite. Where do they find this kind of talent on a Sunday evening? In the alley, that's where. A few passes over the backfield. Simple trick of sticking the 2 hunks of rope back together again. Keep your eyes on the 2 hunks of rope. You know a better way? Yeah, but they're sober. There it is, cleverly done. Together. Whoops, wrong rope. Always only want to do good for my probation officer. Okay, you played around with the stuff back there.
So let's just dig into that for a little bit, because I know that he popped up on a lot of variety shows in that role. What were his early days in magic like? Because he didn't start out in comedy magic, right?
It started out in real magic. Well, the way I heard it, or the way I have processed it, when he was a little boy, there used to be a barber that came to their house in Chicago to cut his hair and the rest of the family's hair. And my dad didn't like sitting still. So to keep my dad entertained, the barber started doing some card tricks and some thimble tricks to keep him in the chair and keep him occupied. And my dad got interested in it that way. And then the night before he was to be bar mitzvahed, his father died. And so he was never bar mitzvahed. The family sat Shiva for a year. Dad never pursued Judaism after that. And he had to support the family. He was the man of the house. So he started performing little magic shows and doing little gigs as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he turned 18, 19, he started working nightclubs, doing a straight manipulation act with cards and I don't know what all, but I know he did a lot of cards because he always had cards in his hand, even at 90 he did. And then one night he was doing a gig and the trick screwed up and the audience laughed. My dad made a joke and the audience laughed more. And the club owner said, that was pretty funny what you did up there. Maybe you should start thinking about getting more magic in the act. More comedy in the act. And my dad took it to heart and started developing slowly his act, which, as far as I know, he was one of the first magicians to really come out in the tux and the tails and appear to have all of the trappings of a straight magician and then completely would futz with the form. But he really knew how to do it, so that's why it was funny. Because people have said to me, Sarah, you should do your father's act. I'm like, no, because it wouldn't be as funny because he really knew magic. I would just be an actress acting like my father. So anywho, that's the story as I know it. I believe it's true. And then the comedy became more and more and more what he went into. And it was always with good timing. He always had great delivery. Anyway, that's the story as I know it.
I like all of that.
We will have clips in the show notes. There's a few things on YouTube of him doing his act, and it's interesting to see it over what appears to be, at least on YouTube, maybe even a 30-year span or more, where you really see him in his probably 50s again, and then him in his 80s doing it.
So much energy. He's a lot of energy.
The moment he walks on stage, and Jim, you'll understand this because you do a lot of stage work. There
Are
are
you an
performers.
actor, Jim?
I am.
Okay.
Actor's a strong word for what I do, but yes.
Okay.
But there are performers who walk on stage who just suddenly fill the room with energy.
Yes.
And Jim and I did a lot of corporate work together because I was producing meetings and events, and he was often our MC. And having the ability, particularly after an executive has sucked all the energy out of the room,
to come on and bring that all back is a rare gift. And your father had it in spades.
Oh
And
boy.
seeing the span of him doing that act and saying the lines every time as if for the first time.
It was
Uh,
like an actor has to in a long run on Broadway or a long run anywhere. He caught the tail end of vaudeville, like the tail end of it, and then the early days of television.
Mhm.
So he was one of the early magicians to get on those variety shows. The Milton Berle and Danny Kaye, and there were a bunch of variety shows in the late 40s, I guess. I know he that's when he really started getting visual. And then Ed Sullivan found him, and then he did about 7 episodes, different episodes. Apparently, Ed Sullivan never got it, didn't understand why the audience was laughing, didn't get the act, didn't know why people liked him, but he brought him back because he was a crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
That's so
You can have a lot of different qualities in this business. And even if you don't understand what's funny, if you know that it's successful, that's enough.
That's right.
Ed
Not
was at least
cool.
smart enough to realize, and this
That's right.
it's working. Why would
That's
I,
right.
even if I don't get it, it's people are loving it. Your dad really had just a tremendous career in the entertainment industry. You mentioned tail end of vaudeville. We of course know him from McHale's Navy, and as John mentioned, just about every television show in the 60s and 70s.
That's true. He guest starred on everything, and
You really
he was
did.
so different in everything. I mean, he was really always himself. I take
Mhm.
that back. But I recently saw him in an episode of like Bonanza or Gunsmoke, where he's in the bolo tie and the hat, and but he's still kind of a hustler character. But just so funny to see that, and to make it about me, of course. I should have gone on the set more with him on these, when he did Speedway with Elvis Presley and Penelope with Natalie Wood and the Monkees. And, people said, "Oh, did you get to meet Elvis?" And I'd be like, "Well, no, I had my ballet lesson that day," or, "I was in school." Uh, it didn't occur to me that this was yeah, it's just what my parents did. Like, when you were little, you thought your father went to work. You never went, "Gee, Dad, why don't you take me to work with you?" Never occurred to me till I was, like, 42. And I went, "Boy, did I blow it."
Did he pass along any of the things that he learned to you or picked up
Well,
along the
I
way?
mean,
Because
I never really was interested. This is the tragedy of my life. I wasn't that interested in magic. I wanted to be an actress. I was in tap class, ballet class, acting lessons, voice lessons. I wanted to be, Joey Heatherton, I guess,
Sure.
at the time, or Anne Margaret, maybe. Now I'm becoming more like Zazu Pitts, I realize, as time goes on. But it matters not. I just wasn't attracted to it. And now I'm so sorry I didn't learn more magic. He really wanted to show me things, and I'd be, not disinterested. That's what you do, Daddy. I
Mhm.
want to learn how to do a triple pirouette and wear tights. I don't know. I don't
but
know why I didn't. But what he did instill in me was some wonderful other things about how to live and how to be a person. My father was a very spiritual person. He talked about ego. He said, "Honey, you know what ego stands for?" And I'd be like, "What, Daddy?" "Edging God out."
Ooh.
And I was like, wow. And I know my dad really believed that. He tried to, make people happy. He was a very kind-hearted person, generous person, helpful person. My mother was a wonderful woman too. She actually has more credits than my father. If you look up my mother,
Well,
her name was Seal Cabot,
yeah.
and she did things like, if you go down her IMDb page, everything from Hazell, Hill Street Blues, I Dream of Jeannie, the thing with Angela Lansbury,
Great.
everything.
So you're a real showbiz family. I
You
mean,
really
Yeah,
are.
they really and they didn't push me at all. They were like, "Study, do whatever you want, sweetheart. If you don't wanna do this." My sister, who didn't go into acting, is very successful in real estate. She was in, advertising, then real estate. She didn't wanna go into show business, and she really could have been fantastic. She sang great and was so beautiful, but wasn't her thing. I'd be like, "Hello, America," you know? And she'd be just learning numbers and how to make money, which is fabulous.
what sort of lessons did they impart to you about show business and And
Well, my dad always said, be unique. He said, don't try to copy anybody. Don't try to be like the other guy. Find your own unique way and capitalize on that. And, if you had a bad nose or if you had some weird speech impediment or anything that was uniquely yours, to play that up, but to express yourself.
Yeah.
Express yourself as much as you can, and always to help people. Yeah, I was very conscious of that and being very, very fortunate, and to help people who maybe weren't as fortunate.
In terms of advice, the ego quote alone, everything else after that is
Isn't that
gravy.
great? I know.
Yeah, I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
Isn't it wonderful?
It
Because
really
ego
is.
is such a killer. It's such a, it does kind of destroy a lot of things. And if you can separate that, you do better.
Yeah.
I agree. That's a great quote.
So your dad kind of had a legitimate career on stage on top of everything else. And that's something we don't think about a lot. But I mean, he was
didn't know
like
that.
a Broadway actor.
Really, he had a wonderful career. I have to tell you that my father did not have a big ego, and it was only from other people telling him great things. He remember when he's like 90. My mom died in 2000. My mom was 12 years younger than my dad and was his second wife. So she died in 2000. Oh, I should tell you, both my parents became Christian Scientists. So they did not believe in doctors. They did not go to doctors. They studied Mary Baker Eddy. They had practitioners. Hence, the one joke I ever wrote. What do you call an old Christian Scientist?
I don't know. What do you call an old Christian Scientist?
Lucky.
That's a good joke. Maybe you
Thank
should
you.
write
My
more.
one joke. If only I had more, I could do an act, but that's it. So my mom, after she died in 2000, I really hung out with my dad a lot because people said to me, Sarah, your dad's not going to last long without your mom. And I'm like, you want to bet? And I started treating him like a golden retriever. I just threw him in the car. I go, come on, Dad, we're going to get a hamburger. We're going to West Hollywood for happy hour. We're going to the castle. I went to the castle every week with my dad. And that's how I really got, after 2000, really got involved with the Magic Castle. It was through him. And then he met other people and had other friends and mentored young magicians and, that kind of thing.
Well, let's talk about the castle. And Jim, I just want to plant this thought in your mind. Imagine you're walking through the castle, and walking towards you, probably with a deck of cards in his hands, is Carl Ballantine. Would your heart not just leap out of your chest?
I think I would have just followed him around the rest of the evening and blown off everything else. Yeah, I would just have been in like a pig in slop. I would have been just overjoyed to see him and to watch him and to just be a fly on the wall.
Oh, so sweet. Well, I tell you, it's great to be around the club now. My dad's been gone 15 years, but I still meet people who come up to me there and go, Sarah, I had a great night with your father. We had dinner. He was walking through the club alone. I said, come join us at the table. So I'll hear stories from other people who I would never know in a million years had that, that time with my father. And I love that. It really warms my heart and makes me happy that so many people got to know him and spend time with him. So
Very lucky people. So how did you,
cool.
from that, how did you end up on the board?
Well, after my dad died and my mom had died, and I was kind of at sixes and sevens about everything, I had a dear friend, Joan Lawton, who was on the board of trustees at the castle. And she and Irene Larsen, who was one of the founders of the club, said, Sarah, we think maybe you should consider running for the board of directors. She was German. And I said, but Irene, I don't know anything about that. And she goes, every member should have the opportunity to be on the board. You learn about the club. It'd be a very good thing for you. And little did I know that I would win. I guess if my name had been Sarah Schwartz, I wouldn't have won. I mean, you do have to be elected. And it is, of course, to some extent, a popularity contest. And therefore, but I think I've more than proved my worth because I've been off and on the board for 12 years and helped the castle grow and got through COVID and the pandemic and all this. And I'm very proud of it. But that's how I got involved. And then it became a big, big part of my life. I did do my father's act for 1 week at the castle between Christmas and New Year's in 2020 because they needed somebody. And that was really fun for me to do. And
The magician, that's what the sign says, takes the piece of rope and cuts it into 2 pieces. Ha! This is dynamite. Okay. Keep your eyes on the 2 pieces of rope. A few passes over the basket with the old dusteroo. And, let's see. Yeah, this is as close as I'm going to get him.
so I performed there a little bit. But basically, I've been just working on keeping the club running and happy and enjoying making decisions that will hopefully keep the club alive for another 60 years.
And I should mention, your dad was an early adopter of the club. Your number is 338, right?
Yeah, how do you know this?
Because I do research. I read things.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Well, at least one of us does research.
Yes.
Yeah, he was he had met Bill and Irene at a magic convention. And, I was born in New York. We lived in New York City. But when my dad got McHale's Navy, he came out to California to kind of test the water before Mom and I came out by train because my mother wouldn't fly. And she was working at a cabaret in New York called the Upstairs at the Downstairs Club, Julius Monk. So she had to give up that job. I had to give up, PS 87. And then we had to come out here. And my dad joined the club immediately.
Yeah.
So
So how has it changed? How has the Magic Castle changed for you
Well,
in that
in
time?
terms of from being a child, from being like, I had
Yeah.
my fifth Sweet 16, I think, of the castle. Well, it's gotten very big and very popular. And Magic's bigger than ever. I mean, America's Got Talent in Las Vegas and the whole sort of renaissance of magic. I remember in the 90s, you could, walk through the Castle Club and not see anybody in a certain area. It's very, very popular now. It's
Yeah.
a bucket list destination for people from out of town. I know people who've lived here their whole life. My dream is to go to the Magic Castle. Oh, you can send me an invitation. Oh, that'd be so wonderful. There's that. And it's gotten very popular. And we have new owners, so the club will be changing hands somewhat, but they'll still be the Erica Larsen, who's daughter of the founder. She's instrumental in this. It's going to be wonderful. It's just, the club just has to keep growing and thriving. It can't be stagnant. Nothing should be stagnant, right?
Yeah.
Even
Right.
Disneyland grows and changes. So it's just getting better and better, I think.
Well, you saw it through a lot of changes, a lot of even turmoil.
Yeah. And also during the pandemic, and I was on that board, we were very worried. Like people weren't paying dues because they were like, why should I pay dues? I can't come to this club. And we're like, well, if you don't pay dues, we won't be able to pay the light bill and the heating bill and keep this building going. And we still have to pay our rent and taxes. So, by golly, we did it. We did it.
One more quick thing about the castle before we jump onto a similar topic. There's a link that I'll put in the show notes that I saw years ago of a puppet maker named Scott Land made a marionette of your father and did, as a marionette, did a portion of your father's act. And it's just charming. It is so,
adorable.
so charming. How involved was your dad in that?
Well, they were good friends. Scott was also an actor, and we were with the same commercial agent. And I used to run into him all the time. And I thought he was kind of flirting with me, but he really just wanted to get to my father, which is a fine. And so they started to be buddies. And Scott, made these other great marionettes. He had a whole act that was quite wonderful. And yeah, my dad did the voice of the character, whatever the lines are, he says. And he didn't help make the thing at all, but Scott gave him like a mock-up on a stick of the marionette. And then there was an exhibit at the castle for a while with a lot of my dad's memorabilia. And I believe David Copperfield now has that marionette in Vegas at his museum. Better than it be here. I have enough crap. I have so much stuff. Rubber chickens, you call me.
I
And
can
I
see
can't
one in the
get rid of them.
background there.
No, there's some legs up there. I can't get
Yeah.
rid of these things. There. It's like, I know people make fun of me, but I can't help it. I'm not throwing this stuff away. I'm just not.
No.
So.
No.
Okay, let's just staying still on the topic of your dad, but expanding it a bit. I was so delighted to see your documentary Troopers.
I'm so glad you watched it.
And I
won.
literally wrote to you during it while I was watching it, and I said, I wish this were 10 hours long.
The nicest thing. God, thank
Because
you.
the people that you captured, and it's people that Jim and I know from our whole lives where, in our house, if we're watching something and the name Harold Gould pops up, my wife's like, oh my God, Harold Gould's in this. This is fantastic. And Betty Garrett and Pat Carroll and Kay Ballard. I mean, it's just Gene Keane. And then your father. And your father has a really interesting role in the document because it's sort of like he's in it, but he's not. He's sort of a chorus. He's sort of a kibitzer in
He
it.
didn't take it seriously at all. I mean, I'm his
Clearly
daughter.
isn't. Yeah. So there, you have these lovely interviews with, Kay Ballard is fantastic. Pat Carroll talking about doing, going up on her lines in a show. And then there's a shot of your dad kind of just commenting as you guys are walking along the street. Like he didn't want to sit down and do a real thing with you, but he would throw in the occasional Carl Ballantine comment that was actually perfect for it because he's just the right seasoning with these other performers.
And my girlfriend, Dea Lawrence, who now works at Variety and is very busy, when we were making and Dea and I used to do a sketch comedy act. We were called the White House Chicks. We were Tipper and Hillary, and we did sketch comedy. And we've become very, very good friends. So we got this idea, let's make a little documentary film. We were performing all over town. We're exhausted, meetings and this. Let's just do something easy. Let's make like a 10-minute short. And it expanded into a feature. But when we were shooting my dad, he'd be like, aren't you girls getting hungry? Well, we're going out to lunch. Like it was about what we were going to do after. I'd be like, Daddy, we're going to talk for a little bit and then we'll go to lunch. Okay. But, he didn't. He's done other documentaries where he took it much more seriously. This was not, we learned lighting. We had our white sheets. We rented a camera. We did the best we could, but he just sort of, I don't know. But I love the way he comes off because it really was very much who he was at the time. I think he was around 88 when we shot him, maybe. I don't know.
Well, he's still the consummate performer, even in those shots. How long did it take you to do that and to get all those interviews together?
Well, to be honest, we have 16 more hours of interview that didn't make it into the doc. Because, when you make a documentary, or at least the way we did, because we didn't know anything. We're actresses. We've got a camera. We have an idea. That's it. We shot. I thought it was just going to be talking head, talking head, talking head. But that would have been super boring. So we tried to find a through line, like, parental disagreements, the blacklist, show business ageism. We tried to find threads of things like to make the story. And then we ended up getting a really good editor and we'd sit with him and cut to make it more watchable. But I would do it again tomorrow. I would, if there were more people that everyone that I really, really would have loved to talk to has died. And all of my troopers have died, but I still think the information is what's valuable, and that will be forever. So I'm
The
glad.
stories are great. Gene Keen's story about, and the
No.
clip you have of her singing with her sister.
And her sister, so
That is
cute.
so funny. Marvin Kaplan's story about Katharine Hepburn as his agent. Is there any one thing you took away from that whole process of those interviews with all of, you had several hundred years of performers there.
Definitely. Don't give up. Don't take no for an answer. Now, Jane does say a thing. If something hasn't happened in 5 years, maybe you should look somewhere else. And I almost didn't keep that in, but that's how she felt. Mostly what you get from everybody is no, Kay Ballard is waiting for the phone to ring still. Well, she's in
Mhm.
heaven now, but you know,
Mhm.
it's always about the next job. And oh, that was the other thing my dad would say. I don't want to talk about the past. I want to talk about what I'm doing next. You know, I want to talk about what I'm doing tomorrow. And I think that was what all of them had, was this drive and this desire. Alan Rich, I mean, nothing would
Mhm.
stop that guy. He was
Yeah.
blacklisted, and
Yeah.
I want that part, pardon my French, but that's what
No,
he said.
that's a great story, though,
It's a
standing on the
great
desk
story.
and yelling at him.
I
Yeah.
love that you know it. I love that so much because I mean, Daya and I, we can laugh all the time about this because we had such a blast doing it. We could make another movie, actually, but it wouldn't be as positive. We could take all the sort of negative stories and put together too, but we opted for the story the way we told it.
I think you made the right choice. Jim and I have a thing we've started doing this year on the podcast called I Love That, in which we each surprise each other with something we love that the audience should know about. And I'm not giving anything away when I say when this episode airs. That's going to be my I Love That. Is
That's all
Amen.
I want really is for people to watch it. I just feel like the information is great for not just actors. And there have been other documentaries made since then, sort of showing it isn't the showbiz spirit, but it's like people who don't let age or
Mhm.
illness or whatever get in the way of what their dream is, to just keep going, you know, as long as you can. That's really the only secret I can think of, is just to keep going, keep being interested, keep reading, keep paying attention, keep staying active. Try to, it isn't even about making yourself valuable, it's be interested, and then you
Mhm.
become interesting.